Good morning. Good morning. How are you, Alcione? Very excited. Today is a very special day. We are blessed, aren't we? You are here in person. Wave your hand. You too, people. They are here already. Our VIP guests. Did you have breakfast? Good morning. People at home, how are you? That's nice to be here. So nice. Good morning. How about last night? What did you see? Yesterday was amazing. They were so excited. They get a wonderful time. People at home also participated. They tagged RB. They print the screen. They tag all the presenters. It was amazing. And today, I would like to open up the session today introducing my friend Alcione, and used to do it, what I do, long time before me. Alcione is amazing on the stage. Now I have the great honor to share the stage with her that I truly admire, and we are going to admire and love her. So Alcione, welcome and thank you so much. I'd like to thank yesterday. The girls were great. They look amazing on the stage. They were synchronized. Did you like the girls yesterday? A round of applause. Let's hear from the girls. Babi, she said, it's the first time I'm presenting on stage, and we can get used to this energy. But when we get up to the stage, there is something different going on. There are people that will be presented as Alcione. I feel so nervous. I am nervous already, but it's okay. It's so frightening. You talk about the hashtag. I would like to ask you and motivate people at home. Print your screen and use our hashtag RBKollors World so we can have a great international wave. We want people to participate, and the frontiers are open. We are having a tour around the world, and we have a big surprise, Alcione. Something nice will happen here. Our next stop is Dubai, the city of gold. That's it. Did you know about it? There is an international connection. Raise your hand if you would like to get it. Take me, RB. Take me. Today, this morning, I was thanking God, giving him my day, and he sent you a message. He said, the frontiers are down. There are no more frontiers. You, here, there's something special waiting for you. And you, take it home. Take it and get it with you. Because this is a dream, isn't it? It is a dream. We experience hard times in our lives, but now we are here recovering, and we are rehearsing what's next for 2022. Do you like the shape of this event? I talked to the presenters, and they really like. Isn't it so elegant, all this new objective? Diva Renata Barcelli bringing in this meeting that we are sitting at the table. Table is about communion. The table brings us connection. That table brings us a sharing time, and we are at a point in time that we really need to get together. We need to do like this, connecting people like we are a big chain, very strong and connected, never breaking for anything. I'd like to invite you to stand up. Please stand up. And then you will place your hand on the table. We know that we are in a period of time that we cannot be connecting. We cannot hug, we cannot embrace. Brazilian people love, we are hot, we like to embrace. But we are going to do like this with our hand. Place your hand onward, and our table is the connection today. For you too at home, right? And you watching on YouTube and here on the stage. That's the union that makes us strong. So, on top of the table, so you get connected to people near you. So we here, we are going to understand that together we are the biggest force on earth. And we want this force to be spread all over the world. This event is at a global level because Brazilian is welcome and empathetic country. We take up, we welcome the influences, we recycle all these influences and we get it back to the world the Brazilian way that is charismatic, the Brazilian way of doing things. I'd like you to look at people around you and say, nothing is preventing you. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you. You are going to win. Yes, you're going to win. You see, Jojo, you are going to win. Let's get it together. I will win. All the difficulties. That's great. Is the energy good? I love Alcione. I love her. That's great. We have a draw before the first presentation. Let's start up drawing, giving you prizes. So, if you are at home, nice to meet you, Alcione Marocolo. Go to her Instagram and follow her because she is like this 24/7. Truly, truly. She is really overflowing emotion. For so long, I have decided to walk with people that raise my bar. And I feel so honored to be here with you because you make me a better person. So I feel so happy to share the stage with you, Alcione, and so happy for you getting to know her. You are crazy, aren't you? People at home, if you do not know Alcione. People at home, I'd like to see your excitement. We are going to talk to them. We are going to play games. They are brave. They are courageous. You with us on YouTube. And you watch our broadcast, our Congress from another country. We have in Spanish, English, and Portuguese in different tabs on YouTube. So if you need a different language, you get it on YouTube. We are going to give you your language of choice. We have English, Portuguese, and Spanish. On YouTube, you are connected here. We can see you. Let's see our draw now. Let's see it. So let's have this activity. People will improve the price. Let's invite our first presenter because people is looking forward to hearing from her. She's a phenomenon. You know her. She has been traveling all around Brazil. Her technique is like an avalanche, freeing lots of professionals from paradigm in their techniques. Who are we going to invite, Alcione? In the final Siami, I was there when she was caught by surprise with her line, launching her line. She cannot make it because she was so emotional. Do you know who this person is? Are you looking forward to hearing and seeing her? All her secrets coming out of her lips, and people at home. Are you looking forward to seeing her? And people there in the VIP room, let's call it. Let's call our guest. Biolips. Here we have Annie Silva. Come to us, my courageous lady. She's going to tell us everything. She has revolutionized the market. She's a natural. She brings a natural proposal. Powerful woman. Welcome, Annie. The floor is yours. Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you so much for your presence, your attendance here, for the invitation. I'm so pleased. One more time, I'm here. And I'd like to greet people at home. Good morning, you all. You feel free. I want you to interact with me because I want to give you my best, right? So you realize that this event brings inspiration from other countries all around the world. And when I was asked to talk about biolips, the technique all around the Americas, because Brazil would be so small for this technique. I was thinking to myself, I need to give my best one more time and to seek for something so I can make you feel, when you leave this room, with lots of knowledge that you can apply in your practice. And when I studied about this country, Canada, I faced some factors that are really important and made the difference in my trajectory as a micropigmentation professional, as an entrepreneur. And instead of talking about lips, I would like to bring another pain that we have. It's been mine already. I am sure that it's yours. Most of you have this pain now. And that's why I have chosen this topic to be here with you today. According to the country, my inspirational country, Canada is considered now the best country in the world for women to live. Why is that? Because this country has the lower index of moral harassment, sexual harassment, and violence against women. And in Canada, the government has projects so the woman can be empowered and be treated as an equal. And when I decided to give an important step in my career as a professional, at the same time, I looked at my technique and I asked myself, my technique is already good, isn't it? I have results, I have validated results for lips and eyebrows. And why is that I am not who I want to be if my results are good already? Raise your hand. Show me hands if you ask yourself this ever in your life. I am sure that many of you have already asked yourselves. At this point, I found out that it's not enough to have a technique. I really need to place myself and make people believe in my technique. What I do, if I do not prove people that I can do things well, I just be one more professional. But then, I need to break another barrier, a prejudice that was so strong. Did you know that most events I was where you are right now, sitting right now, I was there. By the way, I considered myself still part of this place. And this place here is one of the biggest reasons, I am sure, that God is blessing me and honored my career and my life. I have no doubts about it. But at some points, I was sitting right where you are right now. And I looked at the stage. I was thinking to myself, why? This topic is on. Her clothing is not okay for the event. Her heels have nothing to do with her outfit. Her hair is not good enough. I judged people already. And I am sure that you have done this at some point in your life too. Maybe not for a bad judgment, but because if you want to follow the herd and do what everybody else is doing, and most of people are doing. And I decided I did not want to do that, not anymore. But now, I want you to close your eyes for 10 seconds, 10 seconds only, and try to visualize what I'm going to say. Do you know the lizard story, the metamorphosis, and becomes a butterfly? But the worm has a choice. Maybe does not go to the metamorphosis process, and then it studies and improves, and it becomes a better person. A better caterpillar can walk faster, inspire more, and becomes more and more robust. But now, think with me. It's connected to some things. That's why it's not a butterfly, not yet. Now visualize the moment where this caterpillar passes through metamorphosis and it's transformed into a butterfly. This is my good morning for you, and I want to transform you here today. I hope you enjoy my content. And the process of transformation hurts. It's hurtful. You are going to be criticized, judged. You are going to say that your work is bad, telling you that you are not able. You are going to compare yourselves to others. You are going to be told that your work is bad, is mediocre, the color is wrong, the demographer that you use is not expensive. That's why the work is not good. Your clinic is not beautiful. That's why you are not going to work in your life. Your chair, your bed is not electric. That's why you are not going to see the same results in micropigmentation. You know what this means? A great big lie. Because I am the living proof that when we want, it doesn't matter the condition we are in, we go for it and things happen. And I am proud enough to say that my process works. I have already worked with a demographer without Anvisa, yes. I use Chinese needle, yes. But I was a professional, who I am today. But I could only achieve that because I decided to get better, improve, study, and then I passed through the process. And you may believe that every day we are put into proof. Growing up is hurtful, and it hurts a lot. It's so hurtful. But I want you to tell yourselves at this point, right now, I am willing to pay the price. It's not as I do things right. I have to do things until they get right. Myself, Annie, I make my things until they go right. And when we overcome, we elevate our level as human beings. When we seek self-knowledge, we start flying like birds of feather. People that do not judge, people that are at your side, supporting you, people that say, go for that, you can do it, you are great, I believe you. I can tell you now that I am here. I have birds of feather with me, and I really would like to bring you up to this level, where we do not care about others' point of view. We do not care about what people say, because not about the other. It's about myself. It's about us. Let's start up. One of the reasons so I can grow as a professional in a hard year, a bad year, everybody said, dear God, what should I do? How am I going to pay my bills? What about now? It's not possible. Yes, it's possible. It's possible. I'm the living proof that it doesn't matter the moment we can grow. And I'm going to tell you something today. Please take a pen and paper, take notes, because this is very important for you, for your life. I will talk about entrepreneurship in micropigmentation, and in the end, you get surprised. If you do not know me, I am Annie Silva, CEO of SA Clinic, an academy in the city of Palhoça, Santa Catarina, in Florianópolis. I'm from Santa Catarina. I was born there. And in my heart, I love Rio Grande do Sul. I love horses. I always mention this. And this one is the building where my clinic is today. That is a clinic registered, and I am a company I did not have. I was there already. Now it is regularized, formalized. I have all the documents. This is just the beginning, right? So you get concerned about it, that you, the documentation. I'm in full expansion. When I arrive in this clinic, there's just one room, 607, sixth floor. But now I am on the third room in the same building, sixth floor. And the neighbors are afraid of me because they say that I'm going to get all the sixth floor just for me. And this is one of the points of my work, things that made me grow, my willpower, the understanding that I need to work a nice work, products, and lots of willpower. I created products, developed products in this brand. I registered my brand, BioLips, a technique that was developed using a big difficulty that I had. I used to see my clients getting back to me, look at her lips and say, no, I don't like it, it's not beautiful, this result, no. And believe me, my big difficulty was contouring. I used to place colors in the borders and not in the center. At this point, I was known for having shadowing the eyebrows in a very beautiful way already. And one day I had an insight and I said, why should I contour the lips if the eyebrows, I do not do it? And I have them designed and beautiful. At the same point, I got 5 models. The following day, I work on these 5 models and follow the healing process. In 7 days, they came back to my clinic, and for my surprise, the result was the result I loved, and I related to it. From this point on, I need to create a name for that technique. And then I said, what do I want to do with these lips? To bring them to life. Bio is life. Lips, BioLips. That's how, in a minute, that the name of the technique was born. That's the history of BioLips. And then the big moment has come, and the pains as well, because I did not know about entrepreneur. I came from a bankruptcy of a hair salon that I had, and I say with clarity that I reached the end of the road, but I can come up if you do not give up. You can come back to life, and I am sure if I will bankrupt 10 times, I can create more 20 companies because now I have knowledge. So a mistake is a part of the process. And if you are afraid, you think that you are making a mistake, it's okay. It's normal to make mistakes. People that are successful are the ones that failed before. But these people never give up. And they study, they seek knowledge, they seek alternatives. And I decided to become an entrepreneur. I had an idea. You need an idea. What do you want from your career as a micropigmentation professional? What's the idea here? This idea that you have needs to solve the problem, someone else's problem. And you see, if it solves lots of problems of lots of people, you are going to package the solution of this problem, and then you start selling it in big scale. What I mean is that try to guess the problem. What is your audience seeking for? And then when you decide and you solve the problems of your client, you discover the pain already. So now you need to charm the client. How can I charm my client? I need to speak to them to solve their problem. I need to show the benefits of that problem that I'm solving, what is going to have after solving that problem. I need to make this client to look what I'm selling and they getting changed by it. What I mean is that you cannot post pictures, any picture. Great people post pictures, any picture, but this does not hit their attention. You are just going to be one more professional. That does not mean that you are not going to have a good salary, good payment at the end of the month. But you can be much better if you do things this way. You cannot go on Instagram anymore like this. Hi, good morning, how are you? I'd like to talk about this and that. I think that if you are speaking like this, you are going to get the same result, but things are not this way. Stop it. Stop it. Look at me. It's like this. I work with a technique that is micropigmentation. I show you a nice result. It charmed me, and I'd like to give you the same result and the possibility of having similar results as mine. That's how you convey your message with authority. You speak up, not inside. Because when I speak like this, I do not believe myself, not even me. But when I speak up, I'm showing in the first point that I am able and prove what I'm talking about. People believe me this way. You would not believe me if I was talking like this with you. I think this and that. No, no, do not do it. So you need to charm your client, but charm them with responsibility. And if you work now with a technique or lips of eyeshadow, and you look at your work and you do not believe it, the results that you are selling, how can you make your client buy your work? It's impossible. If they do not buy it, you are not going to sell it. What I need? Planning. Do you plan what you want for a month, for 6 months, a quarter, every year? Do you do it? It's necessary. You need to plan ahead. How many lips will I work this month? How many clients would I see this month? How many eyebrows? What is the new service that I will bring to my company? Strategies. The market has become online. When you get your business card, then you go to the bakery, the ice cream parlor, the grocer, and you give your business card. That's over. We need a strategy for that now. Annie, you know, how can I do it? Do not have a strategy, Annie. Sometimes I go on Instagram of a person, students of mine, I follow them a lot. And I see that you have a lip, eyebrow, more lips, more eyebrows, more lips, and no story, no description. Why is the client went for you for that lip? What I have solved for her? What was the color previously? Why I applied red sand? Why I used hot? Do you understand what I mean here? And this is called storytelling. Whenever you post a story, you need to describe, tell a story. Hi, how are you? Good morning. These lips, yesterday, I'd like to bring you the result. You know what? The result was not so satisfactory for some difficulties that I faced, and I will explain it. And then you introduce, you develop the story, you showcase, and then what happens next? People will start engaging your story. They will respond to that. You know why? Because it's relevant. There is content there. It's not anything. Annie, I open up my question box and there are no questions. What should I do? What was the story you told in your story so people got engaged in that, in talking to you? What did you show that made that person, whoops, this one is interesting, this is relevant, I relate to that, I need to know more. Great part of people do not do it, and this is called strategy as well. I need to have creativity. What is creativity, Annie? I do not have many clients in my agenda, and I need to do something so the clients come to me. I do not know what I do. Let's have a campaign. Let's have a special offer. Okay, you have decided. Go for a strategy first. You need creativity for that and create a strategy before posting. Is it always going to work? No, sometimes it fails. But you have tried. Another aspect, You need constance. It's not once a week, it's not once a day, it's every day and all the time feeding that. Instagram now is not a social network anymore. It is now a social network for working purpose. It is our company online. How many of you have entered a store to buy something at the store? You looked at the salesperson and the salesperson looked at you and you said, what kind of outfit do you want? And the salesperson is there, never listening to you. I have this one and the small size, and then the salesperson gives it to you. When the person goes on your Instagram, start looking at your Instagram, that's the same feeling when you get into a store. You get into a store and the service is awful. The person goes on your Instagram, there's nothing about content, there's nothing nice. Do you understand what I mean? You have to arrange your things. What do you do at home when you welcome a visitor? You clean up, you apply perfume, and this has to happen all the time and every day. You need to be constantly on social media, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. Next year, LinkedIn, Pinterest. You need to be there as well. TikTok, you need to be there. I am not, but you should. And it's not to post dances, it's just to be there, showcase your name will be there. It's necessary. Marketing, traditional marketing. You take your business card, okay, to the bakery, to your neighbor, on the street. This word of mouth never dies. Referrals never die, but today is not enough. It's not strong enough anymore because of this online avalanche. The digital world is here now. When you see a client at your clinic and you see to talk to that person, you are going to serve something, tea or coffee, and the person will say, my coffee is no sugar. Go to her with no sugar and take. She likes coffee with no sugar. When Maria, your neighbor, gets back to your clinic 30 days later, 40 days later, you're going to say, good morning, Maria, how are you? Let's have some coffee, no sugar for you, right? And you charm her. She never forgets you. Wow, you remember my coffee is no sugar? And then she'll get so charmed at you, and that's about it. That's the marketing, traditional market. We never let it go. Never. Institutional. You need to have a very strong identity to the audience. When someone sees me today on the stories or somewhere, they say, a person is somewhere and she sees something. I receive prints and people tag me when they are seeing horses. They are visiting horses, dancing, music, eating barbecue. That's my identity. I love it. I never deny it. That's who I am. Wine. I love wine. You're right, wine. That's great, wine. What I mean is that's what about it. There's no need to hide what you like, your hobbies, to be on social media. Trying to take people, not a robot. We are not robots. It's about marketing. We are humans. Unless you do not like, and it's okay if you don't like it. You have other strategies then. But be who you are makes us work in a different way. That's what about. Members. I talked about these two words because now we have a market and a possibility that is great. All my students in BioGloss, they can sell my course and have an extra income in digital market. They can access to booklets, they can download using my material. These are possibilities, ideas, strategies. Influence. Who in your city is an influencer? Who is an opinion maker in your city? Who do you know that you can offer service? And this person will speak on your behalf. After her service, they are going to sell on your behalf. Who is that person in your city, in your town? Call this person. Get them closer to you. Do it. This is opportunity. You need to be aware of everything. And you know what happens when I started speaking about judgment? People that judge you all the time. Who is sitting, waiting the other failure to criticize, loses the opportunity of being with people that are evolving and growing, and they do not really care about their opinion. So be aware, possibilities, trends, what people are doing for lips right now. What is the color? Micropigmentation is still a possibility as a permanent technique. People using the biography of the Instagram, TMU. What does it stand for? It's a permanent makeup. Is your makeup still permanent? Mine is not. It's not about PMU anymore. I do not want it to be anymore. You have to be aware to see what's going on. Honey, but my client does not like to have a micropigmentation that is light. She wants something strong in my city. I just work in strong. That's not it. So you do what your client is asking for. You are working for money. When you sell what you believe, you work for an objective, and money is a consequence. It's light, but when you do not believe in that what you sell, you are not going to make it. You are not going to be successful. You are going to serve 50, 100 clients per month, always the same 50 and the same 100, because you are afraid of step ahead. You know what happens when you step ahead? You are not seeing that clients anymore. They complain. But the first client that complains, you say, you know, lie down that I do it for you. And I did that. I used to do all the eyebrows. If it was permanent, wrong design, a lip with old micropigmentation, I did it all for them. You know why? Because I need the money. I wanted to have clients. I look and say, no, I leave it better. I will do it. I cannot make this money go away. And then what happens? I was bothered all the time because things got worse than originally was. So do not be afraid to say no to your client. I have a daughter, she's 19, she's also a micropigmentation professional. 8 months is a success, and she tells the client, no. Do you have old micropigmentation? 3 years, I want to go for your technique. Unfortunately, I cannot do it. My technique is like this now. Do not be afraid to place your position. You are who you are. You believe in that. You are that, and that's it, period. Product, you align to what the market has. What I mean is that what the market is showing, what is the market looking for, what is your alignment? Be connected to that. Some social project connect to your company. And do not mean that you need to come to the social media and show your social work. That's not it. What you do behind, because it's about you be who you are. You don't have to show. Motivate people who work with you. A few days ago, a secretary, an assistant left my company. She quit and I let her go. I sent an audio, a message she did not like, and she left my company. Last week she came back. You know why she's back? Because I was humble enough to acknowledge what she did was so great. I gave her the world, so she decided the world. And I am expansion, I cannot do it. I have to align, delegate, and say, you are going to do this and that. And that's what I did to her. I started alone last year. You do not know, but I have a team of 7 people. I do not communicate, but very soon I will communicate them formally. So believe that. Be humble enough to acknowledge. Do not want to do everything by yourself. Delegate. Trust people. Follow them up as well. Main strategies. Plan and identify yourself. I will plan, but my heart needs to vibrate as well. You have to feel butterflies in your stomach. You are not a robot. The foundation, the beginning, the very beginning needs to be solid. What I mean, it needs to be organized, because then I will grow strong and my steps will also be step by step, slowly but surely. Things happen like this. If you are promised to fill your agenda overnight, if someone promises you that you are going to get rich overnight working with micro-implementation, do not believe. Run, because this never happens. It's so hard, it's painful, it takes time, we make mistakes, we cry, we think that things are going wrong, we have to do it all over again, and it's all right. That's the pathway. After the visualization of the structure, you can act, simplify, solve problems. When I am asked, what do you use for the pale side? You can use any color, you know. What do you mean any color? Any color? Yeah, any color. You can use any color, no problems. Oh, but I was told, no, this never happens. Just if you do not know how to use the technique, then you see problems. Otherwise, no. The complexity of the facts, we have an industry that works for us. There's no need to do things miraculously to use our product. The company and the industry is doing this for us. We are not behind the scene. Everything has changed now. But now, there's no need to know all these things with the idea, the solution of the problem, and you charm the person, the strategy, frequency without action. It's necessary action. And if you normally sleep 9 p.m. and you wake up at 6 a.m. as you normally do before deciding that you want to be acknowledged professional and successful professional, I'm sorry, you are not going to do it either. You have to sleep less, you cry more, you have to be there. But I have some good news for you now. Sometimes I wake up 3, 4 a.m., but I do not wake up like, oh, I have to wake up, dear God. No, no. It feels so good. I'm so vibrating what I'm building that I want to get out of bed immediately to make things happen. I go there. It feels wonderful. This feeling, I really want you to feel it because it feels wonderful. How can I become desired as a brand? Who you are. You need to tell a story and highlight in your bio on Instagram. Mistakes connect people. People that follow other people. If everything is perfect, you're going to get frightened in this process. If you want to teach someone and you are talking just about success, good things, everything works fine, everything is perfect, this has no connection. This frightens people in this process behind you. That's not truthful. Everybody has problems, mistakes, defects. The great majority is under a process. The great majority of people are part of the process. If you have reached the point, show that to people. Annie, I have not reached anywhere yet. I think that this is not for me. I'm thinking about quitting. I doubt that you do not have something in your profession, lips, eye, or eyebrows, that you look and you say, this one, I understand about it. This one, I know how to do it. I am good at it. This one, I mastered this technique and I will talk about it freely. You know what you have to do with this skill that you have? You have to look at it carefully and create something. E-book or online product, you must place this to the public. Do not forget of 3 letters that I'm going to give you. E, V, and A in Portuguese. Execute, validate, and adjust. What I mean is that I'm not going to start things perfectly. That's impossible. What I mean is that I'm going to do things, I validate them. What is validation? I see results. People prove that result. Now I adjust. In the middle of the way, I can adjust. Isn't it so? Internet. Either you exist, either you're not exist. Either you are there working, or, unfortunately, number of followers. This means a metric of vanity, and that's it. I do not know how many people follow me. I want to know how many people believe what I sell, what I post, what I do. Numbers. What are numbers for? There are people, I have students with 5,000 followers that sell more than 10,000, 15,000 a month. I have students with 60,000 followers that cannot sell 5,000 a month. What I mean is that it does not make sense. What matters? The buyers do. Our pain, delegate. Every woman, every entrepreneur, person, a man or a woman, is afraid of delegating because of lack of trust. Trust people. Delegate more. And trust, give them opportunity. There are people that may be better than we to execute that things. They have the excellence in that execution. So you have to be remembered. When they come to your space, to your clinic, a smell, go to the toilet, there is perfume. When they leave, there is the same scent. You get a kit for lips and the eyebrow. That is your scent. Do not post one day on Instagram a red folder, the other one your folder is pink, and then it's white, and then it's gray. There's no connection. People look, okay, what is the identity of this brand here? There's no identity. The taste, that coffee that you serve. The other day you go to the market, this is a special sale, I buy a different brand today. No, not about it. You have a coffee taste and you just serve that taste because people want to go to your clinic to try that coffee one more time. Instagrammable place. What do you have in your clinic that people can go and take a picture there? And people will look at that picture and it's going to say, oh, she's being there at that person's clinic. This color is there. I know that color. Annie, but I see at home. I see clients at home. Okay, place something on a wall, a poster. In any wall, it doesn't matter where. Could be in your garage, your mother's room. I never forget one day that I went to my mother's house. It was a wooden house. And I needed to take a picture, and there was no posters. I was not careful. I just took a picture, and I posted it. And I received criticism. Annie, this wall with this color behind is awful. Looks terrible. And then I said to myself, yeah, you're right, it's terrible. I could have said that person and got frustrated by that comment, but I understand it makes no difference. Do you understand? So be aware of all the possibilities. People judge us all the time and they want to see us grow. They also criticize. They say, you know, this does not look good. Can you do it better? Do not listen to people that are not in front of you. When you ask for advice, look at the person and say, this person here is very good at it. Listen to her. This person really knows what she talks about.
For you to be an owner, you have to learn to be a leader first. And in being a leader, you cannot be at the operational area giving orders, thinking you can do everything. No, you need to inspire, not give orders. And to sell, you need to have relevant content, important, serious, solve people's problems, show. Why do I talk a lot about natural? Because I want to have customers all the time, recurrent customers. I want micropigmentation to come back. The person will come back in a month, in 6 months, in 1 year. So if today I'm doing micropigmentation, my salary is not according to what I want, what happens? What else can you offer? What is the other service that you're not focusing on that you can sell? But, try to find a solution. Don't just stand there waiting. You have growth protocols for hair, and this has provided results. Fight for it. Don't place yourself in the position of a victim. And always ask yourself, how, when, and why? What do I want? How am I going to do it, and why am I going to do it? So these 3 words are extremely important, and when you start answering each of them, you're going to start getting organized to become a professional, a better one, a more recognized one. And if you do all of that, and if you do all of that and you act, I'm sure you will be successful. Because different from what many people think, success is not when you get there. It's in the journey. It's in the pain that you feel every day, in wanting it to work out, and crying and saying, oh, I was not able to do it today. It's about that. So, apply what I've talked about here and feel that you are in the middle of successful people, because that's what happens. Okay? I just want to show you a very short video. I also thought about giving up. I spent a week without looking at any customers, and I spent 15 days without making one micropigmentation. And they told me it's not going to work out. And I heard, you are not able to do it. That is not for you. Your work is not good. It's not going to work out. But do you know what I did? I made it work. I am responsible for my success. And if I made it work, you can also do it. Thank you very much. I really hope that you liked it. And if you have any questions, let me know. And I'm always available. All right? Thank you. Thank you. That was incredible. A lot of awareness that you brought, and missions. Yeah, I know. You've already heard other presentations, right? But today, it was special. Did you feel that as well? There was something new for our lives. You were just so true. As Jojo says here, we are professionals. We have all of this glamour, but then we go back home and it's, real life. It's taking care of our kids, it's being a good mother, a good wife, and maybe you take care of your family by yourself, and there's micropigmentation, making our lives happen. And today, you gave us keys that are going to make a big difference in our lives, in my life. I wrote everything down. Did you write everything down? She really did. She really wrote things down. She did. And we just absorb everything. Today, here on this stage, something new was born. Okay. So go. Yeah, that's how we do it. That's how we do it, and we are for real. And I see you, doing the videos and taking pictures, and I keep imagining how many dreams, how many things you have to solve, to act, and to do. And it's a special moment for us. It's a special moment in our lives. And I'd like to thank you on behalf of the event, on behalf of everyone who is here, maybe those who are at home or at work or at school and who are listening to us from around the globe, knowing that your mission goes beyond the borders of Brazil. We want to bless you. So you're going to take Brazil to many countries, and maybe you can represent beyond the borders of Brazil. And these are the places of the world. So Canada gave us this influence. Brazil took it and recycled, and now it's giving it back. And then it definitely goes to everyone who wishes it. So I hope you are very blessed, and I hope you represent us in the fighting women, and I'm still in the middle of the way, and you're also going to be able to do it, so thank you. And we're going to give her a hand. You did it. And she started just like all of us. And now she has huge success. And hopefully you can remember this day when you're in the other countries and when you're showing the world what Brazil has. Do I have a minute? Do you give me a minute? I would like to make two requests. First of all, I'd like to say that I commit myself to take our micropigmentation, our Brazilian micropigmentation, and it is strength. I'll taking it everywhere in the world. Next year, I will go to many places, and you will have the pleasure of seeing me. And I'd like to say that I'm sure that all of you can go as well, and you can do whatever you want. And I'd also like to make a last request. Can I take a picture with all of you? Can you come here in front, please? Can you do it? I want to do it with the trophy as well. So come on, everybody. Let's make a beautiful picture. And quickly. And quickly, so we don't waste too much time.
Aqui, ó, gente.
É batismo, Anne Silva? É batismo, né?
It's baptism, right?
Tá nascendo, né?
Yeah, it's being born. Okay.
Vai lá. Oi? Pessoal, chega pouquinho mais pra cá.
Okay, can we come in a little closer so we can have a picture with everyone? A little bit, yeah, to the side. A little bit more, a little bit more.
pouquinho mais pra cá, pouquinho mais pra cá. Isso.
So move over a little bit.
Amiga, vem aqui pro lado dela, você que é afiliada dela. Vem.
Aqui.
Come over here, yeah.
Para de chorar, senão você vai aparecer chorando na foto, hein? Vem, Jojo. Agora tira uma despojada, assim, ó. Vem de braço aberto.
Okay, open your arms now.
Aê, galera!
All right. Thank you, girls.
Anne, uma salva de palmas pra Anne, galera!
So let's give Annie a hand.
Anne,
Congratulations. So go and take a picture. Go and take a picture, your special moment. And remember that our site from RB has a 50% discount until today. And Some colors are already gone because every micropigmenter has their favorite colors. I like hot red with G-Perso. It's not different from what you like, but I like to, make some different mixtures. I love it. I love it. Okay, so you need to improve your stock or you want to get a 50% discount. And Alcione, there's something that I like. I'm a terrorist. There's something that I really like doing, and I don't see many people doing it. They just talk about it. But anyway, I live in a tropical city, Vitória, Espírito Santo. It's a tropical city. The skin is difficult. The people from the Northeast understand that. And there's the densifier from, what is the name? BH Dense, yeah. There's BH Dense from RB, and I take a little, a little drop, that the tip of the micro brush, it's like a grain of rice when I'm going to make the blades, and I use the darker colors when I do that, and I also use red sun in the mixture. And what do? I'm a little, I kind of messy. So I cannot work with rings because I just get all dirty. And I learned to love, to use that product to make the ink more dense, the pigment more dense. And then it's easier to get the pigment on the tabori. So some new people, they have a difficulty, right? So I think, oh, it's a little thick. But when you learn to make it denser with this product, it's going to go crazy. And it has a 50% discount as well. Yeah, every professional has their secrets. So do you have colors that you like as well, you guys at home? Who likes the organic pigments? Raise your hand. Write it on a paper. I'm going to ask you your favorite color, okay? If you don't have any paper, I'm going to call you back. I love you, Annie. Oh, she wrote that. And if you don't write a paper, Chamo Diogo, I'm not going to call you back, okay? All right. So the next speaker has very interesting tips for everyone and secrets as well. So let me say something. The next speaker. So I had so many prints on my cell phone, and I have so many recordings of this girl. She is very angry, and she was responsible for, yeah, we actually had somebody who hypnotized the crowd here today. Remember, you saw that, right? Yeah, we have James, yeah, hypnotizing everyone. And this girl was actually the one responsible for teaching James Zelaya. So today we're going to receive, I want you to talk a little bit about her. So she's small, but there's so much knowledge that fits into her, and she's angry, yeah. And we're on this tour around the world. We're going to talk about the natural blades that the Egyptians like. And I think it's important to say that because they talk a lot about Tibor, and Tibor is, really fine, but it really depends on how you use the material you have. So there are moments when we're going to need dense blades, yes, and she's going to bring this proposal. So when we talk about Egypt, she's already in Egypt, and then, maybe it's tomorrow that you're going to be working in Egypt. So we have to know what is interesting for these women, because it's not only studying that she did. She was there, and she knows what these women like. And, she prepared very carefully. Yeah, she really prepared, and let's look at that. Let's look at that. Okay. Okay, I love you guys. Okay, I'll bribe you later. Oh, look. Okay. All right, I've had my 5 minutes of fame. Okay, yeah, you're great. So to talk about natural strands. What is interesting for Egyptian women, I'm going to invite you to give a hand to this girl. Come on. She is dressed. She's really dressed up. That's beautiful. Thank you. Good morning. And everybody's here in this expectation.
Eu quero agradecer a Rê, primeiramente. Daqui a pouco eu choro porque eu sou muito emotiva. Quero agradecer a todos vocês por estar.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you for providing us with this moment and everything that we've been through. So here, congratulations on this event and everything that you provide for us. So let's talk about Egypt and about what I learned over there. And it's very important for our technique, and especially with Tibori, if you work with Tibori. I'm trembling a little bit. So this, let me just be more comfortable. I'm going to take this off for a minute.
Primeiro nós vamos falar sobre a beleza do Egito, tá?
So we're going to talk about the beauty of Egypt. Okay, yeah, this is okay. So for Egyptians, beauty is very important. They really value the face and beauty because for them, if you are perfect in life, then you're going to be the same way in the next life. And makeup started in Egypt, and they started using this kind of makeup, and they passed this on to other countries. And it was with toxic products that they used. They used kohl, it is that black ink to put on your eyes, and that was for protection, not for vanity. And over time, this was improved, and we use cosmetics for the skin nowadays. And we had papyrus, and in the papyrus, we have the journey of Egyptians' lives. And the papyrus, this was also put in when people died, because then they were in their journey towards their next life. And if you notice in the image, the woman has lighter skin, and in men it was a little darker. That's because women were protected, so they stayed inside their homes. And the men, they were more exposed to the sun, and that's why we have a difference in the color of the skin. So why did Egyptians use makeup? It's because their waters were very contaminated. So they used makeup, especially around the eyes, as a way of protection, because there was toxic makeup and it killed the bacteria that existed in water, that existed in the air, and that's why they began to use makeup. And let's talk about the great sovereigns of Egypt. So we can see that in the world, women are more moderate, they're creating their own destinies, and before this was not possible. But thank God the women are taking over their place in the sun. We are sovereigns. So Hatshepsut and Nefertiti and Cleopatra, these are the most powerful women in Egypt, and I'm going to talk a little bit about each one to you. So Hatshepsut was the first pharaoh in Egypt, female pharaoh, and she was very powerful. And they were considered sovereign not only because of their beauty, but because they maintained their authority and they got the respect of men at the time. And Hatshepsut was considered a fat woman. She had no breasts and she had a beard, because the absence of breasts was for her not to, for people not to think that she was frail, and she allowed her beard to grow so that she would be respected, to show people her power. And she started using male clothes, just so you see what prejudice was like at the time, when you had this kind of female appearance. And we had Hatshepsut looking more like a man to get respect. Then we had Nefertiti, and Nefertiti, her husband did everything for her to stay in the same standard as man. So he showed the whole world how important his wife was, and how she was able to do the same things a man did, and she was known as the most beautiful. She was really very beautiful, and they found her mummy, and it showed that she had very delicate features, very harmonious. And Cleopatra, when we think about Cleopatra, we think about a very beautiful woman. But the studies showed, and over here, there's a picture of what she really looked like. So Cleopatra was not an important woman because of her real beauty, but because of her intelligence. And she spoke very many languages, she was very bright, and she was able to attract people with her power of seduction. So in this way, she became a very important person. And she was the first woman to start wearing makeup and bringing the beauty of makeup to Egypt, because Cleopatra put makeup on, she arched her brows, and she had a marking look, and this makeup was seen as vanity and not protection anymore. This is Cleopatra from reality, not the ones that we're used to seeing in films and on the internet. So, what is beauty like in Egypt? So against dry skin, they used oil-based creams, and then we're going to talk about skin. But they used the eyes, and they protected the skin from exposure, from pollution, and oil made it easier. The hairs were removed not because of vanity, they were removed to avoid parasites. And they did the extraction for hygiene. And the hair, they took a lot of care about that. And the eyebrows and the eyes, they were taken care of because of the infections that I told you about. And how the climate is very hot, there are lots of sandstorms, and the water was contaminated. Because of all that, they had to use this toxic product for prevention because of infection. And this became a symbol, just like we use makeup today. And the Egyptian people, they were the creators of makeup, and they started using makeup on the eyebrows because the marked eyebrows from Egypt, they transfer power. And you can see how the eyebrows talk about us. So when a customer comes to your office, she has a very thin eyebrow, so you try to change the aspect, the shape of the eyebrow, and then when you finalize micropigmentation, you can see the difference it made, because the eyebrow talks a lot about us, says a lot about us. And symmetry, the greatest experience I had there, and that was in being a perfectionist as a professional and understanding about symmetry. The Egyptians are perfectionists, and symmetry is something that is very important in that country. Balance is associated to an art. This is Magi, the god, which means harmony, Magi, and they look for harmony in looks. So over there, we have to bring this symmetry in a very intense manner. And in everything that you see in that country, you're going to see geometric shapes, straight lines. Everything is connected to the pyramids. The pyramids, you can see that everything is millimetrically thought of because it is in the blood, it's in their culture, it's in symmetry and perfection. And the important thing is to carry out the techniques, and it's not the style of the artists that is important. And they used the Pythagoras theorem. The basis of that is geometry in the constructions, and they did all of the projects, and they made everything straight. They didn't like curves, and all of this has to do with the eyebrow. When I went to work there, it was very difficult because we as Brazilians, we like, arched eyebrows and rounded eyebrows, and they don't. They like straight eyebrows, like a pyramid, always very elevated. So then I began to understand their proposal and what they wanted. It took a while, but I did it. And the design is associated to space and shape. And before, they used these ropes to create the right angles. And we do that when we use lines nowadays, when we are going to transfer from one side to the other in a harmonious way. So the climate in Egypt. The climate in Egypt is that of a desert. So it's hot, it's cold. When it's hot, it is very intense. It's almost unbearable. And then when it's cold, that's the same thing. So it's the extremes. And this climate also interferes in terms of micropigmentation, in terms of the healing, and if it's cold, intense cold or intense heat, it is very dry weather because you don't have rain. And the main environmental problem because of all this is pollution. And as we know, this interferes in terms of healing and in terms of our skin. In December, January, and February, we have the coldest months of the year, and that's when I stayed there. It was really very cold, and I also stayed when it was hot. So it's extremes that we have there. People think that in Egypt it's only hot. No, but it's also very cold. And over here we're going to talk about the type of skin. So over there, the skin has these three factors. It's oily, it's flaccid, and it's dehydrated. Right? So it is very difficult to work with. However, if you learn how to work with that sort of skin, you can work with any kind of skin. So Egypt is a wonderful country to work in because it makes you become a complete professional. With the difficulties that you have there, you're able to work anywhere else in the world in terms of the demands from the customers, in terms of skin. You learn about depth and healing. You learn about everything. So I'm saying Egypt for me was the best experience I had in my life. Now, oily skin, I think that the factor that interferes mostly in terms of oiliness is exposure to the sun and the fact that the climate is very hot. So these two factors are really what weigh the most in terms of oily skin. In terms of flaccid skin, they smoke a lot. So you are able to smoke anywhere in that country, and you can do this inside a micropigmentation room. It's allowed. Now, alcoholic drinks, heavy drinks, no. These have to be taken at home. So they allow you to smoke, but, alcoholic drinks are controlled. So this thing about smoking also interferes with the flaccid skin. And hydration of the skin. So what interferes in terms of dehydration? The climate, because it's very dry. It's very hot, and they do not take in as much water as they should to maintain hydrated skin. So they are oily, flaccid, and dehydrated. That's what the skin they have because of all of these factors. And why are eyebrows so important for them? Because some Egyptians, they still use their burqa. Nowadays, they're not covering their faces anymore, but before, why did they do that? Because it was the only part of the body that they could expose, right? And as many know the story of the women who use this, they can only show their beauty inside their homes. That's why everything had to be covered, regardless of the fact that if they were full of jewelry or not. And the queens of perfectionism. So we have experience, and if you can go one day, you should. You should. It is difficult, but it's a wonderful experience. When I got there, I suffered because I had never had such demanding customers. There are customers that are going to look in the mirror, and they're not going to say, oh, how beautiful. No, they're going to look for the wrong things. Oh, there's a strand missing here. Can you put another one? Can you do it a little thicker? That's why they do it, because they like evident eyebrows. For Egyptians, eyebrows are a synonym of power. So there you become an extremely perfectionist micropigmenter. You're going to look for what is wrong, and you're not going to look for the beauty in your work. It could be bad, but it's going to allow you to have a different visual perception. So there are 3 models. These are Egyptians. This is what I did there when I was there in the country. And you can notice from the design that they are thick. And they like that. They like this very thick eyebrow and thin tails because they want to feel they have a triangle on their faces. This is the design that they like. So it's going to be better for your face. No, but they know what they want when they arrive at your clinic. And it's no use arguing. We have to do it. Why? Because it's culture. It's their culture. And they want to have that kind of eyebrow. And we as Brazilians, we have to respect that. So we are in their country, so you have to adapt to that culture. And the most important thing was to maintain that thin strand. So I learned to work with the design they wanted, but I gave the quality of my strand. So we have to adapt when we're going to work outside the country. We have to adapt and learn about the culture of the country and their proposals, so what their expectation is in terms of micropigmentation. Face mapping, so the perception of the world changes at every experience that we go through. So when you make a design before micropigmentation, you make the design and you review it, check if everything is okay, and then if you look again, aren't you going to find something else you want to change? So every time we look at something, if we look at it again, we're going to find a different detail. And our view actually changes all the time. So Bianca, I like to do face mapping for my design, especially in Egypt, because over there they do not allow you to make mistakes in terms of symmetry. So if you provide an asymmetrical eyebrow to an Egyptian woman, you can be sure that it's not a good thing.
They will fight until you get them thick and equal, exactly equal. It's not a problem to be so thick, but there is symmetry. Symmetry is a big concern. Facial mapping is so important because this will make your time easier. You are sure that that procedure is symmetric, and you can really deliver what they want. If you look the facial mapping lines, you can see a triangle. Can you see a triangle? That's it what they want. They want that. Everything are about straight lines and triangles. They want this type of angles. The Egyptian ladies do not like curves. A client comes to you with this eyebrow like this. I would just go for some strands to fill this line. The design is perfect the way it is. We need just to fill it in. They want you to remove the tail, to elevate the tail. They like this type of design, always elevating the end up to the temple area. So we take the tail to tragos. They like the tail up to the temple area. Straight lines and tipi pointing the triangle. When we understand We can give a wonderful work. The first is the design, and this is useful for us as professionals of micropigmentation. You need to go for a good design. If you had to get back to attend a design course again, that's not a shame. You can do it. Design is the most important factor for micropigmentation. Now, let's talk about techniques. I love it. Blades. And here you see 3 types of cuts. I will talk about my experience, what I see now, the frustration of my students, and the problem of Instagram. The main aspect in the micropigmentation world is a thin line. I need a thin line. It's beautiful for photograph, but the professionals get frustrated with their results. They do not understand why. You go attend a course and you learn how to use a single blade. Is it okay for you? In your region, is that blade going to serve for all purposes? What I teach my students is that they need to be free, because I had to study to learn how to use everything to reach the desirable result. Let's talk about blades. The thinner the blade is, less pigment you implement onto that skin. And that's why the thin line does not have the results in healing. They're not so perfect. Then you pass it over and over to see colors. That's not wrong, the depth that you work, but the thickness of your blade, as John mentioned. We have to understand about blades, so you understand the type of results after healing. When you call models for picture sessions, okay, you are not so concerned about the healing results, because it solves you as a model. You have a beautiful picture, but you are not thinking about results. Normally, I think about my client long term. I don't think about it just for picture session. I do not want my client long term come back to me with a grayish eyebrow, and after 3 months, no more pigments onto the skin. Why? I know how hard it is to pay a high value. It's not cheap at all to be back in 3 months and nothing on her skin. And she looks at the work. She would like to get the procedure for a while on her face. So we have to understand what are the cases to use the correct blades. Let's see the first picture, 015, 016 blades. They have 1 millimeter difference between them. The thinner the blade is, less pigment will be inserted onto the skin. When you use a blade intermediary, you have a deposit of pigment a little bit bigger. So the thread is not going to be so thin, but it's going to be beautiful, similar to actual strand, and the healing result will be efficient. And the third picture is a thicker blade, 020, 025, but the strand is going to be thick, but there are clients that have thick hair. How can you use 015, a client of eyebrow that is so thick? This is not going to be harmonious, because it's evident where the natural hair is and the design one. And the naturality is not that. Naturality is when you get and you camouflage the microblading to the natural hair. We have to understand what is the appropriate blade for the client. Let's talk about skin. How can you use a blade that is thin for oily skin? Black skin, you are going to hurt it and you get frustrated with the result. For this case, you choose a thicker blade with a higher caliber, so insert the pigment without traumatizing the skin. If you have questions and you want to ask me, feel free. Stretching. Most of professors say, my healing results not good. What happened? Support on the skin is not stretching. I say that the stretching hand hurts more than the working hand. We need to stretch during the procedure in 3 points, perfect points, because our skin is not flat as we look at it. Inside, there are irregularities because our skin has layers. And in order to reach perfect healing, this implementation has to be uniform. And for that, we need to stretch the skin so it is stretched so you can implement this hair from the beginning and to end in the same layer. So you have the healing process that is excellent. The first point for the perfect healing is stretching. You know, do not use anesthetic is life. If we stop and think about anesthetic, we cannot use it because it's something that's not good for health. So, when you start working without anesthetic, you see the implementation will be better. You reach the layer of the skin much easier without passing it over. And you work without anesthetic, you cannot work it again without it, but the client feels pain. When you show the client the positive aspects of not using anesthetic, they see that you are a safe professional, you are confident, and they trust you. Yesterday, Annie did my lips without anesthetic, and I knew the result. And I trusted her. I know the result will be good, so I think it's worth paying for that price. The same you have to show the client. When I do not use anesthetic, the skin is full, receiving the pigment better, is not going to have thick hair, I'm reaching the correct layer easily. So when you show your client good aspects of it, and she's going to say, I want without anesthetic. If I feel bothered, it's okay, because I tell them, pain is different than feeling bothered. Pain is something unbearable that you want to run away from it. When you feel bothered, you can tolerate. Depth. People ask me, how can I say that I reached the right layer? The skin gives you signals. If there are no signals, it's superficial. 30 days, 2 months, the procedure is over. If there is bleeding, there is deep enough. So when you see exudate, that yellow water and some droplets of blood, you have reached the correct layer of that skin. And it's important to be aware of not cleaning that skin excessively. The much you clean, the more you accelerate this inflammatory process. So realize the signals when you go for your blading. Is it bleeding? It's deep. You see the skin separation? It's deep. When you do not see signals, it's superficial then. So we have to learn how to analyze. Depth. I have already worked this way. When you see the top picture, seeing the separation of the skin, after 30 days, the result is fantastic. Because my concern was showing my healing picture on Instagram to compete with other professions than my client. I have experienced that already, but I'm over it. 30 days later, zero touch-up. I'm so proud to say, zero touching up on Instagram. After a year, everything expanded, faded. I do not want that. I do not want this for my clients. I work with the bottom picture. I do not see the skin separation unless I stretch it up too much, because I need to implement the amount of pigment onto the skin, not causing a trauma. I will talk about that in other pictures. I have some more for you. They are so important. And now I want to say that do not compete other professionals on Instagram. This is so frustrating. When you focus on yourself, be sure that your work will evolve faster. I paralyzed myself for a while because I was comparing myself to others. Your client comes back after 30 days for some touch-up, then coming back after 30 days, perfect, but the expanded skin. There are failures with laser because I have worked wrong. You have to think about your customer long term, not only on Instagram to show to other professionals that you are better. You know the result after a year. So we have to be more aware with our clients. Our clients are the ones that value our work and pay for it. Another professional, you have nothing to do with them. So stop comparing yourself to others. If you analyze this picture, the top picture, the idea is that the two strands are on the same layer, isn't it? Look, thin lines and beautiful lines. Now I will show you another picture. Observe the side aspect of that skin. Can you see that one strand is thinner than the other? The other one is more underneath. It was implemented deeper, we have to think that our strand is like a glass. Inside this glass, there's no need to go deeper. What you need is to fill it up. So most of the times I see the mistake of the professional, they pass over a strand without the need. Saturate 3 times, you do not see pigment, and then you pass it over. Otherwise, do not pass it over, you don't need, because you are going to go deep, and the result, long term, you see a color change. In this picture, you can see it much better, the depth. Our skin is extremely thin, like a piece of paper. Can you imagine that? Why pass it over that strand? Why leave it deeper? If our skin is already thin, with some pressure, you can reach the correct layer. Pass it over. The mistake is you are using too much anesthetic, the skin is too hard, or you are choosing the wrong color of pigment. Professionals are afraid to place dark colors and they pass it over to see some color up. So micropigmentation implemented in the correct layer of the skin glider up a color. So do not be afraid. Choose a darker color for that blade so you can see colors easier with no need of passing over. And this way you see natural results and the healing result that is excellent. So your choice is not lighter pigments for shadow and also blading, because shadow, you pass it over to see the right color up. And in the strand, you also pass to see color in your implementation. Direction of hair. I say that nowadays we have to use the visual perception. Most of people are used to go for that mesh. I teach in my initial course because it's important. You're starting up, you know how to start. You have a skeleton, you have good branches. You start an excellent micro-pigmentation professional. But if you are already working, you need evolution, and evolution is practice. What is visual perception? When you look at this white aspect in this back of my slide, what color is the background of my screen? They say white. Is it white? The visual perception is what? In this slide, I see white, I see off-white, I see gray, I see darker shades of gray, I see yellows. This is visual perception. When you look beyond the color, our eyes are used to seeing the basic. You look at it, and that's the color. You have to go beyond. If you have a full eyebrow, can you see the strand so you can fit in other blades? You have to learn that. You have to improve your perception so you bring naturality to your work. When you go for a blade, you have to think about the hairline to place the blade onto the skin. It's not placing the blade and then you think it's a straight line, there is an inclination. Before starting the procedure, you look and say, this hairline is out. You position your blade in the right direction according to the hairline, and this way you can bring more naturality to your work. This eyebrow is unidirectional. All the hairline is going upward. That is a layer of descending hair as well. How can I work an eyebrow in unidirectional hair if I have descending hairline? Does it look natural? An oriental eyebrow for this design going downwards, do they look natural then? So that's why it's so important to understand visual perception so we can gather and hide and camouflage the microblading hair and natural hair. Printing faces on the internet and train with a pencil because you improve your visual perception. Thin strand is easy, but a mixed eyebrow with thin hair is difficult. Fitting the ideal model. Fitting, you need delicate shapes, you have to work loose blades, okay. But if you work fitting hair, you have to be delicate enough because the branches will bring the illusion of movement. So you need the perfect fitting with fluidity. Our eyebrow is fluid. The transition is not so marked. It's so smooth, seamless. In a scene, flows. So the branching, the ramification of the client must go the same way. A very fluid, seamless connection. And you look and you say, I do not know what the first blade is and what is the branching here. We need to bring up this naturality to our work. Let's talk about working equipment. Why is it so important to use Anvisa-approved material? If you buy material without Anvisa approval, you have a blade like this. It's a risk. Can you implement perfectly with a blade looking like this? Can you see it? All the irregularity for the blades, in the tip of those blades. It's impossible to have a perfect implementation like this. You are going to hurt the skin. The healing process will be awful, hurt, injured, because this material has bad quality and the result is not good. So use material that has good quality, because if you want to see excellent results, the materials must be excellent as well. Movement. When you are working, do you normally analyze the movement you are making, or you are working automatically, work without thinking about it? All the time, when we are having a procedure on a client, we must be all the time focused on that. Is my blade in the correct position? Is my blade correct? Am I holding the T-bore correctly? The rotation of the equipment, is it correct as well? Am I working with my hands, my fist, or my finger? Everything you have to bear in mind when you implement this interferes in your movement. That's why we have to be fully focused. When we are going to rotate the body, we turn the finger, not the fist, not even the arm. It's the finger that moves. Why microblading was not so well considered? Because it was bad executed. People put strength, heavy hand causing scars. So we have to work in a natural way, light. T-bore is a beautiful art, and we create using our own hands. So when you go for a procedure, you have to be light and well. And we can never do this movement like a pendulum for the strand. You cannot go with the T-bore in an angle and finalize it different, a different angle. You get in, you touch the skin, movement is slowly and continuously in the same angle. So you can have the implementation in the same layer. When you go into an angle and then you move this angle during the trajectory, you go deeper in that layer. So you are going to have a clear, dark blade, and maybe later end. And this changes your healing result. So be aware of these details. And this quote is so important. I read it one day and it kept my memory. Something that nobody can do for you is your part. Normally, we blame on the others. The material is not good, my pigment was awful, my teacher was terrible. And then what? What about our part? Where is it? For many years, I blamed people, things, until I understand that no, it was me. I was failing to myself because I was focusing on blaming others because of my work. My work was not good because I did not dedicate hard enough. I was focused on Instagram of my colleagues to see if the healing was okay, the eyebrow okay. In the meantime, my work was aside. And when you focus on your work and you are aware that you need to be good for yourself, not to show others, your work evolves. How many days a week do you train? Do you practice? Yeah, that's a habit. I tell my students, daily practice. Daily practice is a pleasure, it's pleasant to the professionals, because when we do not practice, you see 10 clients a day. You need to practice anyway, because we need to leave our comfort zone. We need to leave it. If you want to evolve, you need to give something different, because copy and paste is easier. But how can you be different if you copy and paste all the time? I never teach a mesh to my students because I do not want them to copy me. I teach them to have free blading so they can create. This is important when they create, and you can can only create when you dedicate to your practice. You deliver round blade to an eyebrow that is upwards, curvy hair to a spiky eyebrow. You have to practice in order to be free, and then you can have naturality in your work. Saturation is the most important factor for the healing process. Prevent passing over. Test first. Work without anesthetic, with just one passing over, and saturate 2 or 3 times, waiting for the pigment to dry. When it's dried, you can remove. There's no more effect after that. Whenever you saturate, stretch the skin, because this way the pigment penetrates better. Saturate, because most of the time it's not the depth, but saturation that matters. And here we see the picture of 3 Egyptian ladies. They have peculiar beauties, people that are wonderful. I am so grateful to that country because they welcomed me and I had this experience over there. And the most important aspect for our profession is to be harmonious. We know that in Brazil we are more aware with this aspect of symmetry and muscles. Most of the times we do not have the perfect symmetry because we are not God. And to be harmonious is essential. Do not try to transform your client, just improve what they have already. And remember that the truth is liberating. If they have asymmetry, explain the client. Micropigmentation is not going to make things perfect, but it's going to make things better. We are here to restore self-esteem and improve what they already have. Persistent is the pathway for success, and if you get tired, learn how to rest, never give up. And this quote is very strong because for a long time I wanted to quit, most of the times. And persistency made me be here where I am today. RBKollors has been with me since the beginning. I'm so grateful to the brand Renata. Never give up. Most of the times it's hard. The pathway is so painful, but believe your potential. Stop comparing to others. You are unique. You always have your work and your colleague theirs. Do not get frustrated because we are living our own process, and then you have to experience it's your own experience, nobody else's. There is a QR code in the corner. You are going to have 25% off in my in-person course, and then I put on my Instagram. And thank you so much, all of you here present. It's been a great pleasure speaking to you. I hope you enjoyed. Thank you. That's beautiful. You are a bright star, always a bright star. Tell me, lots of women in the future, they have great opportunities of visiting different countries. What would you say to these women? That's something precious for people that are going to visit a different country to work. Be brave. It's not easy. I say that we are in our country speaking our own language. But be brave, because the opportunity knocks at our door once. We do not know if this opportunity will be back ever again. So enjoy all these opportunities that you have in your life. You know what? If it does not work, you tried, right? And this I'm telling you, and I regret not embracing the opportunity that was at my door. If it goes wrong, you tried. It's okay. You get back and you start over. I love that. I love it. Brava. How long did you stay there in Egypt? 2 months first, and the second time 1 month and a half. Did it make a difference? Yes, totally. So get your trophy. A round of applause. Let's hear for her. Beautiful. This award. And everybody with new lips, wonderful. That's Annie's work. Thank you so much, Bianca. Thank you, my love, for your content and for traveling with us, because who is wearing typical clothing represent the country. This is extra appreciation, isn't it? This room is full. Isn't it, Jojo? How wonderful. People on YouTube, they are crazy. I'd like to ask our team to send us the messages, some messages from YouTube, from viewers at home, everywhere in the world. Where are you from? Where are you watching us? Write on the comments, so we would like to know where you are. We are all over the world. Yesterday, we talked about something, and I will propose. Let's see if the team can help us on that activity. Let's ask people at home. Hi, how are you at home? Woohoo! You are at home in the VIP room, and people watching on YouTube, and people here in person as well, to send us a hashtag. Use a nice picture with the hashtag RBKollors. And then we are going to try to capture some of these prints and place here on our screen while we have the presentation on. Let's do it. So work on your best picture using the hashtag RBKollors. And we have messages, especially about some colors that are out. They are out in our website because they are champions. Jojo, tell us about it. We talked about hot repair and also gem black. If you do not know why this mix is so successful, we have this mix in pigmentology, so we can balance the chemical strength. So there we have the degradation of color that's more beautiful, and also the tint will last less than the other one with the organic pigment. The thing is, the most used color that people appreciate was the mix Hot Repair and Jean Black. But Hot Repair is out on our website. There's another choice. Yes, we are going to teach a secret from you. You can have a mix of 1 drop of Odense with 1 drop of honey. When you use 1 drop of Odense and a drop of honey, there you have it. You have your hot repair, so you can use with your gem black. Do you understand that? So we have to let you know that now, by the end of the day, if you buy at our website here in Brazil, you have 50% off. And if you buy in the USA website as well, for the USA audience, you have the same discount. We have to be careful. You know what? Our sales representatives are not part of this special offer. This special offer is just for the sales channel, RB. So you need to get into the sales channel, marketing team, to place a tag so you can click on Instagram stories, RB Road, RB Color Club. Put us a tag, please, with the web link, so people go on Instagram and they can see stories and you are addressed to the website. We have one more surprise, do we? Yeah. So we are going to have a draw to massager equipment for J Physio. The winning people of the equipment here in this audience, who is going to have the chance of having this massage equipment? Who would like to have one? Sara Souza. No, not here? At home? Great. You see? Let me see. You are not lucky today. Sara Souza, my beautiful girl. It's posted on RB Stories. You can check your name there, and you're going to get your 2 machine of massage. Let's see our next presenter. Yeah. She has the DNA to ensure the authority. She's royal trainer at RBKollors, and she was here yesterday on this event. And today, things have changed. Now she's a presenter. Yes, she is. And to talk about the free concepts trend from Greece, we are going to invite here DNA Concept. She is the daughter of the owner of this party. She is Viviane Barcelli. Come to us.
Que linda!
A rainha dos fios naturais.
Wow, she is the queen of natural strands. Her procedures are very successful. In the city, there's a line. You're going to be alone on stage today, and you can do what you do, right? Do you know Viviane's work? Do you follow her? I'm just going to I'm going to be nice to you so you can ask your mom to bring me next time. So follow her, vivibarcelli.pmu. vivibarcelli.pmu, and you can look at her work. She is incredible and she is so beautiful. Okay, so please be comfortable. Hey! Good morning, everyone. Okay, people at home, how are you? I was very anxious about today. I was very anxious about being here to share my knowledge with you about my journey. And as I've already been introduced, I am Vivi Barcelli, and I had to stop for a while. I became a mother. I have an 8-year-old girl, and now I have twins. They're 2 years old now, and then I had to, pause for a long time. And if you're the mother of twins, you know that it's hard. And now I'm coming back to the micropigmentation area. Over here, I just put my very brief CV. I am an eyebrow designer. I think that micropigmentation, we have to be a designer. And I am a royal trainer of RBKollors. I'm a mentor in the technical center. And I have given international presentations abroad, and I've also been an MC. And my topic is Greece, and I confess that I fell in love when I started researching this, and I got this topic to talk about. And has anybody been to Greece here? Yeah, very few people have been to Greece. And at least for me, it didn't really call a lot of attention. And I fell in love, and I want to go to Greece because it's a country that has lots of beautiful things, and it's really beautiful. And it is located between Europe, Asia, and the Middle East and Africa. And Greece is a country where, that everybody should go to one day. And almost all the territory is filled with mountains and paradise islands. And it was in Greece, if you didn't know, this is where the Olympic Games started. So we have the Greek mythology from old Greece, and they really believed in the gods, and we remember this when we talk about Greece mythology. And the Olympic Games, they created these Olympic Games for the gods, and I thought the story was very interesting. So the Greeks, the old Greeks, they loved beauty and aesthetics. They reflected what is natural, what is beautiful, and what is artistic. And that's when Plato, the very famous philosopher, he thought about it. He said, so what is beauty? And from this reflection, he got to this meaning that everything that is identified as good and perfect, that's beautiful. And before, they believed that for you to have a beautiful body, a beautiful appearance, it meant that your inside was beautiful as well. So they were really worried about the external part. And nowadays we know that's not the case. That's not how it works. And of course we're worried about the outside, but we want to see something from the inside as well. And that was divine, right? It was connected to the gods at the time. So This was also considered to be a gift from the gods if you were beautiful. So they were always trying to find new ways like athleticism and cosmetics and always trying to reach perfection. And now I'm going to talk a little bit about the characteristics of the Greek women. So most of them are dark, they have dark eyes, and nowadays, although they like to have more marked sort of makeup, a stronger makeup, they like something that is a little more natural. And this is why my technique fits into Greece and also with Brazil, because since we are in Brazil, we have to tell you how it works in Brazil. So I usually talk a lot about evolution. So micropigmentation, where did it come in? So starting with tattoos, and then we started with permanent makeup. So that was a little older, and in our office, we still receive many people who want to improve the aspect. They still have that heavy makeup on. And then we have micropigmentation. And now things are evolving even further. The world is evolving, and micropigmentation is also evolving. And I would like to invite you to think outside the box. What does that mean? Think outside the box. So before, we were always talking about, a step-by-step and doing the eyebrow, and it had to be the same in everyone. So we looked at the person's face, the customer's face, and we knew who actually did that eyebrow on her. So today, the customers want something more. They want personalized outcomes. And you want to feel unique, right? And isn't it nice to be here and to be unique, right? Isn't it wonderful? So all of us want to feel they are unique. And thinking outside the box, and I'm going to explain this in a minute so that you can understand what I'm saying. So this is going to provide personalized results, not eyebrows that are the same in everyone. So we're talking about visagism that Vanya was talking about, and I'm really enchanted with this, and I think it's wonderful, the pigmenters that are able to work in this way, and it's something else that you actually add to be able to get personalized outcomes for your customer, and always respecting what's natural. So this technique that I brought you is a technique that is natural. It's the personality of the customer, it's her eyebrow, and we really try to improve the positive points. And of course, if there is any point that needs to be improved a little further, then we can do that. But always inside what we can do. And we can't really do something that is a little droopy. We cannot do it outside the area. You have to have partnerships with other professionals in the aesthetic area so that we can actually work together. And where I am, we have this, we have the partnership, and when the customer has an accentuated symmetry, they can improve it, and we work together, and this is definitely something that provides satisfactory results for the customer. Let me just drink some water. So for us to be able to get good results, we have to start opening our minds and forget that eyebrows are just strands. We see lots of people worried only about practicing strands, and they forget the design itself. So we have to practice our artistic side so that we're able to obtain personalized results. And just like I said, knowing how to identify the type of skin the customer has and treating that skin. And this is also very important. It is not a cake recipe that you're going to do the same thing for everyone. No, we have to change according to the type of skin that the customer has. And I'm going to explain later on how to identify that. And something else that we have to be concerned about is using blades and pigments with very good quality. So there are many cheap Chinese blades that you find, but sometimes your blading is not good because you're not investing in good material, and you can charge for that. So if you provide good work with good material, your customer is going to pay for it. So you always need to find blades and pigments with a very high quality. And to understand the angle and depth, that's also essential to be able to get a good result. And I use Tabori, and I work with blade 1, and I always work with a 90-degree angle. With Tabor, there's no other way of doing it. And respecting depth. So depth, when we are able to identify the type of skin the customer has, and when we understand the angle to be used, we don't have to go that deep with the strands. And talking about depth, sometimes, not sometimes, but we always have to change the weight of our hand when you're doing the customer's eyebrow. So you can see that it changes the thickness. And when you get the skin, you're going to feel that it's a little thicker. And over here in the high point, it's a little thinner. And over here at the tip, it's just very thin. And it really depends on the age. And this makes, when the customers come back, the eyebrow is a little fainter here in the beginning, and then at the tip it's saturated. So we really have to pay attention so we get to the same depth so that we will have perfect work in terms of healing. And we always make it a little lighter in the tip. And, you know, touching, the finishing touches are always very important. But, you know, these finishing touches are important because that's where you find your work again. So when you're doing these final touches, you're going to check if what you did was right, what you want to improve, what you want to continue. So it's very important. And when you do it, sometimes we make mistakes because we're not able to do exactly the same strand. We can't go on top of it. And only those that are faint. So we have to have good illumination, good lighting, to be in a good position, and we have to see, you know, because you have to see what you're cutting, and you have to be very precise. You have to use glasses maybe, and I have, you know, my degree has gone up. I've always had to wear glasses. And my doctor said I could only work with glasses now. And I noticed that my outcomes became better after I started working with glasses. But it is essential. So we are seeing the skin to be able to do it in the same place. It is essential. And also to be careful so you don't wet the blade, because the skin is already going to let out that lymph fluid and a little bit of blood, and then you put a pigment that has a high pigment load, and you're not going to be able to have the same distance between one strand and the other. Now, talking a little bit about skin. So how are we able to identify dry skin, and how do we treat this dry skin when the customer comes up in front of us? So dry skin, regardless of the age of the customer, it's always going to be full of expression lines. So dry skin is usually thin. It usually has it's easier to peel, and it's extremely sensitive, and we have to work, because it's so thin, we have to work on it in a light fashion. So, you know, for dry skin, a good tip that I'm going to give you is that you have to know how to choose the color of the pigment. If you're in doubt, choose a lighter pigment, a lighter color pigment. So it's better to do a little less than a little more, because the dry skin is going to pick up that pigment even more. So do it with a lighter tone, so you will have the perfect color when you're done. Normal skin is already perfect, so it is something that you can see, and it's very smooth, and if you do this wrongly, and even though it is wonderful to work with that sort of skin, we have to know how to work with it properly so that our results will be satisfactory. And the mixed and oily skins, they are about the same thing, more or less the same thing. When the customer has mixed skin, usually you have in the T-zone over here, there's a greater production of oil. So how do we identify this mixed skin and the oily skin? So the pores are open and the skin is a little thicker, and even though it's a little thicker, it doesn't mean that we have to use a heavy hand, right? No, we have to be very careful with oily skin, because the strands actually expand with oily skin if we don't do it properly. So it is a type of skin where we have to be very careful when we're working on it. And oily skin, different from dry skin, I know that you always put a darker pigment because degradation is less. In terms of durability as well, the eyebrows, and then depending on the skin, it lasts longer, and depending on the skin, you can use the same kind of pigment on the same day, but if it's oily skin, it will produce more oil, and definitely pigmentation that will degrade faster, and maybe the patient will have to come back earlier, right? And this is applied to micropigmentation, also for henna, and even those who have oily skin, makeup lasts less, and for micropigmentation, we have to know how to identify this kind of skin, and you're able to identify your skin and the type of strand, use the right pigment, and also respect the design of your customer to have your personalized outcome. So colorimetry that I apply in this case with this technique, I only use 2 colors for all the phototypes. I am from Sorocaba, the countryside of São Paulo, and we don't really have that many blondes there, and these blondes I'm able to address with the universal one and gem black. When I want like a darker skin, a darker tone between these 2 colors, then I put, half and half of each. And I use organic pigments, and I'm not able to do that with one pigment because it's an extremely delicate technique, and it's extremely delicate strands, and degradation is incredible, and in 6 months it starts getting lighter, and if you don't do something about it, it's going to disappear. So the customer has to come back every 6 months, and then you're able to see the same strand, and then you can do it again. Because it has happened to me a lot, and I'm sure it's happened to you as well. The customer comes back after 1 or 2 years, and it's almost like everything was expanded, and especially here in Brazil, where the skin is very oily. So in this case, she wants, another good result. So either we, used a laser and working with micropigmentation. What we ended up doing, we used shadowing, or we actually put in a few extra strands and everything was shadowed. So working in a lighter fashion, we're able to make the eyebrow degrade 100% if the customer does not ever want to do it again. This does not happen, but we're able to have wonderful degradation, and the outcome, it will make our customer come back faster. And also, we don't have to remove the pigment, we don't have to use shadowing, and she can have a natural look. She can have a strand by strand eyebrow all the time. This is a blonde girl where I used universal pigment, and I was able to get the customers, when they don't have hairs or they have a big failure in the eyebrows, then I base myself on the rest of the eyebrow. So this is something I know there's artistic training we still have to go through. So we have to get our vision back, to try and identify and create. Micropigmentation is an art, so we have to create. So when I tell you to do, what I tell you to do is, I always say that in my courses. So I look at, I print, the picture that we take of the eyes before, and then you get a very light pencil, and what would you do with a very light pencil, and then you're going to be able to train your artistic side. So you copy what is on the face of the customer, and you get great outcomes. And then my outcomes changed when I started doing this artistic bit. This is a blonde girl. I used pure universal. She's not really blonde. She's redheaded. And she has very fair skin and fair hair, and she's redheaded. You're going to see it after. This is also a blonde girl, but she has darker hair. So she has fair skin, but she has darker hair. So if you have pure Jambo, you can use that, or half and half of Jam Black with Universal. So since I work with nano blades, I always choose darker colors because people are extremely fine. So if I get very light colors, they're not going to stay. So I use a light touch. So if I use inorganic pigments or hybrid pigments in the strand technique, it does not work. So it's always a pigment with a high load of pigment and always a little darker, because we know, okay, for me it looks beautiful and she loves it when she leaves, but we know that this becomes lighter. So we always need to look for something lighter. So this is a blonde girl with a very dark eyebrow. She is blonde, but her eyebrow is dark. So that's also something that we have to know. So we have to touch the pigment according to the color that the customer has. We don't want that to mix up. Don't we want to look real or natural? So that's what really has to happen. And when I do it on Instagram, and that's pure, some pure Gem Black, yeah. It's really very natural, it's very fine, and when it's healed, it's perfect. So she came back, she's a model, and it's not something that, it can't really show up that much, but I ended up doing it a little more superficially, and she cannot have anything that is definite, that is permanent. Every 6 months she comes back, and then I do the touch-ups, and it's always very beautiful eyebrows that she has, and I can always see the same strands. I can work on top of these same strands so that the eyebrow has a strand-by-strand eyebrow forever. A different kind of skin, lighter skin. So this is lighter skin. This is another type of skin that is a little darker, the same color hair. So strand by strand, I am not basing myself on the tone of the skin. I'm looking at the tone of the hair. So, you know, she has fair skin, but she has darker hairs, and this is gem black as well because she has darker hairs and darker skin. We always have to think about the strand by strand, and it's the color of the strands that are important, is important. So over here, you can see the pores come in there. I did not edit the pictures. And then you can actually see the outcome and how beautiful these things look. And so that is perfect. And that's exactly what we want. That's exactly what we're going to have. So this is also a gem black, where I used gem black, and her eyebrows were really very thin. And now it's a little more evident. And there was no natural hair there, so.
So we can have a result that is very natural and beautiful. This client, I use gem black as well, blading technique, and in the end, you can observe that I shadow it up. Just with the T-board, I shadow it up with the same color of pigment. That's why it's a little bit more marked, because I did it during a course. When we shadow with the demographer, it's lighter immediately. The result later is so beautiful, it looks natural, because there was a big failure in the end. When this happens, a failure in the end, hair a lot in the area but not in the other, we have to work shadowing more, because the natural hair brings volume. So if we just go for blading technique, that's not enough, and then you see that eyebrow like still with failure. And here is a work of reconstruction. The first picture, she came to me like this, with this micro pigmentation, and then we had 2 sessions of laser. Can you see here that the sign is a little bit out in this high point? It's outside her natural hair, and that's not what she intended. She intended a natural result. She wanted to feel the failure, not transform it into something different. She wanted to have a beautiful eye, but not at that high point. There are some clients that like this evidence, but not her case. She was looking after naturality. So we had 2 sessions on laser depigmentation, then she came back with the eyebrow like this. So we could have this result for her eyebrow, and it looks great. I was afraid, because as I saw it, that the hair was too thick, I would use gem black, and here I use jumbo. When she came back for touch-up, I touch up with gem black. When I'm in doubt, I go to a lighter color, always. And in the touch-up, I have the chance to improve it. It's easier. She came back with a lighter brow, then I can dark it up. Then she goes with 2 dark eyebrow. Then what I do, I have to go and arrange this, removing pigmentation. So we better get back with lighter brow. And then when I touch up, I use gem black. Can you see it here? The design, I respected what she had in the hairline, because she wanted that, a natural look, what she had. She complained a lot about this design that was outside the line. We have learned, most of us here, when you are more experienced in more pigmentation, you know the rule of pachymeter, so you have to go and measure 3 centimeters, the eyebrow, the total size is 5 centimeters. And for many, many years, I used to work like that. And then I realize now that's not it. What we have to do, if the client has 1 centimeter of distance between brows, but you look at her face, you see the set of her face, the context. Is it harmonious? Does it fit her look? Do not change anything. There's no rule for that. When we understand that, when we bring the personalized design, it is essential. The clients get so pleased when we do it. And here, I play step by step. I always tell everybody in all my courses that art is free. There's no need for mathematical calculation. Of course, we are based on something to have a brow that is similar to the other one. Is not perfect. Do not be perfectionist. We have to be detailed, thorough. Perfection does not exist. We have to be aware of the details in having a good finishing, leaving the eyebrow that is harmonious to the person's face. Not perfection, because perfection does not exist. In mathematics, we know mathematics, we have exact results. We need it during our procedure, but we have to bear in mind that we have to be thorough, not perfectionist. But we need a guidance. What about that client? She comes to us, how can I go to a design if I cannot use mathematics? What should I do? So we need step by step, so we understand and we have guidance. So here I have a step by step of the technique that I use for most of my clients. I call it universal technique. This shorter hair in the very beginning bring a natural result in the end. So you can have them longer with branches. They look also good. When you understand it, you have different possibilities of creating a result. When the client wants a natural look, like the blue eye client that I showed you before, when we want a more natural look, we go for the hair. The blades are shorter, like the step-by-step I showed you. You see that hers, in the beginning, there are no branches. So we have layer and the blades, like that step-by-step, because the result here has to be more natural. The shorter the hair is, the faster they are going to degrade. So you have to understand that to make your work easier. In this case, she does not have hair all over her eyebrow. That's very thin. I work on longer hair, so they get more evident. What I mean is they are natural, they still look natural, to fulfill the need that she had on her eyebrow, needing more color, more blade than the other. So, this step-by-step is just one of the most step-by-step, so we can learn how to create. Art is free, but we need guidance, and especially when we are starting up. When we are starting up, things are never easy in the beginning. I will play my video of step-by-step working on this eyebrow. Can you play my video, please? The first eyebrow that I showed in the beginning, that the hair is reddish and blonde. You see that she has really light hair. I start, of course, with the hygiene process, cleaning up, using Regenera Beauty products. And then we have to design these mascaras. We just see this part of the client, and I believe this is a set. we have to go for a set. When we use micropigmentation, I will ask the client to lower her mask. She does not have a mask on, but the client asked them during the design, lower the mask so I can see her full face. I like to finish up with the blade because in the picture it looks great. With the white pen, I start separating the natural hair descending. So there are clients that is before the line or after the line. So at this moment, I mark, and here I'm using the technique to apply the pre-anesthetic. I tap the blade, and then I apply the pre-anesthetic just inside the design without getting the pencil line, and I leave it for 5 minutes closed with plastic, and then I removed, and I start the procedure. You observe that is always 90 degrees, the angle. The video is a little fast forward in some aspect, but the movements are slow, and with a pace that is rhythm, you have to come with the same pace, bringing up the blade. You cannot stop and come again, stop and come faster. Always the same pressure applied since the beginning until the end of the blade, because sometimes the blade gets back stronger in the part when we leave, and in the upper part it gets lighter, so we have to be aware of that, because this decreases the touching up need. A clean work, just placing the blade without the excess of pigment so I can see the skin underneath. I must keep the same distance among the blades, so this work is beautiful. I cannot leave one blade here, another there, another near. It's the same distance. The saturation, we have to bear in mind. Stretch the skin when we go for the blade, so the blade can really slide. It's a clean work without the pigment leaking all over, not even blood leaking all over. A blade at a time, very slowly but surely. The upper part, I divided. You can really see the white pen underneath. In the top part, where the hair is descending, the saturation, stretching up the skin, not hurting the client, but stretching it up. And now I use the branches, and this ramification, we have to be extra careful on the distances among the blades for the branches coming up. When we go for this process and you are going together with the previous hair, be careful not to pass on top of the same blade again, and then that blade goes deeper and the client comes back with the blade so strong. I do not saturate, not yet. You can see it now. It's universal, just universal here. And it works perfectly for her hair color. It really matches with her skin as she was born. And she messages me. This is the nice thing. She messages me, she thanks me, she loves her eyebrow now. Normally, I do not leave the pigment. I normally just massage on top it without leaving it, so we can see it. The result is here. The blend looks natural. As she said, she had no eyebrow, you know, like a gecko, but now she has got eyebrows. And to conclude, this picture is old now, me and my girls. And I would like to tell you, especially if you relate to my story, if you're a mother, in order to be remembered by our children, we have to be present at their lives today. if we have full agenda, if we work more than 12 hours and you get home so tired you cannot give attention to your children properly, you do not have quality time with them. Now I work less. I start working 11:30 a.m. and then 5 p.m. I do not see clients anymore. Oh, I'm so afraid my clients do not schedule with me. Yeah, if you work well, if you have quality, if you have what you offer to a client, they come back, they adjust to your agenda. I'm saying that, and I know what I say, because this happens to me. My clients adjust to my schedule. I have awful time, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is awful for my clients. My schedule is full all the time. I do not sacrifice myself. The client, I have to pay something tomorrow, so 7 p.m. No, no. I do not see after 5 because I am spending quality time with my children, with my family, without posting, because you cannot do everything at the same time. You cannot leave social media and be present at home at the same time. Do not I have time to share? I like to share. I love to share. But you have to choose. So I choose my family. And I'm telling you, if you do not have children, you have parents, you have sisters, you have siblings. So think before sacrificing your time if you work long hours, because one day we go away and everything stays behind. Thank you so much. Let's have a video. Where is my cell phone? Where is my cell phone? I want it. A round of applause. I help you down. Oh, do not talk to me. Not right now. Let's turn on your cell phone lights. I would like to see your lights on. Lower the lights. I'll be brief.
Bora, 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 bora. Mandona. Vamos abaixar a luz pouquinho, gente?
Let's lower the lights so we can have a nice video, please.
Só para aparecer as lanternas. Vamos caprichar no vídeo, hein, gente? Que amanhã é vocês, hein? Amanhã é vocês, hein?
Let's have a nice picture, because tomorrow is due. I have just talked to them, this event, RB World. And what about my presentation? Boys and girls, let me hear for you. Thank you so much. Brava. Thank you so much. Thank you. From my heart. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. So many important points she has brought, but I'd like to list one. That you do never let go of your family. No, never ever. Because sometimes, with our mind connected into problem solving and family, we create more problems. I hear people telling me, I will work to provide my son everything I did not have. And this is wrong. If you want to provide something to someone, provide your time. That's the most valuable asset that you can give, is quality time. She's so young, but she knows so much. So this is the takeaway message for all of us here. We are mothers and we want the best for your family. The children like us, with them playing with attention, not sharing and competing our time, our best moment with the telephone screen. So we have to leave this room not only with the knowledge as a professional, but also as a woman, a mother, as a person. Yeah, we have balance. We need balance. So we are taking away a little bit for everybody to our hearts. Thank you so much and congratulations. You, Vivi, you are not in a better position because you are a daughter of He. You trace your trajectory, your success. You are the daughter of Renata. That's a great honor. That's wonderful. Yes, it is. But that's not enough for you. Are you a daughter of Renata? You never stop there. It's so nice to see you, a role model to all of us. Success. A round of applause. Let's hear for her. That's great. Take a picture now with my award. Here I am for pictures.
Até parece.
See you soon, Jojo. You know that we never mentioned the aquariums, the glass rooms. These are rooms where the professionals are here, amazing professionals, showcasing different techniques. John, show this to show what you are here for. I love it. I'm here for you. I like it. People, our specific VIP room. That's wonderful to see all these messages. You are amazing. I'll give you my pics. So if we have the full screen, I can give you a nice bribe. Wait for me. Thank you so much. I will get down so we can talk to the professionals in the aquarium.
Para conversar com a especialista
Alana Falcão, she's working on the eyebrow. Alana, how are you? That's great to see you here with us. Thank you so much. This gather of specialists. So nice to see you here. I'd like to know what you are doing. Tell us about your specialty. I'm working in shadow line. In my model, she really likes the marking eyebrow with a makeup effect. As she had failures in the tail of the brow, I used the shadow technique to bring more volume. And you see how beautiful it looks. I'm concluding it. I'm finalizing some details, but she's in love already with this result. 100% dermographer? No, I used a board for the blading and shadow with the dermographer. What is the mix that you are using? I used organic pigment, inorganic pigment, Jam Black and Hortense. Jam Black and Odense. You see, if you do not have hot repair, you can use Odense. And what was the objective for her and why? Why did she come to you? Her eyebrow was filled with failure, especially the tail. And she told me that she really liked the makeup effect. She wears makeup all the time. I would like to have this technique. She wakes up every day ready and beautiful. You can see that up close. We can see on the screen as well. It's well marked and it's still, there is ink. It's not cleaned yet. The pigment is on. It needs to be cleaned first. But you can see the alignment is perfect. It's something that really determines the marking lines, this volume for the tail. This is really important. And tell me now, for her skin, is a hybrid pigment because you like this mix, or the hybrid is for the skin type? Why? I really like this color, Jam Black and Odense. It's perfect. And according to her hair color, this would fit perfectly. That's amazing. Can I try something? Feel free. Alana, is it the first time that you have this kind of presentation live? No, it's the first time live. And what do you think of this opportunity? Tell me. I am speechless. To be here, it's a dream come true. I used to dream about being here. I have worked 7 years in this profession, and to be here is a dream fulfilled. I feel like crying now. That's wonderful. And this accent, where are you from? From Bahia, Feira de Santana. People from Northeast, where are you? That's success. Northeast is a success in all the senses and aspects. Also, all the line Regenerability she's using also is 50% off in our website. So use this opportunity so you can take all this line. That is something Regenerability line that scares me, and I talked to Renata. Have you seen the size of the film tube? It's amazing. It's important. This film is important protection for the client, so they leave the clinic. You are at home and you are here. Use this opportunity because all the kit Regenerability is also on the website. RB 50% off. Nice. We see the display of regenerative ointment, so you can also buy them, and it's important. There is a special tip for you on strategy. Whenever your client leaves your clinic, she cannot leave your clinic without buying something again. And this represents up to 40% of your income. And the display of regenerating ointment of Regenera Beauty is also 50% off, and you can sell it to your client later. So you have two benefits: the maintenance, hydration of this procedure so it looks great, and you also keep the procedure perfect. And you can also get it as a strategy for your income, and it's called upselling. You can sell it again to your client. That's important. Yes, this is a golden tip. Tell me about something new on Friday. We are going to have something new for you on Friday on Instagram, RBKollors, and also Regenera Beauty Instagram. If you do not follow Regenera Beauty Instagram, I'm telling you that the family is growing. We have one more member in Regenera Beauty family, and then we are going to have this launch officially on Friday. So in the platforms of Regenera Beauty and RBKollors, we are going to place a tag so you remember on Instagram, and there is something nice. Also a discount on launching products. So do not miss this opportunity. Jojo, let's give the opportunity to Alana to talk about her social network, her social media on Instagram. I'd like to ask you all, follow me, follow my work. I will post before and after of this work, of this procedure. And also, I teach courses for beginners, specialization courses. My beginners course, every student practice in 8 models, so they leave the course ready. And that's what the beginners need. They need practice. That's amazing. 8 models. You have 8 models, yeah? 8 models. Yeah, you get out of my course prepared. That's amazing. Congratulations. And you know how to choose the teacher for beginners. This is so important, and the level of trauma. So, Alcione, I pass the microphone back to you. No, your Instagram. What is your Instagram? So, my Instagram is alana.falcão. Alana.falcão. Falcão. Let me talk to you. You are on YouTube, I asked. If you can see us, and where are you from? Let's see. People from Ireland, from Goiás, Bahia, Recife, Italy, Mato Grosso, Rondônia, and many other places. A special kiss for my friends, my colleagues from Juiz de Fora, Minas Gerais. Pão de Queijo Republic here present in our event. Wonderful. Next presenter now. She's amazing. I am sure that you are going to love her. Get your material ready, pen and paper, because you want everything she says. You are going to take notes as a gift. She's been with us, and she's a dear friend in our environment. She works and charms people all over Brazil. She's going to talk about the main mistakes and the evolution of eyes contouring. It's no other than Bianca Rosa. You are great. Talking about the influence of Mexico in micropigmentation for the eyes. Welcome. And she's a beautiful woman, influencer in this industry. Feel free, the floor is yours. Hi, everybody. I'm so pleased to be here, one more opportunity. And I'm here to share my knowledge with you. My topic is micropigmentation for the eyes. I will talk about the Mexican influence, but this topic, I know that lots of professionals get away from this micropigmentation for the eye area because there are myths about this area and people do not feel safe because that area is so delicate. So I'm talking about my experience and giving tips on how to work the best way in this area. A little bit of me. If you follow me on social media, I'm 27 years of age. I work with micropigmentation for 5 years. I'm doing 6 years now. And it's been an evolution since the beginning up to here. I started working with eyebrows, dermographer, and then I learned other techniques and evolved my work. As everything in our life, we pass through evolution of the work that is not so good in the beginning and the improvement that happens, always thorough. I say that I always not pleased with my work, it's never good, I always have to improve. So I think that makes us to become a better professional, this search for excellence. And I'll talk about the origin of haute couture for women. This is a trace of femininity. It's present since the beginning. We'd say that the origin was in the Egyptian era. Cleopatra used these eyes outline. The influence was strong for many years up to this outline that we have today that we use a lot. And why not bringing this trace to the semi-permanent makeup? So we say that the objective that we sell to the client is the client wake up and she's ready. The eyes like the eyebrow and the lips in a delicate way. I say that the Mexican lady is a woman that brings beauty, lots of beauty, who remembers the soap operas, Mexican telenovelas in the afternoon session with Paola Bracho, a beautiful woman, always exuberant. The Mexican woman brings this beauty. We have different ones, Thalia, Dulce Maria. These women bring that beauty. They wear too much makeup, the face is perfect. They really use makeup, not only on the eye area, but in general. And the influences of Brazil in America, South America, Central America, we women, we are we like to get well dressed, we like to be presentable. So the Mexican woman has a big influence in the eye area makeup. We see that the eyes are always well and highlighted. Getting to my technique, this one that I'm bringing to you, I use it a lot in my space, in my clinic. It's an outline that is beautiful, fast, easy, but we need the right technique. You need to know how to work on this technique.
So this is the technique that I'm going to present to you on the video live. And before I start, I wanted to point out a few important things about the artistic technique. So we hear this name, oh, it's an artistic technique. And, you know, have you ever asked what an artistic technique is really? What does it mean? How is it different from traditional techniques? And we say that the artistic technique is going to respect the individual characteristics of the customer. So it cannot be the work that you copy and drag and copy, right? It's according to the face of the customer. So it is a quick and easy technique, but when I say it's quick and easy, it's not that you're going to try and finish it as soon as possible. No, it's when you know about the technique, you have the right angle, and the way that you hold the instrument and the pigment you use, you're going to do it faster. Not because you're rushing, but it's because you know the technique. So it's also a technique that brings very little trauma on the skin. So you actually finish and it's beautiful for you to take a picture. So you don't need to do lots of things and put filters because it's a technique that when it's done, it looks good. Very little trauma. So we know that swelling is susceptible, in any kind of pigmentation technique. But if you work with oils, and then you can talk about that. If you're on YouTube, you can make comments. So who works with oils? Definitely you've made an eye where it became swollen. It happened to me. So it became a big ball, swollen ball. So you can't take a nice picture because it's just too swollen. You're saying, okay, it doesn't look good. What did I do that was wrong? So an edema is also a factor that bothers us when we work with eyes. And I'm going to give you a tip tip about how to avoid these edemas. So this is a technique. And the last very important thing is the professional, where you have the behavior of the skin, the durability, the degradation, and we always say that, okay, so we're doing it today, and it's going to, fade after a while. You're going to have to come back for a touch-up, and that is what it means to know about the technique and guide the customer, knowing what is going to happen when she has to come back. That's part of your job. And what are the advantages of providing this technique? I know that people don't work with eyes. Many people don't. But why is it interesting to do that? Because it's a technique that is going to open up your variety of procedures. If you do eyebrows and lips, why not do eyes? And the customer that did the eyebrows, that did the lips, so she can also want to do the eyes. So it's another procedure that you're able to add. And then you're able to maintain your niche of customers. You're just going to rotate it. And then you're going to have an increase in your revenues, and it's a technique that is not well explored yet. Very few professionals work with it, and something that I think is great in terms of eyes is the technique that we gain the most in terms of revenues. Why is that? Because you use 3 drops of pigment. You definitely use very little anesthetics, and you can do it really fast. So if you compare the time that you take to do lips and the time that I take to do eyes, the cost benefit for me, I'm going to get a lot more. So besides it being interesting to do, we can do it really fast. So in one day, I'm able to do several eyes. So I think that's great. And you're also able to have a high level of loyalty from your customers. So she'll come back to do lips, she'll come back to do eyebrows. So if you don't do eyes yet, and if you want to, it's interesting. So the first thing that we have to understand, the region of the eyes is very sensitive. It's very delicate. And if you think that lips, you have to do a lighter touch, it's delicate, it's because you haven't worked with eyes yet. So eyes are a region that have very thin skin. So you work with eyes, and your hands have to be like a feather. I once heard an international speaker, and she said if you put a dermograph on the skin using the eye technique, it's almost like a butterfly, flapping its wings. So if you have a heavier hand there, what is going to happen is that you're going to damage the eye, and there's going to be swelling, and you can actually get to a vessel. So, we have to work with feather-light hands. The needle can't be too high, because if it is, it increases the chances of going deeper into the skin and damaging it, and you have to have the feather-light touch. We say that we also have the prohibited zone in the eyes. What is that? The regions where if you put pigment over there, the chances of migration of the pigment is high. So what are these regions? It's about 5 millimeters from the tear trough, the upper and the lower one. And in the, that little triangle at the tip where we close our eyes. So, it happened to me. So, I want the contour of the eyes on the outside. Can I do that? No, I can't. Because if I put the pigment there, the chances of migration are absolute. So a very interesting tip. I've seen a few videos, people on Instagram micropigmenting these regions. So we know that in the long term, this is going to bring a big problem for the customer as well as for the professional. So we have to avoid these regions. What are the contraindications? Who cannot do micropigmentation in their eyes? These are customers who have excess eyelid skin. So, for example, they want to do that, and they said, send me a picture of your face with your eyes open. So they're going to take that picture, and then with the eyes open, you're going to check if you're able to see her eyebrows. And if you can see the eyelids, yes, her eyes are open, then she can do micropigmentation. If with her eyes open you're not able to see the eyelid, then we cannot do it. And basically, you have to do blepharoplasty that removes the excess skin from the eyelid. What about the patient who has done this blepharoplasty? When can she do it on her eyes? Well, basically 3 months after the surgery. And also when you have hypertrophic healing, scars, and higher areas, and keloids. Another thing that also gets in the way of the procedure is, you know, these strand by strand eyelashes, you know, that really gets in the way of the procedure. So it's also interesting to send this before the customer comes in, because sometimes she comes in to do it and then she said, oh, but I have my eyelashes stuck. Because, you know, when I show you the videos, you're going to see it goes to the roots of the eyelashes. I put the needle through the eyelashes so that this region becomes black, and I think that's exactly what is going to bring about the delicate effect. If the eyelashes are stuck there, we're not going to be able to do that, so that's a contraindication. And after it has healed, then you can actually stick them on again, but during the procedure, it's going to be a problem. And the implantation as well, so we have to respect it. So the correct layer, that's where you have to put the pigment. It has to be in the dermis, and that's where the pigment is going to behave better. It's going to last longer. Now, when we talk about the correct way of doing it, we have to remember that it is a very delicate eye. So if you use a feather-light hand on the eyebrow, you cannot do the same thing in the eyes. It's not going to work out the same way. You have to alleviate that weight on your hand, because the eye has thinner layers. So if you make a mistake, it's very easy, right? So why do we see so many eyes with the wrong color? So the color that is bluish or too green, why does that happen? First of all, many of the pigments that people used to use, they were pigments that were not adequate. But the second factor is also for the person to go too deeply. So there's this color that is not going to look good over time. And this thing about healing, that's also not easy. It's going to swell a lot. It's going to increase the inflammatory process. So we're going to try and avoid that, right? I just put a video here also showing the weight of the hand. And I always say that when we do it correctly, it's only the tip of the needle that goes to the skin. Does the needle have to go in right through? No, it's only the little tip. Usually people who make many mistakes, they make a mess when they're working. So first of all, she puts the whole needle, and the skin moves on to, the ink moves on to the skin, and people just get lost. And if we look at this later on, how this happened, look at the wrong way of doing it. It's excess pigment. It's much deeper. So this is a little test that I did on jelly, and we can see how it's not a good idea to go down deep with the needle, because that's never going to heal properly. The chances of migration, the pigment with a change in color, all of this can be seen in this example. And for the correct tip, so to get a correct tip, what did I do? This is, feathered light hands, and, not repeating it. I have to stretch the skin. And when I talk about stretching the skin, is it to, pressing it? I cannot press the region of the eyes, but I have to hold them so that they are firm, because, there's a lot of reflection in the eyes, so they're going to blink. They usually move, and that is a problem. So when you hold the eyes correctly, the customer's eyes are going to, stay there, and you're going to be able to work. And working correctly, you're going to have less edema. So it's controlled edema. So it is normal to have a little swelling, but it has to be under control. And this picture is very interesting too. It shows us the results on the skin of correct implementation. And look at how the incorrect one immediately, we notice that it doesn't look good. We notice a slight migration of the pigment, and there's no precision involved. So if this work is like that on the day it was done, imagine after. So we really have to pay attention to the correct implementation. So we always have to move slowly. And the stretching of the skin is essential. We have to do that. And all of the eye technique has to be done with the eye closed. So I've seen people putting that on Instagram videos, doing the eyes with the eyes open, guys. Everybody has their techniques, okay. But do you agree that the risk of having micropigmentation of the eyes with a needle very close to the eye, with the open eye, is very risky? And what if something happens, and you get the needle into the customer's eyes? So it's a big risk. The upper as well as the lower part, we really have to do it with the eyes closed, the customer's eyes closed. And this is just like the design of eyebrows. They look droopy, and the same thing if you do it on the eyes. So the contoured one, it cannot follow the straight line. So it has to go up. The tip has to go up. Why? Because then she's going to look like a cat, right? The fox eyes that they're using nowadays. So always move the tip up so that the customer's eyes look alert. Also in terms of the shape and proportion, I say that doing it very thickly the first time, sometimes it can be scary for the customer. And to remove it after, we can remove it, but it's more complicated, right? To remove something from the eye compared to an eyebrow, it has to be a specialized person, and it's a lot more work. So every time you get new eyes, do it, a delineator, you have to do it very smoothly and don't just, do a whole thing. And the same thing in the lower part, the lower delineation. So first of all, it has to be a customer that already has the eye without excess skin in the lower part of the eye. And if it is an older woman and the eye is a little droopy already, if you do the delineated part in the lower part, it's going to look even droopier. And also with the normal look, I always like to do it really thin, and I end in the middle of the pupil. I don't like to bring it to the, this region over here. I always like to end maximum over here. I think it looks more delicate. Angles and results. I'm going to use my dermograph in 2 different angles, and 90-degree angles. I use that for the shadow techniques. When I use the shadowing technique, and I'm going to use the shadows technique, and I'm also going to use it at a smaller angle, 45 to 60. Why? To do the root of the eyelashes. And the root of the eyelashes is very black, very pigmented, so I have to bring that down so that the pigment can go in faster. So I'm going to use 2 different angles, 90 and 45 and 60. The angles, 1 and 3 tips. 1 tip to be able to work on shadowing, and 3 to be able to do the eyelash roots. So you're going to do it in the upper and the lower eyes. And why, Bianca? Can I just use a needle for the whole eye? Yeah, there is a way of doing that, but since we have a needle with more tips, the chances of hurting the customer is smaller. And when we color the root of the eyelash, it's a very sensitive and vascularized area. So I always prefer to use 3 tips. And if it's going to be only the root of the eyelashes, it's only 3 tips for the work. And then what am I going to do after that? It's a ultra black pigment, which is the launch of RB. So it's a wonderful pigment. The color works really fast, and I was really impressed when I use it, so I love using pre-black. So Bianca, do you mix red and orange? There are many people who do that, to get the black pigment. So in the region of the eyes, I don't make these mixtures. First of all, because we're using black pigment. It is black, right? And this pigment is going to have degradation, and it's going to happen over time. So what do I prefer to do? I prefer to say to my customer, so, okay, we're going to do the delineated version, but we have to remember that this color is not going to be the color that is going to stay. So it is going to fade away. It's going to become more opaque. That is normal. And if you sell your procedure to the customer, telling her that the final outcome is going to be the same as on the day that you put it, then she's going to complain. But if you already tell her the truth, you tell her that there's going to be a slight fading of the color, and this is normal, then that's fine. And then you tell her that she has to come back until, I don't know, in 8 months, in 1 year's time for us to do the touch-ups. What kind of touch-ups? So you're going to, revive the color, and when you revive it, it's going to look even nicer. So it's a question of fading of the color that you have to explain to the customer. So it's normal to have that, and we just, do a touch-up so that this color will go back to becoming black the way she wants it to be. And we can, put on some makeup, and that's going to help. This delineated picture, I think it was 6 days of healing. So in the root of the eyelashes, there's still a little bit of skin there, but it had already healed, and we can see that the color is really, you see, we don't lose any pixels. Can you see through this picture? But you can see that over here we have a little bit of shading with the pixel, and here in the root of the eyelashes, look how marked this is in this region. So after 30 days, you have a cycle of 28 days, and I'm going to have 100% of healing. The curve is going to be stable. But I wanted to show you because if we do the technique properly, it doesn't come out. Many people have problems, fixation problems with the eyes. You do the delineated contour, and then it comes out. It doesn't look good, and you have to do a touch-up again, and it is possible for us to have a technique that has a good fixation. And we cannot forget to talk about the problems that end up happening when we work with the eyes. If you never had this problem, I'm sure that you know somebody or some customer, and you've already seen this problem. And it's migration of the pigment. That's very common to happen, and of course this is an extreme case. It migrated, and the person who did it got part of the prohibited zone. This is another prohibited zone that they picked up, and there are several mistakes. So besides doing it on the prohibited zones, there's also a heavyweight hand that worked here in the region. So what happens when you do that? So this customer, to fix that, you have to remove it. So you agree that, in my opinion, to make a mistake in the eye technique, it's the worst mistake, because with the eyebrow we can sort of disguise it, but with the eyes it's more difficult. So working with eyes, you have to be much more responsible about what you're doing. I think that's very important. So Bianca, how can I avoid this sort of situation? So let me give you a tip. What really helped me, and even if you don't work with eyes yet, remember this tip. It's really good. When the customer has this, do you see that? And we can see that because that's it's an extremely irrigated area, and you have this sensitivity. So when the person has these capillaries that appear in the surface of the skin, the chances of the pigment migrating is very high. And I know professionals, and when they get a customer like that, they don't even do it because they say, oh, it's not going to work out. So the tip for you is, if you get a customer like that, you're going to talk about the procedure before you get the pigment on the needle. With a clean needle, you're going to just, put the needle in here, in these vessels over here, near the base. So there's a little hole over here, hole with a clean needle, guys. After that, you're going to get the anesthetic with epinephrine, and you're going to put that there. You're going to leave it for about 3 minutes, because then that's going to make vasoconstriction of the vessels. After after the anesthetic makes an effect, you're not going to see these vessels anymore because circulation will have stopped in a few minutes. And it's the time that you're going to have in terms of working with that without any pigment. So it's a golden rule of thumb here. And if you get this sort of eye, that's what you can do. So I only use epinephrine if the patient has this. If she doesn't, this is vascularized. If she doesn't have this vascularized eye, she doesn't have to do that. You don't have to do that. Only for these cases. And post-procedure, what do I have to do? I have to avoid makeup, delineator, the eye pencil, and mascara, and also not do any strands in the next 15 days because the skin is still healing. There could be a reaction, so it's not ideal. We have to wait till it heals properly. I'm going to ask the customer to put some poultice in the first 3 days, very little, because if you get excess poultice and put it on her eye, she can block the capillary vessels in the eyelashes, and you get that little ball that hurts, right? So she can just spread it around on the first 3 days. And then the same as the eyebrows. So, no beach, no sun, and after 30 days, we can actually do the touch-up after 28 days. So the technique of the eyes, we don't really need any touch-ups. And if you do it properly, this is going to work out really well in terms of healing. Okay, so now I'm going to do the step-by-step of this eye, and I'm going to show you how I do it, how I make the design, and the results. So I wanted to show you just so you can identify this. Over here I'm going to put the eyeshadow, and it's like shadowing, and the middle is intermediate, the beginning is fair, and the same thing. It's a smaller region to work on. And look at the root of the eyelashes. It's very black. So this is essential to have a good result. So the root has to be well defined. So let's start now. I don't know if we're going to have enough time. Maybe I'm going to have to do a fast forward here, but let's see what we can see. And you can see that it was not a vascularized eye. You don't have those capillaries, so I don't have to use the vasoconstriction. So I can design the eyes. It's very simple. I do it with a line, and I do it with a pencil, and I mark it in the direction of the nose. So I already have that stretched out, and I have the tip of my DNA. So how am I going to do both together? So you have to use the line. That makes it easier, but it does not work in this area because it's lower. It's a lower region. So I'm going to complete the region where the line didn't work, and then you're going to see the delineation according to your customer's face. And then you're going to define what you're going to do. So how much you're going to go up, and it could be, you can show the customer before, or you can just, do it straight on. And I'm going to color it. This is more or less where I'm going to color in, and I'm going to put the little shadowing, and then I like to show her. Of course, this is not going to stay just like it because it's a pen. I'm not able to make this effect, but just for the customer to understand what we're working on here. And whenever you do that, you're going to wait for her to open her eyes, and she can sit down and check what has to be changed. And something else that I'm going to use is the white gel pen. Especially for those who are beginning, you have to make the contour over here. So you go into the prohibited region. Remember that external triangle? This is the region. So you put the white pen over there, and then you're able to make the contour, and we're going to put the anesthetic now, and the black pen comes out a little bit, and you have already worked out where you cannot work with the pen, and if you have more abilities, then you don't need to mark the prohibited zones that much. But I think in the beginning, it's very important so that you're sure that you're not going to make mistakes and you're not going to put the pigment in the wrong place. So now I've marked the region, the prohibited region. Now I'm going to put the anesthetic on top, and the anesthetic is one I like very much. It forms a small film, and I use it on eyebrows and in eyes as well, and it is almost 100% analgesia, especially when I put it in the region of the eyes and the eyebrows. So if you want to fast forward the video just to make it faster, over here, the little external triangle. And over here, the anesthetic, I'm going to leave it on for a few more minutes, and it stays a little white, and it's a little sticky. And after it dries, it's going to give me a film effect. It's very good. I like to use it because it has epinephrine. And what happens is that it's going to be an analgesic for the procedure without interfering with the skin. The skin is not going to become stiff, and you're only going to use it on those cases that I talked about before. And after it dries, it becomes like skin, and you can just pull it off. And what is it called? It is called Biagris. It is the formula of Biagris. It's a wonderful anesthetic, and sometimes you'll not be able to buy it because it's a dermatological one. But if you see it on the internet, you have the picture and you can send it. So the needle I'm using is a one-tip needle. And what am I going to start doing? So I stretch the skin of the patient, and I do that really softly, and this is what is going to delineate my contour. So we do it very lightly, and I like to repeat it because if you clean it off, if you wipe it off, it comes out, right? It's just like the eyebrows. You have to start all over again. So look at how slowly I move the needle. It looks like the needle is not even touching the skin. Remember that the needle cannot go in completely. We think that we have to, put the needle inside, all of it, but that's not the case here. So after I know that it has penetrated, I start the shadowing, and it's always from the base up. This is the movement that I make. And why? Because whenever we start with a needle, our hands are a little heavier. So that's the region that is going to be darker. So if I start with a needle, it's the opposite. If you do the opposite, you're going to mark this region. Did you understand that?
I'll bring this movement upwards. I can see the pixels forming up. It's a very subtle movement. And you tell me, is it going to work? Yes, it works very fast. That's why people mark DRs, it stains, because it's like shadow for the eyebrow. When the person cleans, everything's already marked. So my hand is light. I turn movements upwards, sideways, diagonal. So the more we change movements, the better. You see the difference of colors that is so beautiful. You see these colors change. The base is always darker. So this color changes little by little. When I color it up, you see there is no bleeding. It's not because of epinephrine. I work superficially, so we do not see this. You see the first pass? My eye is almost ready. Very fast. This technique is fast. Why is it so fast? Because I'm applying the right technique, the correct pigment, and the implementation is correct. Another tip is always, whenever you clean the eye, you see that's not messy. I use black ink, but it's not messy. I always clean, taking to the tear drop, because you remove the waste out of her eyes. I get back, passing it all whenever necessary, and then I get back when I finalize this tip, the main part, and then I go to the other part of the body. But first, I conclude this part. After concluding all this part and go for the body of the eye, I go to the root of the lashes, changing needles. So I have been using one tip needle, and you see how I take this pigment. Do you see when I put the body, could be from the root upward and working in the same reason. I want that the root is always darker. The same movement is a shadow movement crossing a tip that I like to give away so you can work on the eyes. Practice, when you practice synthetic skin in squares, very small squares, 5 millimeters, a square, very, very small square. And then you practice shadow into small square because you have a long movement for the eyebrow because the region is bigger. When you go for the eye, it's difficult. You know how to make the movement, but it's difficult because the region is much smaller. And when we practice in a small square with the gradient in this square, it makes your work easier. When you work eye region, you see how fast it works? I'm almost finalizing the eye. Changing movements. In here I have one tip needle, but you see that the root is missing. It's missing something. I know people that do not work on the root of the eyes, but you cannot have the effect when they look up, the marking that is so strong. That's what looks nice. Concluding this part, I will change needles. I place the 3-tip needle. You see how I clean towards the teardrop. Everything is coming out and not bothering the client. The students say, Bianca, but what if a pigment goes into the eye? Isn't it bad? It's not bad because we are using organic pigment. And when we clean it up the way I'm showing you, you already remove this residue. You do not have redness in the eyes, not even sensitive. Another interesting aspect, there is no swallowing. You do not see edema. The amount of times I pass my needle and it's not swallowing this eye because it's so fast. If you take 1 hour, 40 minutes, 1 hour and 30 minutes, 2 hours for the eye, she'll leave with the eye like a watermelon. So we do not want that. So the eyes, a tip, if the eye was well worked, the swallowing is very little. Of course, clients will swallow more than others, of course, but they cannot leave like edema, big edema on the eyes. I believe we can change needles now for the root of those lashes. She opened up, so you can see when she opened it up, we see there is no, in the inner part, there's nothing. It takes a while to start up, but then you finish up. You can also use the pointing technique to finish up this region. You can have a light pointing technique, but you have to be careful because if the technique is heavy, it's not good. If your hand is light, there's no need to work with points. This technique is enough already, you know, the final result. You see, I never use the pointing technique, but you can also use. The result is beautiful. Finishing up the gradient, I really stretch it. You see the eyes is so stretched. It's not trembling, it's not opening up. And also, she does not feel pain. When she feels pain, she's not quiet. She's moving, she's opening the eyes all the time. So when we do nice anesthetic, it contributes so she feels comfortable and you can work better. People on YouTube, and also people here in person in this event. When I finish my presentation, if you are interested in starting work with micropigmentation for the eye area, I'm going to make it available for you, a special discount for you attending this course here with me. In the end, I'll give you more information. I changed needles now. I have a 3-tip needle and see the movement, and the angle is different now. Not shadow anymore. I'm just coming and going, coming and going, coming and going. It's very slowly. It must be slow. If you go it so fast, what happens then? There is not enough time for the pigment getting, so you have to repeat, you repeat. The mistake on the eye area is pass it over and you repeat the movement. You have to be assertive, slowly but surely, and you have it once. So I stretch, opening up the lid a little bit, and then I color. You see that is slowly the movement, and I take this color with the 3-tip needle up to the front point. When the client can be sensitive, not pain, but she says, I feel like something, because this region is so sensitive. But the client is still with the eyes closed, so we can color it up all this area. I finish this area of the contouring, and that's it. The eye is ready. This technique is fast. Did you measure the time? And this video takes a little bit longer because I explain the procedure, but when you do it in a real client, so fast. You see how I touch and stretch the eyes like this? I press slightly 3 fingers on the lid. Automatically it goes a little bit upward. When it's up like this, I can really go with this movement. You see the eyes, how safe we work with the eyes closed. I can have this technique without fear of hurting. The needle will never get away from my hands into the eyes. Coloring very slowly. Once I attended a course, the teacher said that this region of the root of the lashes is the key point. You have to do it in less than 5 minutes. When you color this in less than 5 minutes, there is no swelling in the area. So you say, 5 minutes, how can I do it so fast? With the light hand. Light hand. What I mean is slow hand. When you go slow hand, there's no need to get back and repeat because the pigment works fast. I take it to the very beginning. It looks wonderful. You bring as much as you can. This is the touch-up for the base, and this finishing, for me, that's the key point. This eye will be beautiful. People do not color this region that much, but I like to finish it up because it looks great. And in this region, while we work, the color of the shadow is a little bit up now. So when you finalize this part, the eye is basically ready. You can get back, finish up if necessary. So what is the result that is nice? That is volume in this region of the lashes. So the client wears no mascara, but you see the lashes filled with volume. So I say people think that outline will give a heavy effect, that the person will get tired of looking at it, but it's the opposite. The eye is delicate. This model, she's my receptionist at the clinic. So when she started her eye, after people say, your eye looks so great, and she has the outlining. I never imagined that looks so discreet, so beautiful, because people had that vision that the outline is something so heavy all over the place, but it's not. When you apply the right technique, it's not. 3-point needle, finishing up in this curve. You see how nice it looks? What a nice effect. You see this gradient is wonderful and subtle because we have a camera filming up close. But when you see this client sitting up at a normal day, you say, wow, it looks so beautiful. You see the eyes is totally different now. A close-up onto the eye so you can see the beautiful eye, and we can see the pixels. The eye line looks black. You see? Wonderful effect. This is a permanent makeup that I wanted for my eye because it looks great. And the client will like it. You see the pixels? A beautiful gradient of color. What do you think about it? Did you like it? Wonderful, right? The finishing up, you see, when I lifted up the lashes. You see how black they look here? You see it? This finisher for me is top. If the person wants to have just the root of the lashes, they look like this. I love it. The eye is ready. That's the technique of shadow and outline for you. I'll give you a discount if you are here. I'll give on my Instagram. So you are here, present on YouTube as well. This technique is for this and also classic outline, like a cat look. And to conclude my presentation, I'm going to talk about dreams. Very brief. I know I do not have more time. Never get ashamed of your beginning, because this beginning will take you where you are. People are ashamed to talk about their beginning. They prevent this topic. They do not talk about it. How can I say that I was like this and like that before? When I started up in the beauty area, I used to be a manicure. And then I loved beauty. I studied other things. There is a story that I tell. I used to work in a manicure hair parlor. I had no workplace when I leave. It was in an elegant neighborhood. When I leave this hair salon, I used to work in a place near my home. And then I remember I went to the hair salon. It was very simple. And then I said, I want to work here. I showed my work. If you want, I can test with you. And I remember the owner, I don't know what she thinks about my work. And she said, you used to work in a very elegant place. We are not like this anymore.
And I remember that I was really upset. And I said I wanted to work there. I knew I was a good professional, and I did the best. But, she closed the doors for me at that moment. And when she told me no, I said, okay, I'm going to have to do something about it. So in the beginning, I started working in a garage, and this was the first place I worked in, and I started doing other things. I evolved professionally. I started studying, and then I was able to evolve as a professional. And I say that many times when one door closes, we get sad, we cry, we don't understand why, we think it's wrong. But then later on, when you compare, you notice that the door that was closed was the opportunity that you had. And if I could thank this woman that closed the doors, I would definitely thank her, because if it weren't for her, I wouldn't be here today. So sometimes closed doors will help you later on. That's what I had to say. Sometimes it makes fun of me, yes. I thought it was a beautiful presentation, very technical. Did you like it? And at the same time, it showed us that we should not neglect our beginnings. The story is built brick by brick, and even with closed doors. So if you find a closed door, we cannot give up. That was what actually drove us to this. So please, your gift, the trophy that is going to be on your balcony, and this great international meeting where we have people from all over Brazil watching us. And thank you on behalf of the Congress and your authentic contribution. You're a very generous collaborator. Does anybody work with what she taught us? Very few, very few. Okay, great. So tell me one thing, from 0 to 10, I know that you are having lunch. Was it really worth it? So let us give her a round with what she deserves. Okay, so we're going to have a draw now. So does anybody not know Pontual Estética? Pontual Estética. So I can talk about Pontual Estética because I'm also a partner of this brand. And we're going to have a draw. And let's see. So if you're lucky, let's see. Did you pay the bank slip for luck? That is strange. Let's attract luck here. So we're going to have two models here. We have one that is like a saddle, and we have an anatomic one. I have this one, black. I love it. I like it very much. The all black, signed by James Alaya, the all black
Quem foi que ganhou o sorteio?
chairs, and let's see who won.
Vamos lá?
Okay,
Conta aqui.
is she here?
Posso contar?
Pode.
Can I say who it is?
Você tá aqui?
Danny Black, are you here?
E Black.
Danny Black.
Não tá aqui?
No?
Assistindo a gente aqui.
She's probably watching us. No, you're not doing well. You are not aligned. You have to, do some alignment during lunchtime because, nobody from here is getting this. So congratulations, you got this gift from the sponsor of our event, and I'd like to make a request. You can go to the Pontual stand, you can talk to the girls, and we have a lot of equipment over there. It's a brand that's growing, and it is a concept in Brazil, and you need to know.
Vamos combinado?
Muito bom. Nós temos uma convidada especial.
We have a special guest in our aquarium now, and I'd like to talk to the people at home while you go over there, anywhere in the world. If you're here now, you know that we have.
Fino para você. Quer assistir em inglês?
Do you want to watch it in English? We have it. Or do you want to speak in Spanish? We have that too. So we are transmitting in English and Portuguese and Spanish. There are different links, okay? So look for the right link so that you can flow with us here at RBKollors World. It is actually opening up no borders. So if you were not here this morning, I told the girls, and in my prayers I said, so I am breaking down the borders. So did you get the key? You can become a prophet, and you're going to be taken to several places around the world. Isn't that great? Taking our art, taking our Brazilian way of doing things, and we receive the influence of other countries. We recycle with that Brazilian flavor and send it out to the world. That's even better. So, Jojo, you're already in our aquarium, and you have Daiane Belmont, and she's going to talk about the procedure that she reviewed. Hi, I have Daiane Belmonte, and Daiane,
A proposta da Daiane é qual, Daiane?
her proposal is, okay, let us know. So first of all, I'd like to say that it's a lot of pressure to show eyes after a presentation like that, right? It was wonderful. And it is incredible. In the eyes, I think we still have a lot to explore, the micropigmenters, the pigmenters, and most people are not aware of this. And you're not inspired in, lip techniques and eyebrow techniques. They sort of set aside the eyes and bringing the concept of an old effect. And we have to show this. We have to show it to the market that, in fact, this is a new concept and it is a light effect. You know what I think is interesting? Daiane, we have a proposal of a very smooth procedure, very little swelling, very little edema, and, we have a rotation. What is that? Yeah, the rotation is being used for a light procedure like this. It shows that the technique is one that we depend on management of the technique. So it really depends on that. So control, right? It's the weight of the hand, knowledge of the tissue, because we have several different tissues. We have the eyebrows that different from the mouth, from the eyes, so we have to know about the tissue we're working with. We also have the technical maneuver, lightness, subtlety, precision. Exactly, because I usually say that there's no artist that is able to develop her talent without knowing about the skin, and if we respect these pillars and if we stretch the skin delicately. Let me start working over here. And what color were you using? Aha, I thought you wouldn't ask. It's ultra black, definitely. So if you're in the audience and if you're at home, we're using, not we, Diane Belmonte is using Ultra Black, which is the premium line of RBKollors, and it's also there's also a 50% discount. Are you using the Regenera line as well? Yes, we're also using Regenera.
Bem, pessoal, tá no site.
And the Regenera line has a 50% discount as well.
Nós estamos começando a diminuir consideravelmente o estoque.
And then the stock is going down, so take advantage of it. So you're doing this procedure now, and I'd like you to narrate what you think. So what do you pay attention to? Is it the stretching? Is it the traction of the needle on the skin? Can you tell us what it is? So first of all, I'd like to show the eye. So she's lying down. That's why it's a little swollen. But it's a clean procedure, a quick procedure. I usually do, 20, 25 minutes for each eye. 20 minutes each one, yes, but in 20 minutes, yes. So that we can actually do the saturation and have the painting that we want, and then the pigment goes up. So you do it without hurting, right? Yeah, and the protocol, it's a step-by-step that you respect, and you have to know when to stop, because the pigment goes up, right? Yes, but you have to know. And that's what you have to be careful with. The difference over here, I want to show you. This one is ready and saturated. So what do I promise to my customer? It's never going to be completely black. There's always going to be some opacity, right? And because of the area, too. So black over time will become dark gray, for example, and we have this aligned, and we feel that it's going to diminish the intensity and the thickness, because when it heals, can you just turn here? You have this smaller thickness, and you have the effect of lightness to just pretend that her eyelashes have more volume. So we have the lining of the tip here, and according to her personality, it's a person who definitely has pictures on Instagram, and it's democratic. So if you want to do something more dramatic, and that's her super make, and it's volume, adding volume to the eyelashes. So over here we have the saturation that is ready, and then over here we have the building of this shadowing and infinite borders, and over here we have the lining only with painting. And now we need the transition. And the transition is done through quadrants. In the step-by-step, I always move outwards, and then I can have a safety margin. So from the root of the eyelashes to the eyelid, the direction of the eyelid. So quick, and the movement that you're doing, it's, what is it? It is like scanning, and only in one direction for now, and that's where you're shadowing, yes. But we have to have in mind that if the skin goes back to the place, it's going to bring together the lines. So definitely we have to paint. So could you please repeat that? That's really interesting. I say this to my students, Diogo. We have to develop this artistic spirit, so painting. So we need to have a well-planned concentration. And it's very easy, and when it gets swollen, what's going to happen? It's going to bring it closer, and it's going to saturate it, and that's the effect that I want. But if it's swollen, I have to respect these lines. That is incredible.
Where do you come from? Rio Grande do Sul? So from Bahia to Porto Alegre? That's great. Can you give us your social media so we can know your work better? I am here to be your partner, so we break all the myths on the eye outlining procedures. Do not be afraid. You have to manage the technique and you work. And the clients need to understand that we have contemporary procedure. Daiane Belmonte, micropigmentação, and the stories will have pictures in high resolution, showcasing the procedures live and in real time. That's great. Thank you so much for being with us. That's my pleasure. I feel so honored for this opportunity to showcase what works in our
Jojo,
clinic.
podemos convidar a
Jojo,
nossa
can we
próxima
invite our next
maravilhosa?
and wonderful
Sim,
presenter?
mas antes,
Yes, but
vamos
before
passar um
that,
videozinho?
let's play a
Antes de
video.
chamar
Before
ela,
calling
claro.
our next
Vamos lá
presenter,
então.
Porque o vídeo
let's
vai
see.
dizer
This
já
video
muita
will
coisa.
tell a lot.
Uau! Com influência da Polônia. E para falar para
Polish
nós sobre a
influence to talk
micropigmentação
about
de lábios, uma
micropigmentation for
cicatrização
lips
perfeita,
and perfect
nada
healing,
melhor do que uma
nothing
campeã
better than a
brasileira.
champion, a Brazilian
Por favor, vem
champion.
pra
Please
cá.
come to the
Bárbara
stage.
Marcon.
Bárbara Marcon. Bárbara Marcon.
Bem-vinda.
Welcome.
Bárbara,
Bárbara,
a gente conhece o seu trabalho.
we know your
A gente
work.
sabe que você é
We
capaz,
know
mas a
what
gente
you are
também sabe
able.
o que essas meninas
We
estão
know
esperando de
that
você.
these girls expect a
E
lot
você
from you,
é
and you
incrível,
are
só
amazing.
deixe elas saberem disso.
Let them
Fica à
know
vontade,
about
tá
it.
bem?
Feel free. The
Bem-vinda.
floor is yours. Welcome.
Obrigada.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Renata, for the invitation. It's a great honor. I feel so honored for being here. This is a dream of many people share their story and their secrets, of course, because all of us, we perfect in a way, we learn from other people, but there are some things that we put our own touch. So, first of all, dzień dobry. A week I'm practicing to say good afternoon in Polish. Good afternoon, good afternoon. It's not easy to speak a foreign language. And now I'm here to talk about lips, all the secrets for the perfect healing, inspired in Poland. When Renata invited me to talk about Poland, I say, wow, that's great. I'm from Poland. Do I look like a Polish girl? I am Polish and Italian. Think about a mix of races. And then I said everything I needed. I will talk about something that is my descendancy and a perfect healing. We know that is something very important in our work. This work is beautiful immediately, but after healing, that's the real effect. Don't you agree with me? I need you to interact with me. I know that you have just had lunch, so let's cheer up so you can help me in my presentation. I'm going to give you my best. And then I studied a little about Poland because I needed to talk about it. I need to study. There's no need to say that I am with a Polish descendants, but I need to study. And I see that Poland is a country that is really studied. They are intelligent. They are determined. The women there learn since the childhood how to work, to entrepreneur. They are empowered women. And then we also have that idea of Europe that women like natural look, light, delicate things. They do not like heavy makeup. And you see how nice it is now? My technique, sex lips that I develop, it looks just like me. You develop what I like. I like marked lips, but I do not like them so heavy. So I sell sex lips now as marking at the same time natural. Can we have marked lips without losing naturality? Yes, we can, and I'm showing you. Combining my techniques with Holland, women that like light makeup, they do not wear something heavy on the eyes or the lips, but that also they have this empowerment of working, to be determined, and this matches with their sexy lips. Let's talk about Rio Grande do Sul. Who is from Rio Grande do Sul here? We have gaúchos here. In the southern area, the characteristics of people is similar to Poland. People that they have the phototype of fair skin, fair lips, pale look. And you also see lips that are pale but cold, and there's no need for neutralization for those lips. And I teach you how to say that. So let me get back. These pictures are clients that came to me for lips, and we see reddish lips, but pale lips or rosy lips, but we can see a layer of beige on top of it. A lip that I need to understand better those colors to have nice result. And then, what is the perfect healing for Barbara Marcon? If you know me, I'm very annoying for healing. And not all the results recently done we post because sometimes there is swollen or too much marked. Am I telling you the truth? Yes, I am. There's no need. Not everything is artistic. The artistic is beautiful and natural, but not all the lips we can have something so light. Unless it's just photos, but what is really is the healing process. Everybody works. We want to make money, right? So when the client comes back for the touch-up, it's so nice, it's already beautiful. We just touch up, brush it up, and she leaves happy, and so are we. And I am so original, so here, my perfect healing is invisible contouring. These lips that you see on the screen are healed lips, all of them, no touch-ups. There is no contouring visually. Can you analyze that? The color is uniform in the center of the lips. And this makes the lips look natural because I'm not getting away. The center is red or is pinky. I'm combining colors in an uniform color all over the lip. There is no contour, the color is uniform, and the effect is translucent. There is no heavy saturation like lipstick look. It's translucent, natural. And then we have that idea when I promise natural and marking, I have the intensity of colors, but without losing naturality. So I sell procedures a lot. One of the secrets that make the implementation perfect is exfoliation of lips. Lips that are dried, they have a thin layer that is thicker, and this makes it difficult for the needle getting to that skin to implement the pigment. So whenever we go for micropigmentation, we have to hydrate that skin for better results. Exfoliation is also important to start up the procedure. Another tip that is specific for you is the design. Do not work with marking of design. I work free hands, and my base is the Cupid lips. On one side, you see the base, the V, the Cupid V, and the incorrect side, you see one side higher than the other. The lower end, the idea is that the lip is more elongated, longer, and when it goes upwards, the idea is round and shorter. So when I adjust this base of the heart-shaped, the Cupid arc, the design of the lips goes naturally. Do not get out of this line. In some cases, if the lip is more pale, I can have something outside, so I can have the perfect middle. But not all the cases, not always possible. So we need to understand we never get the perfection for all the designs, and that's what happens. It's not in my presentation, but I will share with you. Our emotional aspect speaks a lot about our work. We need to be well resolved about ourselves, to be happy about ourselves, happy at home, happy. I believe we can have patience. Do you agree that uncertainty, impatience, fear gets in our way when we are working? Don't you agree with me? That's great. And then, when the person does not feel confident, the design is good, and she looks and says, it's not like Barbara's, it's not like the other person. Normally we post the beautiful work, but are the ones that are also beautiful, and we do not post as much in our feed because it's too much perfection. But in my stories, you can also see that work. And then we need to analyze this aspect inside so we can reflect it in our work. So everything that I bring to you, it's clear, and that's my daily activities. Everything with transparency. My design is like this, and in some cases, the mouth gets a little bit bigger in one side than the other, but what matters is the healing. The client that leaves satisfied out of the clinic, she will bring me more clients. And this makes us feel happy to be acknowledged. So we empower and we take up our identity. When we start seeing that the client is back with friends and likes our work, we take up our identity and say, I am Barbara, I can work nice lips. And you need to take up your identity as well. So here, I am outside my content. Let me get back. This is my design. Pigments. The pigments that I use, I started with an organic, 11 years that I work with micropigmentation, contours outside the mouth, and it was wonderful, but it was bad. I did not know because I thought it was great. When I found out about RBKollors in organic pigment, now watching RBKollors for a lips, I was so happy. Because it was easy. The needle slides and the color was in. And my work was getting beautiful and more beautiful. It was not just my technique. I needed also good products and nice fixation, because what fixates is worth working and the client gets back. The colors that I started using and I still do are Red Sand, Darling Sun, Penelope, and Hot. With these colors, I can work in different grades, in different gradients. I play with colors when the client gets back for touch-up. Do I use the same color? I use this foundation, the current color, and then I look and think a little bit more pink, maybe pink, or I put more red. I think it could have been hotter. So I play with colors. When we understand the product we use, we are safe enough because there is quality. We can play with colors and we become artists. So these are the colors that I use in my daily activities. There are several colors, colors that you use. They are wonderful, but this is my special colors. From these colors, I have new colors. I really play with them. I tell my students that work with lips is like when you have those coloring books that people buy to release the stress. Lips is the same. We play with this, with the colors. And then I'd like to talk about the color choice. This is important so you can have the perfect healing process. Beautiful. We can see that we have 4 types of lips. These lips are pale, clear, fair, but I cannot tell them apart. The cold and the hot ones. Can you tell them apart? I do not hear you. Okay. Please help me out. So the first lips is red, but that is the cold aspect. What color can I use it? The suggestion, I would like to hear your suggestions. What else can I use? What else? Tell me. Can I use red sand? I love it. It's the color of my mouth. If you take a zoom in, there's no lipstick. You can show my mouth. I use red sand. Can I use red sand? Yes, red sand, hotted by hot. I can use sun. Who has ever tried insane red? Insane. It's from God, isn't it? Pigment from God. It's wonderful. I can use it because it's the color, but I have to see the intensity. If I work with sun on these lips, there is orange inside. And then I can remove this beautiful color and leave it too hot, but it's not match the center of the lips color. I like to use with Darling if I want. Darling with red sand. I can play with colors. I can mix Darling red sand and a drop of sun, for example. What I need to take care is saturation, the amount of passing overs. And what type of needle for those lips? 1 tip, 3 tips? I can use both types. What will make the difference? The amount of saturation. When I understand the profile of that client, if it's communicative, it's expressive, or if it's more quiet, we need to analyze the visagism aspect, coloring the face of a client, matching their personality. For example, there are people that speak calm voice, slowly, the voice is sweet and soft. So we do not mark those lips that much. I speak a lot. I speak up, I laugh, I communicate. I need something to express me in a different way. So we need to understand what matches the client's personality, their outfit, if it's neutral colors or vibrating colors. This also interferes in our work. So when I work in this first lip, I can use different colors. What will be the base is the profile of the client, the effect. If I work with translucid effect, natural look, I can work with just one part. Maybe if I want more saturation, if I use darling, maybe I can use it here. Barbara, her lips is not so pink for darling. But anyway, this part around will be stronger because there is more color. So we'll match her lips. If I work it darling for these lips, I have to saturate it more. Why should I use a part to work more and more times? If I use 3 tips, it's faster. So do you understand what I mean? And this is not complicated anymore. But of course, we get excited and we want one tip needle to have artistic effects. So we post on the feed and the Instagram will go to the roof. But our life is not only Instagram. We also have to work and analyze our daily activities. Who likes money? Who likes money? Me too. It cannot corrupt us. Money cannot corrupt our heart at any point in time. Nothing is based on money. But make it in a correct, in a fair way is good. And we need to be intelligent and smart when we apply it. Why should I work on a lip 40 minutes, saturating a lot? In 20 minutes, I can use a 3-tip needles for the same work. It's easier. Right? So I need to understand the choice of colors, the choice of technique, the effect that I want after healing. And this is part as well. This lip is more pale. It's not so cold as the previous one. Don't you agree? These lips is not cold. As I showed, my students say they are free. I do not think it's cold. These lips here I show you later after healing. I use red sand, just red sand, and it's magnificent. Do you like your work when you see after healing? I look like amazing. I say, wow, it looks wonderful. I see the client, I say, lower your mask, let me see your mouth. And that's so nice. We love what we do. And we need to master techniques because if we do not master, we feel afraid, we are not confident, it's never good. It's beautiful, but we think there is something missing. Always take up your identity, empower yourselves. So these lips are normal. I work with just red sand, but I can use red sand and darling. Sun, not really, but I can use red sand and Penelope. It's a nice mix for those lips, but I need to take care on the intensity. Penelope has white, so I need balance on colors. These male lips, you can analyze that is pink, but that is the beige surrounding. Can you see the borders beige? What color can I use on those lips? I need suggestions here. You don't know? These lips, male lips, I used darling and sun. My favorite combination, darling and sun. Darling is a cold color. It's considered cold because there is no orange inside. Sun is more orange, so it can have coral aspect. Who has ever mixed colors this way? Nobody. You can mix this way. Darling and sun, it's incredible. When I want it hotter, I leave sun dominating. When there is no need, I have the rose dominant and I use more darling then. And these lips, pale lips, beautiful. I can play with colors here. It's more reddish, so I use for those lips insane red. It's wonderful. And for this lecture, I do not have, Insane is not here, but I'm in love with it. I'm in love with this color. It's good because it's concentrated. So you save time when you go for a procedure so fast. Whenever you want to have a translucid effect, you can use Insane Red. Another nice tip for this natural effect is invisible contouring. If we work with a mark contouring, we are stuck in the technique. I think it's so ugly when we see the contouring. I do not do it anymore, but I used to. If I pass the contouring, I paint this mouth so we can see the contour. If it's a technique that we use, contouring must be shadow. Could be a shadow that is more closed. It could also be more open, lighter. This contouring, there's no need to be present in the technique. But for you, it's important during the procedure. So you understand that after that design, you cannot get out of those designs. So you do not have to make it visual. You have to see it. If the needle touches and stain here, then you have a bigger interval. But stained a little bit here, I understand that I can align that area and follow ahead with my procedure. And in order to contour things without showing up invisibly, this is something that I mentioned for months now. And on my Instagram, I produced that video. The base of micropigmentation profession is to have this self-knowledge about the speed of your hands, the speed of the demographer. When we do not know ourselves, we are stuck to techniques. When I teach on my course, my students are free. I work in a certain way, in a certain speed, because it works for me. I know my students that are people that the movement of their hands is slower. They cannot work as fast. And this is not a problem at all. If this happens to you, this is not a problem. Or if you move your hands so much, I'm so fast, it's also okay. I associate the speed of the demograph with my hands. So when I have the speed of the demographer fast and fast hands, the needle tips and I have a nice shadow. I will simulate a needle. The needle goes like this, fast. Tip, 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 tip. And then there is the interval of tipping, so I can have the shadow effect. If I work with the speed of the demographer low and fast hand, the interval is going to be bigger, so I'll pass very fast like this. 3 tips. Could you see it? And the fast speed demographer and hand, you have more tips. Where should I apply this movement? In a contouring. It's easy now, isn't it? I can go contouring. It's easier to understand that. If the speed of my hand is slower and the demograph is higher, I use more for a more saturated effect. For example, if I contour lips for lipstick effect or eye, get these tips. This is wonderful. I will work on eye. I need more saturation, classic eye. Why should I pass several times? If I use the speed of my hand slow and the dermograph fast, I do like this on my tips. The interval is minimal between tips. I saturate it faster, and it's easier. And then the speed of slow hand and slow dermograph, you have the shadowing interval. So you understand, you need to know you better. You get to know you better, and your dermographer, it's easier for you having the shadow effects, the contouring effects. When I want close shadow, for example, it's not about eyebrow here, I know that, but I'm going for an eyebrow ombre shadow. The translucent effect up to the middle. After the middle, it's more marking effect. Who likes marked eyebrows here? Nobody. Ah, great. I do. Marking, what I mean is define. It's defined. It's light and defined. When I work in the tail of the eyebrow, why should I work with these open spaces? To pass it over. But if I work with the movement that is slower on my hand, the demographer faster, I can paint it faster, and it's faster for the performance. Can you realize how simple it is? Micropigmentation is simple. And I'm telling you that because I work with micro with 11 years. For 5 years, I used to work with hair. I was an expert in blonde hair in my hometown. See people from abroad. Think about me. I come from a very simple family, no university degree, could not attend a course. And then the hair salon, I embraced the opportunity because I never let go of an opportunity. Success with hair now include permanent makeup. So I worked for 5 years, hair, 5 years, permanent makeup. My business was making money. And I was a machine of making money because I used to work so many hours. And I define my life as successful life. So I worked 5 years with hair. After 5 years, hair and makeup, permanent makeup, those contourings like a bozo clown. The outline so heavy, and eyebrow that is compact. I was not concerned about quality. My business was, let's go, let's work, one more, then micro in a single day. And then, this is not my presentation, but I will share with you. After 5 years working with micro and hair, I get pregnant of my second son. When Lucas was born, he was hospitalized and almost died. And there in the hospital, we see what's really important to us. Because if my company bankrupts, I lose control. As I had a team, I need to monitor everybody. And it was a child, like a child. The company is a child. I need this child to grow up. You see what a great opportunity. And I was there and I could lose that company. I was in the hospital. You are there and you think and you wait things. My business, I could start over again if it's bankrupt. You can start over. My son, no, not at all. No, right? And then we start weighing what's worth doing. Is it money? Do you understand what I mean? Is it money? What is worth? And then I feel in my heart that God wanted me to change. Though success in my head was not success. At home, this was not success. Maybe outdoors, but not indoors as a wife, as a mother. I was not success at home. And what does it have to do with my presentation? Now I can see micro as easy. I teach my students so easily because I'm well resolved about me. From this point on, I have an objective with God. If my son was out of the hospital, I will drop what dominates me because I was going to get sick. For a miracle, my son is out of the hospital. The physicians know that was a miracle. God was part of it. And I said, from this day on, I will close my hair salon. Think about a reference in my hometown, a big salon. On a Saturday, we have a movement of 25 hair plus micropigmentation. And it closed down. The ego, the fame, the name, everything was out. I closed my salon. And I remodeled it over again. I started with micropigmentation and I needed to go it better because my work was going down already. So I decided to specialize and attend courses. 4 months later, after 4 months, I did not do eyebrow designing anymore. And God honored me now that I work less than before. I make more money than before. I honor my husband. I honor my children as a mother. My nails are always great. If you have a salon, you know this never happened. I can wear new clothes. In the salon, you can never do it. You see what I needed to go through to be lapidated? And today, I let you know about this technique. Micropigmentation is easy. It's not complicated. It's simple. And I feel that all this lapidation that I passed through cured me from what I needed. And I needed to understand that success is not only making money. I really made lots of money. Not as much as today, but I used to make a lot. I did not have quality of life. I worked automatically. Maybe you are too focused in wanting something and you need to treat something inside that will reflect on our work. Everything is for you to understand why I say that it's not complicated, because it's simple. Don't you agree? That you're silent, you're quiet. It's easy. And this way, Lots of lives are transformed in my clinic. If you know me, you know I'm a very simple person. They think I am lady because I'm blonde. I used to work with hair. I love hair. I'm a simple person anyway. I see things that are easy, not complicated, because if we analyze a dream that we have, it's so far away, so we give up on it. And then it's easy. Micropigmentation is easy. I master like a game. That's what I have in my presentation. You need to understand that you can get free, so you create your design. You can create the colors you wish, the way you want to work, of course, with responsibility always. Taking care of the speed, I need to understand the support of my arm needs to be correct. If I work with my arm up like this, it's easy. The client will move. I can pierce her eye if she moves suddenly. So my arm is elevated. There is no support. When I support in a firm hand, I support my hand on her face, sometimes on her teeth, the finger holding the teeth, and I need to move the dermographer. So I prepare the environment so I can be comfortable, so I can work beautifully. And I like before her because my name is on her face. So the position of your arm and your body is so important. Stretching. Something that I see people is doing wrong when they stretch the skin. Analyze how I stretch this skin. There is a triangle. There are 3 fingers stretching up that lip. And working on one side is easier, isn't it? The hard part, everybody has the easiest side and the most difficult side. So I need to prepare that skin in order to be flat. For example, when I contour like this, if I let it go out of the stretching, I need to work with the needle like this to have the right angle. In order to work with this angle that you see, the skin has to be flat on this plane of the needle. So in order to get a dermographer firm, to have a good support for my hand, I stretch and prepare the skin to be flat in that region. So I do not stretch too much. What I do is I stretch and I observe this. Can you zoom in, please? Because this position is very important. Who would like to zoom in this position, please? Can you do it? Can you get closer, please? I believe that's enough. Enough? You see? I'm not going. Can you see it? I'm not going to stretch like this. No, no. I will do like this. I place my finger on the inside, its round part. You have to flatten up, remember? Because the implementation is more assertive. I do like this. And then the skin is flat and plain, so I can work like this. If I work in the contouring, to have the right angle, because there is an inclination, I need to go with my needle like this. If I'm comfortable with my arm to work like this, okay. If my arm does not have the support, trembling, the chances is to make the wrong movement. Who has ever pierced the skin of a patient that moved? Sometimes I put a point in the client like this, in this position. Thank God she did not realize, but the girl who worked with me, I looked at her, she looked at me, oh, wrong place. We have to be careful. When contouring, I will stretch the skin like this, working like this. On this side, I do like this, right?
So it's something that makes a big difference. It becomes very easy. And then everybody, you know, you have a very nice design, a perfect design, but there's no marking, right? So I make it easy. I make it easy so that I can play around with the dermograph. That's the nice part, right? And you need to have this knowledge to know about the speed of the dermograph, the speed of your hand, and you now have to have the right way of doing it, right? The right side. And when I work with the mouth, I don't do that. I basically, it's difficult because the size of the face, for example, when you're going to do the eye or an eyebrow or the lips, you have no support, which makes it difficult. So you need to know, you need to organize your field of work so that you can then start the procedure. And my sexy lips, this is what I use in my courses. So this is the first presentation with my technique. Sexy lips is intense because the color is in the middle of the lips. The outline is very close to the skin, and when you work close to the skin, you know, if you've done lips like mine, yeah, and it's very structured in the borders, and then you do the touch-ups, right? So you just hope that everything will come out. Do we have any questions? No? No questions? I would like you to ask questions. I would like to answer them if you have any questions. So the concentration of the lip is in the middle. So why am I going to color it so much in the middle? Because that's where I already have color. So my basis for micropigmentation is the middle. And, you know, if you want more coral or coral in the middle of the lips, I'm going to use a warmer color, and I pull that to the borders of the lips, so that makes it natural. So this is a healed lips without touch-ups. I love saying that. So there are no touch-ups. Look how perfect it is. So this is, I used Darling and Sun. And this is also where I used Red Sun. This boy is an influencer in my city, and he sells a lot of micropigmentation. He loves showing his lips. This is the one I showed you before with pure Red Sun, no touch-ups. You can see the design is quite perfect, and it's shaded, and the border is not oversaturated. And over here, I left my QR code for you. Let's continue, okay. Getting me nervous. So this is the QR code. The first 10 people who enroll in my next course, just to give as a present, and for this event, we're going to give you a 30% discount in my lip course. I show you 4 techniques, all of the secrets, plus what I showed you here. So that was just one presentation. Imagine the course. It's all very simple, and you're going to learn the results with good healing, and you'll be enjoying it without being nervous and everything. Okay, so this is the QR code over here just to finish. What does not challenge you does not transform you. So fear paralyzes us. It paralyzes us, and Vânia Machado has already said that. Right, so let me tell you. So I closed my salon and I went to work with micropigmentation. So you can do one course, and we just did everything, and it was noughts and crosses all the time. And then I said, okay, I'm going to do really well because I did very well on Instagram, and I wasn't even able to make the model at the course. And Vânia said, so you need to, be part of the championship. I said, no. And then she pushed me quite a bit. It was 1 month after. I had not done a lip course, and the time that I did the contour and looking at that, I didn't know what organic or inorganic pigments were. Epinephrine, I knew nothing. I just went, and then I started, doing my own things, and that's how I started. And then I was pushed, and I went to this championship, and I was competing with people that I was dreaming of meeting. So Rio Grande do Sul is far. So imagine getting a flight, coming to São Paulo. It was not something for me. It was crazy. But I went, and I got there, and I was a finalist in all 3 procedures, and I won the championship. And from then on, I started getting opportunities and I started being seen. So if being scared had blocked me, I used the mindset that I was not ready for that. If I had listened to that, I wouldn't be here today. So challenge yourselves. Do not compare yourselves with other people. And not everybody was born to be normal. Not everybody was born to be hidden away. Everybody has their own timing, and you have to be prepared. So if God had placed me somewhere else, I would have, I wouldn't have made it. I had no identity. I didn't even know who Barbara was. So this is my last, these are my last words. I'd like to thank you for being here and being able to share my lip technique and dream big, because God takes you to faraway places and unexpected places, and things happen in their own time. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. Okay, so you talked to our hearts. That was excellent. So let me give you a gift. So this is for you to remember. And you talked to many hearts, and when it said, okay, God treated me, right? God cured me. Because God has done this with many precious people. People who are in this room, right? Yes, and micropigmentation is a great opportunity for people who never thought they would do that, that they would be able to grow. And I can see that the people who are so simple and following Renata. I don't know if she's here to hear, but if Renata gets somebody that nobody believes in and puts her here. So please keep working with RBKollors. It is a pigment that gives us good results, and it's also a family that helps, that believes. It is a brand that helps us not because of interest. It's a heartfelt thing because this is done automatically, right? And so you should embrace these opportunities. And God, helps you. We have to be ready. We have to be ready so when the moment comes, you can actually, you can take the first step and then it will resolve itself. So can I take a picture here? Yes. Where's John? Isn't John here? There's Jonah. Yeah. Is Joga here? Can I have the light video, the torch video? Yes. So after we take this very special picture, we're going to have the video, then we're going to have a 1-hour break, just so we don't run late. Okay? So, okay, I want some great music. Bring down the lights. Everybody standing up with their phones. More phones, please. Okay, so I just finished my presentation for RB World. It is going on in several countries, and the special point is this wonderful audience that is here, micropigmenters. And did you like it? Thank you, everyone. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. It was a pleasure to receive you and hear everything that you talked about, not only technically speaking, but also in terms of our heart. Thank you. So we're going to have a break now for you to do whatever you have to do, 1 hour exactly, and we'll be back for the second part of our day. Oh dear, it's finishing. Oh, do you do that? Ah, it's a pity, right? Yeah, because life goes by really quickly. So we have to take advantage of the hours, the remaining hours of this day, because we'll have no other opportunity. It's the 22nd of November, 2021. It's only today. So we're having a break now, and we'll be back in a bit.
Pessoal de casa, daqui a pouquinho estamos
So we'll be together with you if you're at home. Bye.
foto. Vem cá. Bem-vindos!
Estamos de volta! E esse povo que está aqui, vocês estão animadas? Nós estamos na segunda
Are in the
metade.
second half, the conclusion session. From this point on, we are counting down the minutes because that's great, isn't it? It's so nice.
Trocas nas mesas.
All the exchange, the networking is an important aspect of this Congress. Is it this way for you? Every person that I see and chat, I'm taking part of you. To me, I'm taking part of you, Jojo. Take me all. I would like to hear from you at home. People at home, never let me down. You do not let me down. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Oh, now you get it. They were not listening to us. I'd like to hear from you. Next time, will you be here? Ah, there we go. Let me tell you something. I know that you could not make it for some reason, but you have made this event so graceful. You were an important part of this event here. Thank you so much. Lots of things will happen here, but you were truly so relevant for this event. People at home sharing, placing hashtag RB. You are bringing brilliance to this event. And let me invite to the stage now. I would like to invite Lu Cândido, our manager of talents. Come on the catwalk. Lu, do not cry. Do not cry. Look at that. Do not cry. Don't cry. She's already crying. They are getting back. They are back. There they are. Wonderful. So Luke would like to take a picture with you. She would like to take a nice picture with all of you. Malu, cry later, crying baby. So get together, get ready, nice. You look so nice, so we can take a great picture with Lu. Lu, get me your microphone. Open up your arms, send kisses, heart-shaped hands. That's your moment. These are your kids. And they are so beautiful. Excitement. Let me see some excitement. People there at home, you really need to tag RBKollors on Instagram because Lu can see you there. She can. She was the crying baby. Let me get you the microphone back. She's the manager of this project, so she can be the second set of eyes of Renata in the market to find you. Yes, I'm looking at you. We need to hashtag and tag Lu Cândido Oficial, hashtag Club RBKollors. We have the groups, and then we are going to start the training sessions now on the 28th. We are having training sessions, yes, a full day with several professionals, techniques. You are going to be there. I'm invited, so I will be there. Alcione, of course. Call me, I'll be there. Let me tell you something nice. Alcione is an expert on lectures, stage positioning, video recording, everything that block people. As I was placed yesterday and I'm not going to go on stage alone, why don't you give me this training session so people can know how to position on stage? So who at home, on YouTube, and who here in person would you like to see the comment of Alcione on the stage? Thank you so much. Who would like to get ready to be on stage, this stage, presenting your content? Everything in life, you have to be ready for life because it's just not a matter of willing. People say, Lu, I would like to go on stage and give a lecture, but are you ready to present on stage? Are you really ready? You have to get ready. You have to get ready to get up on the stage, bring your content, the learning process. And also, You also can provide training sessions, yes? If you are interested in training session, if you would like to develop the public speaking technique on a stage, to feel comfortable when you are teaching, you come to me on Instagram at Acione Directly. Can we draw an opening at your session? Yes, of course you can draw it. Maybe a great discount for our students. Let's provide a discount? Yes. Let me tell you something about Lu. I know there are people live and people that will watch the recording sessions. You really need to be on Lu's radar. Lu, I was there and I see she struggles for you. This is not just a speech. She is really there for you. I am in the meetings, I see that she advocates for you. If you do not know Lu Cândido yet, she's our manager, the second mother. Renata, with her, they have been working for RBKollors is growing, so you can see Renata needs to find you. That's the objective of RBKollors, the brand. The objective of this brand is not to sell pigment. We sell pigment, yes we do, but the highest objective is for you to get rich and you show up using this pigment. It's not just pigment, this is family talk. So if you do not know Lu, you need to schedule with her RBKollors. Can you find there? Yes. It's important. Hashtag Lu Cândido Oficial, hashtag RBKollors. Follow us because I want to leverage your career. I want to find our talents. And I'm looking at you. Send kisses to your children. Mama loves you so much. My dear children, I would like to give you kisses, people at home and people here in person and people that are in the VIP room. A round of applause for the benefit of this project, our big mama, Renata Barcelli. That's it. RBKollors is family. Lu, anything else that you would like to say? No. Thank you so much. Kisses, kisses. Bye-bye. People at home, kisses. Be here, stay here, don't be strangers. We have so much fun with you. You are amazing. And you watching us, our live broadcast all over the world. You can watch in English, Portuguese, or Spanish. You just find the right channel, and then you can include all the information in your language of choice. Alcione, that's it. We had a draw, one more basket. Who was the lucky person during lunchtime? You just chat and take pictures. Let's see if you were lucky enough to get one of these prizes. Who was the winner of one more basket? Let me get the basket so you can see. The name starts with A and ends with A. A and the final name A. We have a basket, RB basket, with the necessaire that I love it. And we have here a kit, organic. We also have summer kit, this candy that is wonderful, magic mug, RIB, pencils, pen, a necessaire that is big. Paloma said that she uses to put her hair dryer when she travels. We have a necessaire that is golden, and our magazine, More Than Micro. Who got this basket? Adriele Oliveira. Are you here, Adriele? One more time. That's the joy. People at home. Let me explain you something. Mama tells us that we are having a draw just for people here in person. Because Mama is a generous woman, and then what? But you have to get your butt out of the chair and leave, so you never see the draw. So hold up your chair so you can participate. Stay here till the end, because Mama tells us that she never forgets you. Congratulations, Adriele. So let's see our next presenter. Can you do it? Yes, of course. Let's see her. But before there is a video, let's watch this video before our next presenter, and then we invite our next presenter.
Sabe quem é?
You know who she is? Not yet. Calm down. This was just the intro. There's more. Eyebrow with hybrid pigment and phototype 5 and 6. If you have this phototype at your studio, get pen and paper so you can take notes because she comes here and she's strong. And we are going to see one more video and then we introduce our special guest.
Gente, deixa eu te fazer uma pergunta para vocês aqui enquanto isso.
Let me ask you something. Who here lives in a town that dominantly has this kind of phototype? 5 and 6. There we go. Northeast has this dominance. Espírito Santo as well. Let's see. Who else has this phototype 5 and 6? Bahia. Anyone else? Goiânia? Really? That's nice. Wonderful. You see? We know that phototypes 5 and 6 is a phototype that is hard and challenging. And the professional that will bring, you see, I always say that when you go that shadow for the blonde lady, okay, it's not easy, but let's do it. But that professional picture, that professional procedure in photo 5 and 6 is for the best of the best. Let's see, who are we talking about?
Yeah! Sente o ritmo.
Feel the rhythm.
Quem será que
Who is this person? Look at her. There she is. Bringing all the swing, all the sway of Africa. Because she's a brave woman and beautiful. Dear Lord, how beautiful she is. I want you to stand up to welcome her. She is brave. She brings results. Who are we talking about, Tassione? The inspiration of the African continent, South Africa. Here we have Jaque de Jesus.
Vem que é tua!
Aguenta, coração! Vem, não, peraí, só um minutinho, gente.
Wait up, wait up. Let me say something first, please. God bless you. That's it. Dear Lord, do what you do best. The floor is yours. What kind of reception is that? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll keep calm. I am so nervous. I'm so pleased. I'm so happy. It's my second presentation. I'm so emotional because the theme and the inspiration, the things will change here now. I know that you give me good energy and things will flow the way I have always dreamed. And where are you here? There we go. My love for you, for the trust, for bringing me this topic, for believe me more than I do. And let's go for it. So let's see. I see that John has introduced me already, talking about phototype 5 and 6. And this is a very challenging phototype. Who here has difficulty in working in black skin? They say, darker skin, should I do it? Raise your hand if you feel this way. There are people here this way. And about hybrid pigment, who here still has doubts, do not know how to use the mix? People like this, do you feel this way? So take notes, take your notepad, because throughout my presentation, you are going to get tips on how to work with hybrid pigment, phototype 5 and 6. So I know that do not have much time. Where can I see my time? Yeah, not much. And I have studied a lot. He has given me the opportunity. We have an expert team, Ju, and we really studied these pigments. We really studied the hybrid pigment, and we are having something crazy. Everything is going crazy. And I say that we can work beautifully, a spectacular work using pigment hybrid. So take notes because there's lots of nice things coming up. But before that, I'd like to talk about Africa, the inspirational theme. And I'm going to make just this RB world, the world. I would like to talk briefly about it. I really have to bring that. When he said, Jaque, hybrid pigment, you are going to talk, and Africa is your inspiration. And then I looked it up about Africa to understand my root. And what should I say? So much nice things. Africa is a world. And then the clothing, typical clothing, heated my attention. And then I said, I will introduce. I will dress up accordingly. Wonderful. Do you like my outfit? You value me. You appreciate me. I am here all tight just because of you. And I said, I will have a nice outfit to talk about African clothing. Everything is so colorful, exuberant. They have a natural exuberance. And we think that this colorful aspect is because of their style, fashion, but it's not. I looked at all this colorful aspect. There is a reason behind. Africa is divided into tribes, more than 3,000 if I'm not wrong. And they identify themselves through the colors, the outfit and clothing. That's why they are so exuberant on their colors. And then I searched more and I see, if you see an African person wearing red and black, there's a different meaning. It's kind of funeral. Here in Brazil, if someone passes wearing red and black, a man, they say that they support Flamengo soccer team. There is a difference. There is a different meaning, a different representative. And it's different for us. For them, it's different. And then about the fabric as well. When I went to make this dress, I went to an African store here in São Paulo, and I said, I want a nice dress because I'm going to rock a conference in Africa as an inspiration. I need a nice dress, something tight. We always use legging pants. And I said, no, no, African fabric. There is no lycra. So I'm wearing a garni and everything is okay. Okay, that's wonderful. I had no idea, something new about the African fabric. This slide here, this movie, Pantera Negra, the Black Panther, it's wonderful. I was passing when I put up my slides. I need to put this picture because when this movie was launched in 2018, I was passing through a phase of recognition, reconstruction of my image. So this curly hair has not always been like this. I used to straighten the hair. So there was a transitional phase. I was getting to know myself as a black woman, as a curly hair woman. So this was really important. This movie has given me a different point of view because we are used to seeing the black person in soap operas movies always as a slave, as a domestic slave. And this movie, it was a different, they were honored, they were warriors, the women, beautiful, exuberant women. What a movie that was. I left the movie and I was crazy. I felt like having short hair like them because I had black power all over the place, but I want to change a haircut because I will feel like I can. The color of my skin does not say who I am. And then, with lots of things to talk about Africa, let's talk about makeup because we are already entering the main topic, that is the permanent makeup. Annie talked about it this morning. And I will talk about makeup because this makeup is also exuberant and they have this tradition of symbols, painting symbols, and we do not understand it. We see too much information. Why is it so much? There is a meaning behind it. Every trace, every painting, there is a meaning to the tribes. For example, a woman before getting their period in a certain tribe, they wear kind of painting. After the period, she's ready to generate children. Another painting, widow, married women, they have different paintings, like men. Men in the puberty, when it's ready to take up a family. Makeup represents something different. Painting represents different things for the African people. We do not understand it, not at all. And here I mentioned Bahia here as well, and here in Brazil is a state that better represents Africa, all the musicality and all the ancestrality. And the girls played this morning. Are you sure you are not from Bahia? No, I'm not from Bahia. Ida knew that 3 years that I know her when I say Jaque, Bahia, and Jesus. No, I never corrected that. Okay. She thought that I was born in Bahia. And yesterday, no, I was not born in Bahia. My mother was, but not me. But you have this energy from Bahia. A colleague of mine also said, this is born in São Paulo, but you feel like Bahia. I like this. If you know, I really like to go dance. I like to party. I like people. I like to party. So I placed this slide to talk about the makeup and Bahia. What hits my attention now in the market of makeup are the products. When I started micropigmentation, I believe many of us here also started with makeup and then migrate to microblading. That's what I did. I had difficulty in makeup for black skin. I said, what about the foundation? Because the market offered nothing, no possibility. But now the market has evolved a lot. You can find nice things for black skin because our skin needs special treatment. It's not special, but it has specialties, special characteristics from other skins. For entering this topic, I will play a video of a colleague in our profession to talk. YouTube people, where are you? Where should I look? I believe that she's watching us. Adriana Grunfuch. I met Adriana in the last event, and she's a beautiful woman. Curly hair going up, and she said, let's take a picture. She did not know. Okay, let's watch it. When she met me, she came close to me and said, that's something missing in that stage. I do not see a presenter that is black. I do not see any presenter talking about black skin. We are 50% of the Brazilian population. And people would like to show white models, fair skin, and that is representativity missing, and I was thinking about it. Don't we have good professionals that are black? No, of course, we have lots of them, and I see that there's lots of good professionals that are black. So I think there is opportunity missing. So Renata, RBKollors, is ahead of her time. She is ahead. So I said, that's so strong, Adriana. And I invited her. So we're going to record a video and share with me that moment because I want you to speak about the black skin characteristics. She's a fantastic professional. She has a journey of over 20 years. Let's play that video. I would like to share my knowledge with you and collaborate with this beautiful presentation of Jack and our race. I am Adriana Grunfeld. I'm a statistician, cosmetologist by education. I work in the area more than 20 years, post-degree in teaching. I work with micropigmentation, expert in black skin. And today I'm here to talk about some characteristics in the physiology that are special of our phototype. One of the main specialties of black skin is the higher production of melanin, responsible for the pigmentation of our skin. And for this reason, we have this trend of hyperpigmentation, the stains. And it's interesting, as we have the highest production of melanin, this ensures a natural protection against the solar radiation and also minimizing the photoaging process. But I'd like to highlight that the protection against the sun for our phototype is very important. Another characteristic for the black skin compared to fair skin is that it's firm, more elastic, less wrinkles, less flexity, because we have more fibroblasts. These are the cells that produce collagen, that sustain and maintains our skin. But this collagen excessively can bring some problems for the black skin. For example, keloid. That is a disorganized way of scarring tissue. That's why we should be extra careful when we go for any aesthetic treatment. Another specialty of the black skin that the sebum gland, they produce a higher amount of this production. It's more oily on the face and the body is drier. So we professionals, we always have to respect this special characteristic of the ethnicity. That's the secret for excellent result. I wish you all success and thank you so much. Thank you for your contribution. It's been really important. And you see that Adri mentioned several characteristics of our skin. One of them is the excessive of collagen makes the skin, the black phototype 5 and 6, gets more rigid and more resistant. So I see students and also they say, Jaque, I got black skin, what should I do now? I have difficulty to work on this skin exactly because it's more resistance. One of the tips that I have for you is the needle. Choose a needle that are more robust. For example, I like to work in black skin with the needle 030, 35, 040, and if it's a shadow technique, I work with 3-tip needles because the result is much better. At the same time that black skin is more rigid, the penetration is also challenging. It also extremely sensitive. So if you hurt with a thin needle, you can have hyperpigmentation, stain in that region. So you have to work carefully. And then there is the aspect of oily skin. That is the terror of micropigmentation. We run away from oily skin. So clean it well. I always have exfoliating for face, very light, without aggression, to leave that skin clean and ready to receive the pigmentation. And what should I do with phototype 5 and 6 clients? I suggest them a technique that is shadow because they want contrast. They come to us without knowing. They want to have nice eyebrow, that's it. And we professionals, we need to know what is better for her. Show a picture. Jaque, I do not work with black skin. Go to another professional. This is a professional that can work with black skin. What about shadow? It's going to be good, a contrast, because it's dark skin that needs contrast. Just blading for a dark skin is not enough. They do not like the effect. So you give your best, you have a wonderful blade, but that's not it. That's not nice for the client. So your choice is robust needle. The more robust the needle is, the firmer it is. It hurts that skin less and you have better result. And oily skin, your choice is shadow if the client is wishing. Talk to her. I know that you know how to do it. Jaque, dear Lord, with all these characteristics, what kind of color and pigment should I use? So as I told you, I really study hybrid pigments, and it's my passion now. And I realized that you are afraid, my students are afraid of using colors. When they say, you can use total black, I use total black in phototype 5 and 6. Jaque, but it's too dark. Do not be afraid of the color. You know what we should be afraid of? Not knowing how to implement the pigment onto the skin. The professionals do not know about it. So be careful. You must study hard to understand the phototype better, to understand the skin, not the color, because we know depending on the implementation, the way of the technique, the result is magnificent. Before using the pigments, the inorganic ones, I used to use total on my clients for dark skin. And after inorganic, and Hayes is here with this proposal, let's study, let's mix. I really dedicated for total, ombre line, extra dark. These pigments are wonderful, and we can get beautiful colors. And then here, I wanted to explain the difference of organic pigments and inorganic ones, if you do not know this. Organics was the first launch in RB. You all know about it. You love them. And then we have the inorganic ones, the deer, the hybrids now. They are the dream of women. So what I do, I normally do this with my students, and here I have for you, so you understand it better. Organic pigment compared is that bold friend that comes to our house, invite to lunch, they stay for the afternoon lunch, dinner, and take food home. He wants to stay with you. Inorganic pigment is that friend that is discreet. You invite for lunch, he's punctual, he comes, has lunch, stays a little, and leaves. The organic compared to a friend is vibrant. The colors of the organic pigment are alive, are bright, strong. That exuberant friend that you have likes to wear colors, hit the attention, to be everywhere. Inorganic pigments is that discreet friend. Everything is nude. Put some color. No, leave me alone. I want to be nude. So it's the perfect match. Organic and inorganic. Why? You can have a balance. And thinking about the moment of the micropigmentation, that is a natural moment, that's the trend, the pigment that we want to implement on the skin, but not there forever, maybe fading away so you can have something new on top. I say that the use of hybrid pigment is here to stay. If you know how to use it, and if you are interested in this kind of work, this is the perfect combination, the perfect match. Here is eyebrow using hybrid pigment. So in this client, I use total black and ombre line, just both of them, and then it's healed. Healed effect, 45, 60 days after the procedure. It looks nice, right? Wonderful. And I love these results. And this type of technique, that is the technique they call shadow, I call it ombre brows because I'm elegant that much. And some professionals here said, technique is about name, is a marketing. I say, my students, this is marketing. That is blading, technique, shadow, and hybrid when you mix shadow and blading. But then the name, you name as you wish. I call it shadow, I call it perfect shadow. You have their names, and I would like to be different. It's Oberbrow, because I think it's nice and elegant, and I call my technique this way. And my technique, I am used to doing it. This one is not my technique. This has been here for years now. For many years, I do not want to be a hypocrite to say this is technique is mine, because it's not. It was built with a little bit of every professional I see on that Instagram. I really see it. This is the technique of the professionals that I studied, and you get something here, something there, and you do your own. Nothing is created, everything is transformed. That's how you work. But it's easy to call it my technique. I do not say it's mine. I name it differently, and that's it. So I can heed your attention for my marketing objective. See how beautiful that is? Healed already, healed. I used jump black and ombre line. This was healed almost 3 months when she came back to me. And we did not touch up. No, it's beautiful. Do not touch up. Come, I need to take a picture. I need to register that moment. Beautiful. Well, who likes shadow? Who likes shadow? Who does shadow? Yeah, it's really on, right? This technique we can use and abuse. And this one as well. Jean Black and ombre line. You see the healed effect. I really like it. Another aspect that I'd like to bring about the trends. We talk about the trend is natural, the micropigmentation is natural. Should I follow this trend? Not exactly. There's no need to follow trends. You need then again to study, to understand pigments, to understand design, understand the taste of your client, understand who you work for. I say that the client buys your technique and she buys you. Now, the profile of my clients and my students are bold women, courageous. They like the marking brow. So if Jaque start working this technique that is beautiful, that blade, that is disconnected, very natural. Brow people say, I do not relate. This is not Jaque. Her brows are marked. She likes to be everywhere. And she's selling me a technique that looks natural. So there is this connection that the client has with you. So my clients, my students, I see that they relate to me the way I am. I would like to look like you. I like to look exactly like you. Okay, so it's ombre shadow. That's my technique for you. Let me show you something, a video of the technique, and then I will describe the technique while we watch the video. You see, this model is beautiful. And I will describe what I did on this technique, ombre brows. What I like to do when she comes to me, I have the project in their dermatographic pencil and I paint like a makeup. Not only the box and show, because they do not understand when we outline the box. I paint, I remove the excess like I'm doing with this brush, remove the excess so you can see the light aspect, and I show them. If they approve, they like it because they see the brow already. So you have a good design. Design is 70% of the success. And then I go for the box now. That is the terror of the professionals. I do not like to draw the box because it's marked. In my Instagram, that is video on Reels, and I teach you how to draw this box in a beautiful way. It's a transparent line, invisible line. Go there and watch it. All this box I draw, contouring the brows. Very careful, calmly. I like to go and come when the skin is more challenging, because if you go fast, you do not see work. And then I clean it up. The box is ready. I do not get lost. Whatever it happens, I do not get lost my design. And then I work on quadrants, all the step by step. And then there is a calculation, going up, going down, up and down, 4 times per quadrant. And then you work like this until you reach the front part. That's what I'm doing now on my beautiful model. Very calmly. I'm not a very fast professional. It takes me 2 hours and 30 minutes, almost 3 hours to work on a brow because I work with quality. It's not quantity. I'm not a production line. You need to be careful to be beautiful. I'll do my best, but work with patience, because shadow is a challenging work. People think it's easier than blading. No, it's not. I disagree. You have to work carefully. The finishing and the design must be perfect. Give your best because your client deserves that. I'm checking the measurement. Whenever I am in doubt, I check the measure. I stand her up. I'm so annoying. The front part I liked for finishing using points. I check where I need more attention because in the front I like that is slight. So I do not mark the brow from the beginning to the end. So the front part is interesting to be soft so it looks nicer. And then let's see the quadrants. Clean it up, nice and easy, hydrate the skin. RBKollors has Regenera Beauty products. They are great. There is the foam, the calming gel, and everything is about finishing. What I'm doing now, there is a trick. I'm not going to deep dive because this topic is kind of controversial, but I love to do it, and I see results. You get the light pigment, illuminator, but it has to be diluted. You have to dilute it so well. And the hand is so light, so you pass underneath in the high part, in the inferior part of the brow to bring it up because you give contrast black skin. We are talking about phototype 5 and 6, and the contrast is here. It looks soft, you do not even see it. And there she goes. Do you like it? I love it. I love this technique. I started in micropigmentation with blades, with the dermograph. Blades in the dermograph that giving me visibility in this technique. In the championship RRB 2018, I was the winner with lots of colleagues. This was the visibility that I get with blades and the dermographer. 2 years from now, I fell in love. That's what I want to do. I go blading, but I do not want blades on my eyebrow. I want that. 9% of my work at my clinic is this. My courses about this. I place the blading technique, but these ombre brows are the leading course. And here, you see, if you like this technique and you are interested in learning, I live in São Paulo, I live in Arujá, near Guarulhos. I'm so close to Guarulhos. And the course is already accessible. It's affordable here and at home if you're following us on YouTube as well. Send me message. These are the QR code. You can contact me. RBKollors World. I was there. 50% off in my course. If you are interested, there you go. It's a nice 2 days. I explain this technique step by step. I have models, and I follow them up. And here, I finished so fast. Did I speak fast? Yeah, I did. So now I still have 9 minutes. I still talk. I'd like to conclude back again to this topic of the racial aspect. I'm not a militant. Oh, she's annoying. No, I'm not. When he gave me this topic, Africa is my place of speech. I need to talk more about it. So when we talk about styles, about my transition in my hair, I suffered because I did not see myself. My mother at home, yo, you have bad hair. I hear this from my mother because my mother hair is not curly. She did not know how to take care of mine. So this aspect is very strong, and I see people, you look so better now, Jaque. Your style is wonderful now that you have curly hair on. And then I think to myself, style is something that we choose. The clothes we wear, our lifestyle, makeup. I like this style, so I follow it. My curly hair is not a style. I was born this way. That's my essence. So I know that people do not say bad things. I understand Brazil, the world, needs to understand more about these aspects and break the myth, break some taboos. And I say also empowerment. Now you are empowered. What does it mean, an empowered woman? She dresses well, she has a strong step, she's looking up, she passed by, she's so empowered. No. To be an empowered woman for me is when we know our place. You recognize that you are a woman, a citizen, that is here to add something. I always say we are steps for other people. So if I am here today on this stage, it's because here was a step for me. She was a step for many other colleagues on this stage. So this is empowering. When you see very carefully, help the person next to you to serve people. This is empowering. It's not dressing well, stepping firmly to be proud, think that you are the best, and say, I am empowered. That's not it. So let's take good care one of another. Let's be steps for other people. I am a step for my students all the time. I am a step for my students, but because they come to me, their self-esteem is so low. We raise it up and say, woman, you are beautiful. Your eyebrow will be wonderful. And they go out kissing us, sending us message. After the eyebrow, I feel like having my hair done. I feel better now. My husband looks at me differently. So we were step upwards. The world of micropigmentation is kind of superb. It's about status. They want to be better, and they pass by. Do not greet. Do not say anything. I smile. I have big teeth, so I smile all the time. I'm not a person that is stuck up. No, I'm not stuck up. You can come to me at any point if you need me. Come to me. Come on direct. I love to help you. I love to be a partner. I love to be a woman. I love to be a micropigmentation professional. I love to be black. And that's it. Thank you so much. She really is Jesus, a Jesus woman. That's beautiful. She's so powerful. Thank you. A gift for you. And this participation that was so expressive and important that you bring us talking about your truth, what you feel on your skin about what's like to be black. And this is not militance, this is true. And it's your place of speech. I feel so happy because this moment was truly important, not because I'm here, but because I can represent what needs to be represented. This is a memorial, Jaque, so you remember this moment, a moment that will open doors, maybe in Africa, so you can teach over there. Who knows? The sky is the limit if you believe. So I'd like to thank you so much on behalf of this Congress, all of us, because you say something that is also reflecting in everybody's hearts. The barriers need to be removed. We talk about the same things. We advocate the same ideals. Maybe we suffer from the same sadness. So there's no reason for having barriers among us. So it's great to have you here in this situation so we can get together, right? Welcome. Thank you so much. And our dear love, coming in with love, coming out with love. Jaque. It's so important to get together. Look at this wonderful person here. You say, we are together. We are the same family. And this communion spirit that we have the table, and this event is here, this tonic of talking about the true every day, the backstage, and this is whispered and blown away all over Brazil. And then we start talking about glamour, beauty, victory that is to be here and in a conference, making money, become famous, but we also talk about how much we struggle to be here, each and every one of us. We here struggle somehow to be here where we are. So It's important that we acknowledge and we honor each other and we have this communion because we are a big family. And as every family, we are different, aren't we? Different. At home, people are different, aren't they? So family is family. So now I will talk to our dear Jojo because he's in the aquarium with Fernanda Barcelli. What is she doing, Joe?
Alcione, I am here with Fernanda, world champion. And Fernanda, that's wonderful. So Fernanda's going to give you some information because, she told me a few things that she does lips, right? I'm looking at a procedure. I'm going to talk about the generic name. The name of my technique is lip therapy. So she's doing micro needling with hyaluronic acid from RBKollors that was launched. And she was careful to leave a pigment because, you can mix hyaluronic acid with the pigment, right? Yes, first I do the first layer with acid. I regenerate the skin and I make it moisturized. And then I can place the color. So it's not micropigmentation. It's moisturizing with slight color. So it's treatment, actually. Yeah, it's a treatment, and we're able to give color to this treatment. And that should be incredible for older lips, right? Women who are above 50, who feel, a significant loss of water, of hydration. So that should be incredible. It's an excellent added product for us, right? Yes, many girls use lip tint, and it provides the effect of lip tint. And I use only one color of pigment. I use Insane Red because there is a heavy pigmented load. And I can provide the slight color only using Insane Red. And the customer can do sessions, with what frequency. It really depends on the lips. There are some that I do every 30 days, and then I do moisturizing every 15 days. And the interesting thing about this technique is that it doesn't have to be you don't have to be a micropigmenter to use this technique. So it is something more for those who are focused on eyebrows. So Alcione, I'm going to repeat this here because it's important. This technique, it does not demand that you do a micropigmentation course. So it's very interesting because, we have many eyebrow designers that can actually start using this, the first step, before you go to micropigmentation, right? So on the screen, we can already see the color that I'm going to place with this micro needling. I do not use dermograph, and it's very easy. My customer is not in pain, and it's a procedure, and
a cliente vem fazer design de sobrancelha, você já oferece o tratamento de sobrancelha.
And then we do the treatment of the eyebrows, and you offer the lip treatment as well with slight color. So then you're able to increase the salary of your month. And they love this sort of treatment. So what is the needle that you're using? How many micro needles are you using? I'm using the micro needling that is 12 points. And look at what she's doing. So for those who want to do the course with Fernanda, what kind of equipment are you using, Fernanda? I'm using the Create rotator. So this procedure you can do with Tibor, with Dermapen, or mine is Create, and it has this tip from AZ Click. So then I'm able to get the fast movement, and in 20 minutes, I finish the procedure. It's very quick. And if you're not a micropigmenter who does not want to do the investment, then you can use it with Dermapen. And then the professional can buy Dermapen or use Tibor. Look at that. And something else. Many pigmenters, they have beauty salons with other professionals, right? So your esthetician can also offer this treatment, right? It's another option for customers. And sometimes the micropigmenter has a demand of customers, and the eyebrow design is set aside. So you can train somebody to do the design and the moisturizing of the lips with color. Okay, so let me say something that is important. It's the following. A company does not survive with only one product. And this is the kind of therapy where you have the customer going back to your clinic, right? So after this moisturizing on the lips, and she sees the difference, she's going to spend the whole year coming over. I love it. I love it because I love microneedling, because it really makes you look younger and there's a little bit of color, right? You look healthy. I thought it was great. Congratulations. I have some news for you. I have this course that's an online course, and for everyone who is watching RB World, it's going to be 99 reais today if you enroll. Look at that. It's online, and I show you the technique. And how can you buy this course, Fernanda? Go into my Instagram, Fe Barcelli, call me inbox, and I'm going to answer you directly. So I'm going to ask Mateus to share a nice picture of Fernanda in the stories of RB, because if you're not able to find it, you can find it through the RB Instagram. So basically, we're talking about lips now, but I hear she has also therapy for brows as well. Yeah, let's take advantage of this moment. I developed the technique called eyebrow therapy. So my customers come in and say, Fernanda, do you only do micropigmentation? So I saw the need of having something to offer to my customer in terms of eyebrow design. So I do the eyebrow design plus the treatment of the eyebrows. So I launched my serum, which is eyebrow therapy. It's very successful. And if you put what I get with eyebrow therapy in 1 month, plus the treatment of lips, so if they do 1 micro, I don't get as much as I get with these treatments. So you elevated how much an eyebrow designer can get, right? And today, the eyebrow designer is not only going to apply the pigment, she is a therapist, right? She's going to offer therapy for the customers. It's a treatment. So that customer is going to be with her every 15 days. So it's the treatment for the lips. They're going to come back every 20 days. They're going to be with her the whole year. So great. Thank you, Fia. It was great. Really added a lot, these 2 treatments that you're bringing, the option that we have inside our booths and our studios. Let's go to the second aquarium. We have Monique Rosa, is that right? Hi, Monique. I'm getting to Monique's aquarium, but she is so elegant for this procedure. Oh, my God. So, Monique, I'd like you to tell us what you're going to do and what kind of criteria you're going to use. What kind of ink you're going to use. How did you get to this consensus? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm nervous, but I'm already on this side. I'm almost done. So this is the Tabori microblading. Yeah, microblading. So it's definitely micro. It's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful mesh. So what needle did you use? In this procedure, I used the House 0.18. And the blade is howd. Yeah. Okay. And what color did you use? In this procedure, I used Gem Black with Odin. It's a hybrid pigment. And remember that. I have no signal in there. So if you're not able to buy hot repair, our artists are already using the tip that we gave them. They're using dents to substitute it to, make it even better. You put a drop of honey, and that's going to give us the same effect. It's a very similar effect to hot repair. So Monique, tell me something. Tell us a little bit about her skin and a little bit about your technique, and what did you think about for this to get this result? I didn't hear you. Can you hear me? Yes, now I can. Okay. So what did you think in order to get to this result, according to her skin? Her skin is very dry. It's dry skin. Okay. So, 7 wonders of the world. Okay. So with the whole procedure, I use the Genera line, and we're able to diminish the inflammatory process. Can you please repeat that for the people at home to understand? And take advantage of the fact that there's a 50% discount. So the first step was removing the makeup. So I used the Regenera line, and it's very important to clean off the makeup. We have to start with clean skin. Then, during the procedure, I use the cleaning agent, so we can control the inflammatory process like that. So you diminish the damage on the skin, and then you can potentialize the implant, and the skin is not red. You don't have to use epinephrine, no. And the skin is, not damaged at all. And can you get some, just to pull some of the strands here so we can see, and also give us your Instagram, at Monique Rosa, PMU. So people who are here in the audience and at home, I'm going to ask Monique to be able to show us some strands. Beautiful, beautiful technique, Monique. Thank you. We're going to love watching you do it live. I'm going to continue this one. Very natural. Are you calmer? Feeling calmer? Yes, a little bit. We can see you. If you want to talk about what you're doing, some detail. So I only work with very thin strands. And it's very important to stretch the skin, position the blade correctly. I usually follow the falling of the strands. I cannot use a mesh that does not combine with her. It doesn't match her. So the natural hairs. So let's try to position the camera as much as possible, because we love to see from above. And it's also very important to go very slowly so that we give time for the pigment to penetrate. Yeah, that's better for us to see. Position the blade, small amount of pressure, and I push it. So you like short blades? Yes. Yes, that's right. And I do the branching first, all of the skeleton with larger ones, and now I'm already using the shorter ones to bring everything together. Okay, are you all right? Is your phone working? Your headphone working? I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I love it. Okay, go ahead. Yeah, Monique. It's important. It's important to control the weight of your hand, because we use normal weight. And here at the tip, the skin is more sensitive, so we need to be careful with the weight of our hand. So that's important information. Be careful in the tip of the eyebrow, because the skin is a little thinner, and for Tabori especially, but that's also something that works for dermograph, right, Alcione? So I'd like to thank our special guests in the aquariums. Fernanda, Monique, thank you, girls. So I came up here to give you the news that I thought I'd give you, right? That I said I would. So I'm telling you that we've had some colors that we don't have anymore in our stock. We do not have the Royal Kit anymore. Not available in the site anymore. It's finished. We don't have white anymore. Yesterday we had 2 speakers talking about different forms. Silmara was talking about her correction technique, and Andrea talked about how he uses this color on the lips. Total black as well after Jessica and Bianca. That's finished. Hot repair, we don't have any more either. And now, just so you know that I'm your friend, I came up to give you some important information. We have less than 50% of the stock of the diluting agent. So if you use micropigmentation in men, we have almost no diluting agent. Ultra black, almost no color, none of that color. DermaClean and DermaActive, also, they're almost finished in the site. From the Regenera Beauty line that has a 50% discount. The Summer Kit, which has the golden box, and it's for the Northeast, warmer colors. The Beginner's Kit, which is the one that is sold the most if you are a teacher, and if you like to offer this to your student, this is almost finished as well on the site. The Lip Kit, almost gone in the site. Jean Black, Jambo, and Red Sun. It's almost finished. So please take advantage because the colors are disappearing, and especially the people at home, they are not playing around. And something that you need to understand, guys, maybe you think that you're only going to buy if you're here live, but in 3 hours, we're going to have lots of people going into the site to watch the morning video. So the rotation of people in the site is huge. So I'm telling you that I'm going to come up here to say that there's no more stock, okay? So be careful. That's what we want, right? Yeah, go to the RB site, take advantage of this opportunity. That's it. Our mission is to give you news and also to thank you. Thank you who's already bought the products from this very Brazilian brand that is going around the world. We have to be very thankful because if the stock is almost over, and we thank you, and we thank the people who are coming into our families. We have new people, and I would like to ask you for a favor. So I'd like to, share this with you, and then this is a serious relationship with them. So put this in your social media, and can I count on you? You can help us to spread this and say that the colors are almost, they don't have any more. So thank you. I love this part. I love talking to these people at home. I love Joe. Yes, I love you too. So I'm going to call somebody that I like very much. And she's also a great mother. And she was able to take outside our country, and she has made RBKollors very strong, a very strong brand in Latin America. And she's here to talk to you who are in the VIP area and you who are here in the audience. Who are we talking about? And somebody who flew to receive you. I'd like you to receive this person standing, and you can grab her when she comes because she is incredible. She is a royal trainer in Peru. Over 3,000 students all over the world. She is a specialist, a design specialist, and she's going to talk about microblading and the correct way to apply the colors and design the strands in latins. She's very special to me, and I want her to talk a little bit about her story afterwards. Please come down, Claudia García. Directly from Peru. Welcome, my dear. Welcome. Claudia, you are a person that gives love wherever you go, and what you just received here is very fair. Thank you very much. I know that Renata likes you very much. I know about the love and respect you have for RBKollors. If you don't know Claudia, you need to get to know her. So please feel free. The stage is yours. Thank you very much for being here, and I like you very much. Thank you. Well, so wait, sorry, Claudia. How do you say I'm sorry? So if you want the translation of Claudia's presentation, we have headsets available for you. Okay? So Claudia, my dear, I wish you lots of success. My next instructor, yes. Okay, thank you very much. I love people in Brazil. I'm going to speak Portuñol, and it's going to flow much better. And I'm going to speak in Spanish, and also for you to learn to listen to Spanish. So good evening, everyone. I know that you're looking at us from Latin America, lots of different countries, and Ecuador, Colombia, and Venezuela, and Mexico, Colombia, United States, and I would like to thank Renata for knowing about the love that I have for the brand RBKollors, and it's a lot of love from my head to my toes. So anyway, I'm going to talk about microblading and the correct way to do it, how you apply the colors, and I'm going to design the Latin brows. So I call this technique Latin brows because there is a distinct characteristic of eyebrows in each country. And I discovered it thanks to my companion from Brazil, Eliana Caixeta. And at this moment, I discovered that the design of Latins, in this case of the Peruvians, it's very different from the shape of the Brazilian ones. So Micro-Latin brows was created by me so that we could have some defined shapes, very natural shapes. We know that all women like to have nice eyebrows, beautiful, that highlight the face and that give expression to your face. So I think that we all want that. And of course, we always have to talk about a good design. So you design according to the shape of the face. And before we used to study that we had to do it according to the type of face. But according to my experience for many years, I realized about 3 different details that are going to give you a final work in the micropigmenters, not only from Brazil, but also from Latin America. And I think that Mayara talked about this, the 3 topics that I'm going to touch upon. So first of all, I discovered that the different designs vary according to each country. And also, Bianca Tostes said this in her presentation today, that the Egyptians, they have a different shape. So different from the Brazilian shapes and different from the Spanish-speaking Latins. And there's also a detail that many artists, they use a single format, a single shape of eyebrows. And they have the idea of doing a certain design, and they all put the same design on the eyebrows. And the third thing that I have said to many students, that you use the design the person already has. So this is a student who had triangular eyebrows. So she studied the design of eyebrows, and this training, the training on the face of the woman on paper. But when she did the design, she used the same triangular shape on the model. And she said, Miss, I just studied makeup, and the professor told me the same thing. So there are many micropigmenters that follow the same design that they have on the eyebrows. So these are the three main characteristics that determine the final work of a micropigmenter. So over here we have, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the bioarchitecture. So we already know about this. We're going to put the central line, and we're going to advance towards the internal corner. We're going to advance 1 millimeter. We're going to watch a video, and then we're going to place the height. So we're going to get the cupid arch, we're going to go through the pupil. So all of these lines that are drawn, they are approximate, but also, like our companion said, many times I worked, according to what I saw, right? So at this point, you try to help the students with a pachymeter. And the thread as well. So we're going to go through the external field, and we're going to move to point C. But we have to check, right? We have to measure. So doing this measurement, we're going to have to measure from point A until point C, and then from point A to point C again, and the measurement has to be the same. But there are many designers that sometimes the measurements, the exact measures, don't give you very similar areas, because you have to look at the frontal area. Some people have, a droop, or sometimes they have a little more skin in front, and visually speaking, when you finish, it doesn't look like them. So they need a little more time for you to be able to design this. So I have a beautiful technique. I didn't put it here, but I'm going to send it. It's an incredible way, a great tip of you checking if your work is good. So I cannot publish that. This is something that I used. I'm a micropigmenter, and I've been doing it for 26 years. But it's completely different in terms of the techniques that are used now. They're completely different. But we have the height. This is the base, and we have, a different way of doing it, and we look at the area of the eyes. We have the height. I always recommend that the height should be 1.8, but in microblading, it cannot be 0.5 because the design is lost. And over here we have the height of the eyebrows, and something I'm going to tell you, the Peruvians like angles in their eyebrows, and rounded. The initial tip has to be rounded, right? Somebody's told me that. So we have the height, and this is the angle that Peruvians like very much. So since our eyes are a little closed, we try to elevate the height of the eyebrow and Of course, without getting out of the shape, the original shape, because we have to come out of the border of the strands. And microblading, if you don't have any strands of hair, the color becomes very different compared to where you have the little hairs.
And these are the angle eyebrows that the Peruvians love it, but I can also design two kinds of designs that they love. That is, I have a video for you. Can we play my video, please, now? I believe that's it, using Regenera Beauty line. And let's see that step by step, you can make the difference how this work ends. The design is beautiful with angles. The Peruvian women and some Latin American women, they have this old model that they wanted. But here we start with the teardrop. Let's start here. We have already had the central point. This is the point that I called 1, because I take it as a reference so I can advance. Remember that this point that I'm using here, the eyebrows never start like this, but I take it as a reference, the teardrop, so I can start working, always respecting the hair, unless that is failure. And if you have shadow, you can advance here. But when I go for microblading, I respect the hairline, because remember, I have the skin, hairless skin. Probably you do not look well the hair if you do not do it well, and a hairless skin. And this video lasts, I believe, a little bit longer. Can't you move fast forward my video, please? Would you like to see the full video? Renato, can we see the full video? I believe this video are going to give Renata, so it's going to be available at RB, because this video lasts 15 minutes. So, not only the design is important, but also the direction of hair growth. They come to me. We have very straight hair. There's no need for Botox or the hair straightening iron. So as you can see here, they have straight hair, but the shape of the eyebrow change and vary. And 80% of the Peruvian ladies. So let's apply first, so we know the direction of the hairline. The guideline is applied in the eyebrows to define and mark the borders of the initial hairline. As you can see here, you notice already, it seems that here we have this oriental hair, because the body of the eyebrow is going down towards the tail. So we respect the natural projection of the client, and the Peruvian eyebrows have this trend of dropping to the tail, descending to the end of the base. We can also use, let's have more dynamic using the design of the hair. And this is the way 80% of the Peruvian ladies have the eyebrows that are here so straight. There are Peruvian ladies in Latin America that have the wavy hair. In this case, we use another shape for them. So here we have this line that I call the half moon. And remember that you have to trace here, another trace here, different hair mesh, and another hair mesh here. And of course, you can also have a shadow technique, because this hair is not covered. But 20% of people that would like to go for micropigmentation, they go to our clinic like this. And this is also, we can use the direction. Remember that most of the time we call it half moon. This guideline, I call it half moon. It looks like a house, like a roof of a house. And here, it's important that we are going to start. We need to see the angles. We have 0 up to 90 and 360 up to 90. So we are going to design. This is another type of guideline that we have. We have to use the hair using the rule. The angle rule has helped me a lot. I study well, but when I started in micropigmentation, the first thing they say you need to have a dermographer 90 degrees, you need to use a perpendicular line, and you have to use the angle rules on the hair. As so many years passed by since I started studying, I was not interested about angles. But when I started really working, I remember that the teachers talked about the angles. So now I'm going to teach. This, you did not like this instrument at school, but it's similar to hair because every angle you have a horizontal line and they have the hairline, and this happens for hair. But when you advance, the body and the hair are descending horizontally. So when you design the hair using the angles and the rules is so important. The hair in the beginning do not have the same angle as the final hair. As you can see, the first hair does not have the same line as the final hair. The optimal direction for growth is vertical from the inside, and the inclination is up to, we have the right and the left eyebrow, and the inclination is slight, the horizontal hair, and it's dropping angles, and you have to respect the angulation of hair. It's necessary to have a good result that this hair will be designed in longitudinal and in the right location. So here you have a specific type, and I tell my students, the lack of training, lack of ability, the execution of the technique, you have errors in your result. So you have to visualize the eyebrows and their direction. And this is the work of a student of mine. Paula Tamari is her name. And the mesh, they are straight. The hair is so straight, so we have used, I call this hair, and this is a classic mesh system, very classic. I call it the step number 1, number 2, like you are stairway 1 and 2. You cannot read it, but I call it stairway 1 and stairway 2. This is stairway 3 because you have 3 branches. Also, the stairway number 2 in 1. So that is hair touching. It's not here, but I'm going to say it. When I present my hair to my students, but when they come for the first time, they do not know what is it, what is hair, what is the definition. So I tell them this way. This hair here has feet. Feet. They have eyes. They have belly. And they also have belly and backs. So if you see this stairway number 2, the second hair comes out of the belly button of the first hair. And this number 3 is coming out from the belly button from the first and the belly button from the second. You see? You see what I mean? But this stairway here, if you see it, they get together, the second hair touching the eyes of the first hair. And this is very dynamic, and the students understand this way because we have to present them this. And then we have the stairway 3-in-1. I call it 3-in-1 because it's similar to stairway 3, touching the eyes of the other hair. These are the mesh that I use for the students. Paula Tamaris for blading. That's her technique. If you see the straight hair, and she followed the Occidental hairline, and we use the pigment Jumbo. Peruvian love Jumbo. They love it. As you say, they are passionate. I love, Michelle says. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Lindo, they say in Portuguese. I love this word. I love it. And I like another word that you have because it sounds so beautiful. We have another work of another student. Very beautiful, using S-shape hair, using blades S-shape. One of my best students, Carolina Villacorta. I have great artists in Peru. And she lives in Callao, Chimbu. Callao is her city. So she uses the pigment Gem Black. If you see the shape of her eyebrows, it's good to be used the S-shape technique the same way, feet and eyes, belly, buttons, and back. And the first hair is like a concave line, and the second hair is like convex line, also touching the belly button of the next hair. And they are so similar, but this mesh here, I put it like this, the hair, and you see the next hair coming up from the back of the previous hair. S-shaped, but not ahead of it. You cannot put a head, but most of the Peruvian ladies do not have curly brow, but they are very straight. And also this hair coming out of the back of the previous hair. I call it this way. I forget the word. Can you translate this word? The paws, you know, like chicken feet. The paws of a chicken feet. That's what I say. Very carefully, I say chicken feet. And these are the hat. I call it hat. So when they get wrong and send their exercise, I say, the chicken feet is not good, the hat is too short. So you can have short head, but also long hair. So I use the technique of Jam Black and hot. And these are the pigments that I heat up that skin because the Latin skin is kind of cold. We do not have white women in Peru. Most of them, they are my phototype, a little bit lighter. And we have the vintage eyebrow style. They are the old ones, the old-fashioned, but they still are ongoing because they like it. They like the eyebrows round. This is in Portuguese. Can you read it? Yeah. So the eyebrows are vintage, the old-fashioned pin-up. They have the characteristics like Hollywood style. The eyebrows are so marked with lots of definition. They like. I believe that here we have detail. We like lashes. So they place the lashes. They have strong outliners. They have strong makeup. The eyebrows are compact. Some women use still very heavy eyebrows. Of course, we are changing this because the dermographs, the old ones, did not have this type of movement that we have currently. So currently, this style is used in Peru, considering a good design. Another point that I highlight, they like the round shape, but here is not round. Not most of that, but most of the women that come to the clinic when we do this shading, ombre, less and more, and they say, finish up, and they say, you know, I don't like it, Claudia. I want it to look darker, you know. So what should I do? I take a picture and I mark it a little bit more, but yes, the client has to come back if they want darker, because if I mark too much the eyebrow, the client possibly look and have a strong eyes. So we use the dermograph, the rotation one, 0.30, 3-tip needle, rotation speed slow, and the spiral movement. So in here, we are doing compact eyebrows now. But yes, now we are working with that type of shadow that requires more intensity with a pigment that is high load, like gem black, and 3 passing. And we have done the technique that is vintage, is still used in Peru. And we use ombre dos and gem black. So, what are the most used pigments in Peru? And you believe? The Latin skin has different characteristics, the same as the women of dark traces. They have characteristics, as you can see here. Genetically speaking, they have this inclination that the skin is more pigmented, producing a little bit more, and response is different to the technique. I remember a student of mine came and a micropigmentation did her eyebrows, and there was a reaction. And for that, it was so painful because we have, as Renata visited Peru, the water there that is alkaline. And here I'm so happy because my hair is so straight without hair conditioning. But in Peru, I have to use products so my hair can be straight because of the salt and the lime that is present in our water there in Peru. Salt and lime in our water, things get rigid, and the skin, when we shower, when we drink this water, is more sensitive. So we have characteristics that we have phototype 3, like me, a little bit fairer. So this word, she is fairer skin. She has the wheat skin, and the reference is yellow, olive skin, dark or darker but not white. And we have the mixed race person. It's the mix of the white race and black race. Similar, I am a mixed race woman in Peru. The phototype of Jaque de Jesus is mixed race. We call it mulata in Portuguese for people. Modesto is also a mixed race person, mulatto. And the mixed race, white and black, similar to mixed race, they have a coffee color skin, yellow, dark or light, but not white, not white. And here we have a neutralization. We use hot pigment. We have to respect the structure of the eyebrow, and you see again the round eyebrow for her. And we always work with needle number 3, number 1, 0.30. In some points, we use 0.35 up to 0.40 needle. Remember that the skin, because of the water with lime and salt, is a little bit harder, hard water. So we cannot use 0.25 or 0.18 because the technique does not work. So we use the perpendicular position, and design has to be good, remember, in order to be neutralization. Because if the design is not good, what happens? You go and use laser. We cannot touch and have a neutralization if the design is not good. And this is a hybrid effect. This woman here has density in her brows, but she needed to fill. So we use the brown pigment. We can have a new design here, and we have the bidirectional movement always with a higher definition in the borders. We are similar. You know, when I say something that has changed the way you study, because I studied here in Brazil. My teachers, Renata Marcelli, I had Russian teachers that came to Brazil. I studied with them. Also, Jane Solaya was my teacher, Natalia. I have had some. Michelle Fonseca was my teacher for lips, Carol for hombres, and lots of reference I have had. And me, especially as a Peruvian person, and my colleagues that are part of RBKollors in Mexico, in Colombia, in Venezuela, they also study here and they take. So we have changed the structure of micropigmentation professionals because they were stuck in a single model. But now I believe that Brazil is taking the style, the Brazilian eyebrow style all over Latin America. And thanks for that, the women are studying here and qualifying here. Woohoo! I love it. We use gem black. Now we have another technique for the Peruvian ladies, jumbo, marking the difference. And here we have to see how we take good care of them. No tea. Remember, the pigmentation of the Peruvian lady has more melanin, so we avoid tea, coffee, caffeine, medication. We are talking in general, right? About lips and eyes, seafood, hot food, spice food because of the uric acid and preventing the sun, UV rays, and no treatment. And after the procedure, I believe that we agree with you all and how you work. We have to wash the face, clean up the face, wait for 3 hours, and apply the regenerator of the skin, sunflower oil, so you heal the wound. But when I tell my students or my clients that the skin regenerates itself, so you do not place too much cream unless the skin is too dry. You see this beauty here with the pigment, and the king of pigment in Peru is jumbo. That is a beautiful video for you. We do not hear her. I am a micropigmentation professional, and I use RBKollors. I am a micropigmentation professional, and I use RBKollors. The micropigmentation professionals are saying that they all use RBKollors. Yeah, that sound is not, we cannot listen to her. RBKollors there as well. RBKollors for all of them. Años. 18. She's 18. RBKollors. from Chile. She's a student. Another one from Mexico. Renata is in Peru. You see here the polo shirt. And I'm exclusive representative and the only one in Peru, RBKollors. Thank you so much, girls. I love you all. I believe I have a gift for you all. It's on your table. I have a gift from Peru, so you remember me. I wanted to bring more from Peru. I'd like to show you. I have brought a small show to show you the typical clothing from Peru. Now we have the city of Lima. Michelle. And she represents the woman from Lima. She dances the marinera, the vibrating colors of Peru. Beautiful. Michelle representing the woman from Lima. We have in the mountain area, who has been to Machu Picchu? The events, you have a pen, a chola pen. Now you are going to see the chola live representing Machu Picchu from Cusco. Michelle Barcelli. You look beautiful. And she's the woman representing the mountain range Peru, Machu Picchu. If you go to Machu Picchu, you are going to see women dressed like this, with this style. And they go for micropigmentation as well. So we also have the mountain range. Fernanda Marcelli representing the mountain range central area, Peru. And this is the typical clothing of a woman in that area. This is the typical outfit. You look beautiful. If you see, they too belong to the mountain range, but the clothing is totally different. Peru, as Brazil, has different colors in their outfit. And now we have Lily representing the woman near Brazil. Lily is representing the black woman in Peru. You look great. You can dance. I'll tell you about this dance. The woman representing this outfit, the black folklore in Peru. The woman has here, you can see, a white piece of fabric, and the man takes a candle and fire on, and they look and do like this, and have to burn that piece of clothing from her dress, and the woman has to move her body, move her body. And she does not let her clothing to be burned. She has to prevent it. And then we have Rosa representing the woman in the Amazon area, similar to you, Brazilian, near the Peruvian Amazon area. Here we have the seaside, the mountain range, the Amazon area, the forest, and the black woman here represented from Peru. These are my roots. I'm so proud. And thank you so much for the warming welcome. I love you so much, Renata. And I take my name to the height, RBKollors. a high name, and so grateful for knowing. We have a story. I always talk to Renata. The difference from Renata and all the pigments that we can sell around the world, RB has a drop of God. That's the difference. I love you, Renata. RBKollors, Peru.
Que coisa linda! Que emoção! Quanto conhecimento, hein, gente?
That's beautiful. So can we get a picture, Renata? You're going to get an award.
Bueno, yo quiero honrar.
So I would like to honor Renata. I brought this prize to Rio. I took it to Rio, but there were many complications to take it to Rio, and Renata's award, I had to give prizes to many of the micropigmenters who helped me from Brazil during the pandemic, and hers broke. But now I'm going to give it to you. It says, with our love and recognition for your professional work in favor of micropigmentation. Thank you. But I am going to crown her the queen of RBKollors Peru. You didn't know that, all right? Oh, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Okay, yeah, that's how you have to do it. You have to greet it. Yeah, come on. Oh, wow. She loves it, right? She loves it. Somebody is definitely realizing her dream. Miss Peru. Wow, Claudia. It is great to give you this little reminder and this gift. Thank you very much for making our International Congress even more brilliant and being here personally. Somebody who comes from another country representing Peru, our brother country that receives so many Brazilians. We love Peru. I'm very thankful to all of you, and there's a final message. I want to tell you the story of this woman. I sit beside her, and I have been working in micropigmentation for 26 years, and I always related tattoos with micropigmentation, and I didn't like it. They used to call it tattoos, and tattoos were, skulls and things like that, and I didn't like these things. And if I was ashamed of of being a micropigmenter, they wanted me to give up. But my sisters came to Brazil to study, and one day in 2016, in the first Congress in Rio de Janeiro, this woman talked about the 7 sins of micropigmenters. And I went, and I was curious. I wanted to hear about it, but I didn't want to know anything about micropigmentation. And I was ashamed. I was ashamed to say that I worked with tattoo. They called me a tattoo, they said I did tattoos. And at this time, that was 19 and right? I'm not going to say when. But it was actually 1997. Yeah, I think some of you were not even born yet. And the people who used this sort of thing, and she talked and said, okay, now they lowered the lights, and she doesn't even remember, and she said, You who are a woman who are micropigmenter and you are ashamed. And, you know, I had received Christ in my heart, and when she said, if you are ashamed of being a micropigmenter, I asked God for forgiveness because, this is work that you're going to take home. And I cried and I cried. And I remember that they gave me a notebook and I wrote that down. God, forgive me. I cannot take away what you told me. I promise that I'm going to help the professionals who are micropigmenters in Peru. And this is a trophy to all of my students. I love them. They are my kids. I met her 2 years after, and I told you, right? And you're a prophet. You are a prophet. And God used your mouth. And I couldn't hear, God's words. I heard it through this woman. And it was here. So she launched these words, and the words were for me. And if you're at this moment, you have to continue dreaming. This is my testimonial. Dream a lot. Thank you to my family. Thank you to my children. Thank you. I'm eternally grateful to all of you. And this is what makes Queens. Thank you. Amen. Thank you for sharing your testimonial with us, and I'm sure that it touches people's hearts. And thank you because, in a way, I touched your life and you touched mine as well. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your presentation, on the work that you have done with women in Peru and beyond. And hopefully we will always have you here. You're a very special woman. Thank you very much. I was nervous when I saw you as an MC, and I thought, oh my God, I didn't know you were an MC here. Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you for your love, and to all of you. Bless everyone. Brazil loves you, Claudia. Brazil loves you. Let's give her a hand. Let's take a picture. Thank you, Claudia. So breathe really deeply. It's really strong. Okay, still with the international concept. Before that, I would like to thank Renata for the people who are doing the translation. So Renata is congratulating you at the back, saying that your work is incredible. Congratulations. And we're here, and we are very surprised with how fast you are translating. It's the speed of light. You are incredible. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you who are at home and watching us, so is there something that happened in your life? And tell us about it. Send it on direct in our social media, and send the comments where you're watching our live transmission, our video. We'd like to know how micropigmentation is transforming your life just as much as it transforms ours. And what are we going to do now? So if you have a story to tell, if there's a launch on Friday, and we already have pigments that are running out in the site. So take advantage of this opportunity, okay? And now, we would like to receive somebody who traveled from a long way, somebody who came from a region and a country that I'm going to talk on behalf of you. We're going there. We're going there. I want to go there. And she came from a country of of gold, the land of opportunities. And to be here with you, to be able to honor your presence and to be able to honor the RBKollors brand, we would like to bring to the stage a person who has represented with lots of truth, with lots of honesty, and with lots of strength the flag that she carries on her back, Brazil. And she has shown the world that, yes, there are Brazilians, and Brazilians are crazy. They know how to do this, and they do it well. I would like you to stand up now, and I would like you to understand who you're going to meet now. So I would like you to receive. She came from Dubai. She came from Dubai. Our next stop, let us receive with a large round of applause, Mari. Mari's come down here. Our Brazilian professional who represents our country in the land of opportunities. And, you know, she's already cried. Maris, I knew you from before I knew you personally. So Renata definitely likes you very much. And I'd like you to know that this is an extension of your house. And you're part of this family. So please, the stage is yours. So guys, I'm really nervous. It's a pleasure to be here today with you. I would like to thank God, first of all, and for being here today at this great event. And I'd like to thank Renata for inviting me to be here. And she's making this beautiful moment. And this great event joining Brazil and Dubai. So it's very difficult for me to speak Portuguese. So I'm going to use my cheat sheet here. So if I say something wrong, please don't judge me. So if you don't know me, I am Mari Santos, well known as Maris. I am naturally from São Paulo. I was born and raised in São Paulo, and then I went to Dubai 9 years ago, and I like to live my life and take advantage of everything that it presents. So I went to Dubai for traveling, and then I saw a new world full of opportunities, and I said, I'm going to live here one day. And at the time, I was working as a real estate broker. And, you know, my world grew, and I was always in love with beauty. And I read Marie Claire 12 years, and, you know, it was things for wrinkles. And then at some point in my life, I said, I don't want to work anymore. I want to do something that is mine, and I want to help other people, because we can't think only of ourselves. And you have to do something that you love. And I was sure that's what it was going to be. And we have, well, I did the eyebrows of my sister-in-laws in my family. So I got the best professional at the time, and I made the course with that person. And I came to Brazil to do the course, bought my ticket, and I did my first micropigmentation course here. And a detail, after I left the course in Brazil, I did not have a place to do my first model, right? Because after you do the course, you have to use your fresh memory so you don't forget what you learned in this course. And I I did it in my mother's dining room. And definitely I did my first eyebrow, and she's here today. And I took this technique to Dubai, and everybody only wanted to know about, the microblading, and, the customers don't have the vision. So they're not going to substitute makeup. And basically, Arab women, they like lots of makeup. And it's a lot of definition as well. So, I had to go over, and after a month, they told me, oh, so, continue to use the pencil and powder on my eyebrow. So I traveled, and I went to Bosnia, and I did another course in Brazil. I went back to Dubai, and a detail I forgot to talk about. So I was working in my living room. So the living room, the kitchen, a room, I put, something in my room, a little bed, and that's when we started. And we start in a very humble manner. There's a whole process involved to get to where you want to get. So, talking about the technique once again, I started mixing. So I put all the discourses, microblading with shadowing. Oh, but shadowing is tattoos. There's a lot of prejudice, and especially in terms of tattoos. So it was a lot of work that I had to remove this prejudice from the customers that thought about shadowing. And you can do shadowing without having an effect of it looking like makeup. So I worked with some models. I called people to show what we were doing. And then I called some models. I did it on them. I made a video and pictures, and I posted it. Then I received a call. Mari, the princess from the royal family of Dubai wants to do her eyebrows with you. So that's the name of my technician today. And after the royal family of Dubai did it, the royal family of Abu Dhabi also did it with us. And then after that, we did all of these celebrities. So there's a channel called MPC. I don't know if you've heard of it. There's one person, there's one presenter that works there. There's no one that has not done eyebrows with me. Yeah, that's right. Thank you. Thank you. But that's all the result of a lot of work. It was not easy. I wanted to give up. I wanted to give up several times. And I am living proof that it can work. So I wanted to pack up my bags and leave. And I like taking pictures of my customers. So you go into Instagram, if you don't have a lot of pictures, it's difficult, culturally, speaking about this and taking pictures. So several challenges that you have along the way, but it's worth it. So be persistent, find your way, and, let me go back. Otherwise, I'm going to be speaking until tomorrow. Let's look at my cheat sheet here. So I'm very anxious to be with you in Dubai, and we're going to have an event there because Brazilians, they value what is from abroad, right? But people who are abroad, they value what we have over here. And I'm very anxious. I can hardly wait for all of you to go to Dubai with us. Yes, that's right. Taking the best. So I have goosebumps. I have goosebumps. Right, let's go. Let's go. You can stay there just like me. People like, glittering lights there and makeup. I can hardly wait because Brazilians have potential. They have unreal, surreal potential, actually. We have to value what we have here because it's very precious. And we have something new. Maris is going to be here in São Paulo next year, opening a clinic, headquarters that we have here, and we're expanding to Saudi Arabia. So definitely we're going to do several partnerships with Renata, and it would be great to have you with us there working. So now I'm going to show a little bit more of who Maris is, and I'm going to show you a video. I hope you enjoy it. A girl, a dreamer. It was not easy. Everything that you see on Instagram is just part of a small world of a lot of work and sacrifice and dedication and commitment. And nights that I stayed up working. And I know that many people would like to know how I got here. And believe me, if I made it, you can also make it. Did you like the video? It's very inspiring, right? Everybody has a story, and if I did it, you can also do it. The sky is not a limit, right? Mars and the moon, we can go to several places. I just wanted to do one thing with you. I'm going to ask you to take a picture of me here and mark me on Instagram, Maris Academy. So we're going to have a small Maris Academy, and I'm going to draw one kit of Maris. So take a picture, and we're going to make a draw of the Maris kit. So this is a little bit of Maris for me, for you, and I'm waiting for you in Dubai. Thank you very much for today. Thank you. We thank you for representing Brazil abroad, and we always say that when Brazilians are abroad, what Brazil did in terms of aesthetics and micropigmentation, it's so big and it's so beautiful. And when we have Brazilians doing that, it's incredible. And this is in Europe and in the Emirates, anywhere. How Brazilians are well seen and how we have to be proud of it. And she's there representing us. So it is fair to nominate Maris as our RBKollors ambassador in Dubai. I hope you accept. And we would like to launch. I will represent you with a lot of honor, you can be sure. And we would like to launch our event. We're going to do a pre-launch here of the event in Dubai, but I would like to invite and announce Maris as our first guest, our first speaker at the event that is going to happen in Dubai. So this is a little gift for you, and this is the invitation letter. I hope you accept. Yes, I do. I'm already there. Thank you for coming, and thank you for the opportunity and the invitation. We are going to join forces. The world is ours. Yes, we're going to keep growing, and we're going to generate opportunities for all these people. Maris, congratulations. We know that it's not easy. We know that besides everything, you have to face the pain of being away from the family, away from home, and it was definitely very hard for you, I know. But today is a moment of partying, and you received the recognition that you deserve. And it's a moment for us to really stand up and applaud our ambassador. She's going to receive us in Dubai. Let's give her a hand, everyone. It will be a pleasure. It will be a pleasure to have all of you with us over there. Congratulations, Maris. Congratulations. I wish you success. 2 kisses. In Dubai, it's 2 kisses, okay? Thank you. Thank you once again. Well, since the philosophical stone of this incredible event in Dubai has been launched, do you want to know anything else about that? I'm curious, right? So, hey, tell us about this idea. How is this going to happen? How are we going? Yeah, right? We even have a cape. We have a passport. We have a cover for our passport. Well, since Brazil is so well seen, I think that, it's fair for us to start moving around and having an event in different places and taking speakers and making contacts. So we thought about this event in Dubai, and when I talked to Nilson, he accepted, and he says, yeah, let's go. You want to do it? Let's do it. So, okay, let's do it. And then we had this partnership with Maris that strengthened me even further. So we're here doing the pre-launch of this event. But the pre-launch is going to be available today only for those who are present here, the pre-launch. The event is going to happen in November of 2023. The price, the initial price of the first batch, the promotional initial price of the first batch is $1,000. But for those who are here in person, you're going to have a 50% discount, and you're going to pay $500. So you need to pre-reserve today. So the pre-reservation, this is going to be $100. But I can negotiate. So if you have any situation where the person is not able to leave a pre-reservation of $100, they're going to calculate this. You can, use your credit card. You can do a PIX, a direct payment. Ana Laura and Danilo are going to be at the stand. So when we end over here, you're going to be able to do your enrollment. Okay? So if you really want to go, and if you think that this is an opportunity, please take advantage of it. Because we made a calculation for you to go to Dubai thinking that this event happens in 2023. We calculated that, I spend a lot. So it's about one eyebrow per month, 400, 500 reais. You keep it. And then you can pay for the trip, you can pay for the accommodations, and you'll be fine. So if you want to go, you have to make an effort, right? So that's why it's interesting to do this well ahead so that you can get organized, you can plan things, you can get your friends together to get a lovely experience on the other side of the world. That's going to be something great, Renata. And we're going to take care of everyone, right? We're going to go in a caravan, we're going to help everyone, we're going to create a group, everybody's going to see, oh, you have, a very cheap ticket, oh, I got this and I got that, so. So if you want to enroll, please do. And I'm going to ask my team, if you're available, if you want to enroll, just raise your hands. And then my team is going to go from table to table, pre-enrolling people. I need to have 20 people enrolled here. I think I already have them. 20? Do you want to see something? Please look at the VIP area. Do you have 20 people? Whoa. Okay, I'm going to do it for the VIP as well. For the VIP people as well. You're going to talk to Lou and you're going to get the same discount. Okay? All right, great. And not as a mama, she's a mother. Okay, close your eyes. I want you to see yourself in Dubai. Close your eyes. This is very powerful. Look at you going into the plane. Look at you coming down in the Emirates. Because you want it, you can, and you're going to make it. And even those who did not raise their hands, if you really want to do this, take the first step, and the rest is going to be organized for us. Can you imagine? Have you seen yourself there? Wait. Oh my God, it's a beautiful place. The highest building in the world. Oh my God. First enrollment. We have the first person enrolled. You're going to get a prize. You're going to get a gift. Okay, so the people in the VIP areas that are having heart attacks now, go to Instagram, and Mateus is going to line you up. Please do not have a stroke, okay? And do not have a heart attack. Mama's here. Mama is very nice. $100 to start, okay, to go to Dubai. So let me just say something. This is, the trip of your dreams, so plan. It's not just any trip. You're not going to Sao Paulo for a congress. You're going there to, go over. We have one more, okay. So you're going to look for the teams from RBKollors. They have uniforms on. They're in black. So look for them, and you're going to have the whole event to do that. At this moment, we have to receive one more person that is going to be part of our artists group. She's also international. Is she in Spain? Yeah, she's a beautiful woman.
Are you ready for one more? So let's calm down our hearts. Dream about your trip. You are quiet. You are thinking, I cannot make it. I am a prophet. I have the word for you. If you wish, you go. There is a will. If there is a wish, you can do it. And it's available. Yeah? You start and organize your dream now. And I'd like to tell you that our next guest is international. She's going to speak directly from Europe. She's there in Spain. And in order to welcome, understand, and listen to her, we are going to open up a link with Europe right now. I would like to ask you something. Let's show her how the Brazilian person do, because she's from Spain. She's a Spaniard. I'd like you to show her how can a Brazilian person welcome. Do not make me frustrated. Let's show her. Let's open up the link and we talk to Belén Estévez. Come to us. Belén, how are you? I'm okay. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm sad because I'm not there in person with you. So happy to be here in this event anyway. That is amazing. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Feel free. The floor is yours. Let's show her how we are happy to see her here. Welcome to our house. Your house is yours, Belén. Do what you do best, because people do not know. They say, I know this girl and she's an artist. Go on her Instagram and look at her, Belén Estévez, because she's brave. My love, feel free. Kisses, thank you, kisses. So I will start with the class. I do not know if you can help me putting up my presentation. We tried to do it before. Let's see if it works now. I have to change slides. There we go. I'd like to start a presentation video that I prepared for you. We are checking my slides and we are going to start soon. I would like to change slides now. Now we got it. So, I am here to talk about one of the biggest challenges that is micropigmentation when you have a treatment that is natural and is mixed with the reality. So we are going to talk about hyper-realistic eyebrows. And it takes me a while to achieve this technique. And I have changed and modifying to see if it gets more realistic. So this is a technique, that is a European technique, that is not what we do in Brazil, not even in Latin America in general. So more and more we see more use and older people without hair, and they want to have a more natural eyebrow, more defined. That is very beautiful. I like it so much. But other people would like to have this effect that is more natural, as they have done nothing, like this eyebrow that is more marked. So our objective is to get into the natural look, that we are going to have a natural eyebrow, and possibly the technique that is the hardest and more complex to have it, because there is no margin for error. This kind of eyebrow is, if you observe a painting, oil painting up close, you see stain. You do not see anything in reality. But from afar, you can see a landscape, you can see faces, whatever is there, painted. But this is something that looks the same. And then we are going to see eyebrows, lots of space, and then you can see the skin underneath. But in reality, from afar, you have volume. You have a feeling of full brows, natural brows, that we are not going to have if we have the hair that are so deep in the background. If we have deep hair, what we see is a stain effect, and it's more compact, it's fuller. So next slide, please. Next slide. What is really the type of eyebrow that I'm doing, that I'm going to present today for you? This is one type of eyebrow that is different. It's more current, update. So we are going to get the effect, but we are going to use the shadow effect. So we are going to do hair, but not like the trace, not traced. We are going to have shadow hair. So we are going to have the blades, but with this line. Why do we have it and not other thing? because we do it and not blading traditionally, because there is a higher degradation with the time on the skin, and in reality is worth for all kinds of skins, for dry skin, normal skin, and oily skin as well. And the technique, the previous technique that we were using, traditional blending, oily skin is harder to work. So here you can see different examples of eyebrows. The first case is a lady with nothing. So with this technique, with this effect, I'm telling you that if you have hair, we can use up close this background. You see an image when you zoom in, so you can see more what I mean. And the second image as well, in the middle, what you see is a lady with no hair. So we have some eyebrow now that she wanted, not totally disconnected. She did not want anything perfect. So in the final case, on the right hand side, what we see, a person that she needed just fill in the beginning of the inner part of the eyebrow, because there is a big failure over there and it's totally far apart. So let's see next. And it depends on a standard. When we are working in our clinic, when we want to work on eyebrow, different kinds of cultures, we also have different types of eyebrows. Our pattern in this case will adjust to the natural hairline. Previously, when I started, I learned a type of pattern that is more universal, and out of this pattern I used for everybody. But the direction has to follow the hairline. But in this case, we are going to consider always the direction of the natural hairline, if it's ascending, if it's descending, because the hairline, the pattern has to be together with the natural hair already existing. Natural hair is the one that's going to determine the direction. And then we need to consider the type of skin, the color of the hair, the culture, the union. When you have a strong point, you have darker hair in that client, and you enhance this when you see a client with just one eyebrow. I don't know, you have seen something like this, or you face it in the future, because there are people that do not have a whole eyebrow and they have the other brow. So you can bring naturality to that face, and we can do it with this kind of technique. What about the skin types for this case? The first case we have, I was assisting, I was watching the presentation of my colleagues, and I could see here on Zoom, I was following this presentation, and most of colleagues were talking about this kind of skin already. So I'm going to talk about my point of view, because the skin is different here in Europe, different from Latin America, and different as well from Russia. So we have Asian skins are so different. So dry skin here, we preserve the skin because it exfoliates more, it's more sensitive, the sensation of stretching, the expression lines are more marked. And this is very important to identify what kind of skin you are working on, because this will determine what kind of needle to be used, the depth that you implant, and what kind of pigment. So we need to know that dry skin is a skin that needs water. So how are we going to retain what we put on that skin? So if we put a pigment that is dark, this will surely will be darker than what we expected. So we always say the first days it looks darker and then the color's getting lighter. So this kind of skin, the color does not get lighter. So we have to be careful if the person has red hair or is blonde. So this kind of skin is thinner. You have to be extra careful with it. Oily skin has dilated pores, more visual, that is thicker, opaque, with shine, that's under the sun. So this kind of skin lose the color easily. So some traces could also disappear because it's important for this technique, different from the others, because this skin is sensitive to aggression. So the shadow that we do normally, you can see that does not damage the skin, but blading traditionally is more damage than shadow. So you have to combine these two techniques. For blading technique, the results can be much better. And then we have normal skin. That is the dream skin we all want to see in our clinic. And we take 50,000 pictures to publish on Instagram, but we see this rarely. This skin is more Asian skin, like work in a clean piece of paper. There is no hair sometimes, and you can let your imagination run free on this skin. You have good circulation, the skin is soft, the result on the skin is always very good. So let's see the following case. This type of technique is not adequate for everybody. Also, blading is not for everybody, and shadowing as well is not adequate for everybody. I do not mean that you are not going to work well. What I mean is that it looks more natural or not. For example, here I have 3 cases, and one of them, 2 of these cases, we have a combination of blading technique and shadow. On the left-hand side and in the middle picture, there is a combination of technique blading and in the point out the high point of the eyeshadow. The other is just shading technique. What happens if these people here, we use blading technique traditionally or blading technique with shadow? So you are going to see recently the result is wonderful, but after the healing you are going back to that failures, the empty spaces. So we need a technique that is really for that. These eyebrows do not need to be, they do not have empty spaces. What they need is higher density, fuller hair, and this we will get with shadow technique, having a color as a foundation that will highlight the natural aspect of that eyebrow. Let's see the next one. And this type of eyebrow, there is no margin error because there is no hair that you need to camouflage. When we started with micropigmentation, we always practicing family members and family with the mother, with the mother-in-law, everybody. And then we have our margins of errors because they are family members and they love us anyway. So I was remembering my mother. She has the eyebrows orange. They do not want me to touch it. She loves me the same way because I'm her daughter. But with a client, you cannot leave the eyebrows orange. You cannot make this mistake. So this first client of mine was missing the tail of the brow. So we are going to use the blading and shadow technique for her. So the healing process was spectacular, really beautiful, because her skin has no open pores, is not oily, is not so sensitive. This skin is normal, so The healing process was wonderful and the color was reliable. The mid color underneath, as you can see it. And a little bit more, that's it. I love these results. And the following brow that we have here to the right-hand side is a lady that was missing great part of her eyebrow. And if this image is here, if we zoom in, we can see empty spaces among the hair. So from far away, you see this live, what we see, there is volume in this eyebrow. You see, it looks natural. It's that what we want to achieve for them. I'm going to show you and give you tips and tricks. So we reach this kind of eyebrow coming from eyebrow that looks more natural. What I mean is a pattern that is traditional. So let's see the next case. Great. And how can we get the volume for the eyebrow that has nothing? So we are going to start from something that is totally blank, and then we need to get 3 types of volume. So the volume we'll get with the union of this hair to create density. So we have the beginning of the hair, the initial part of the eyebrow, the mid part of the hair. Normally you see more density in the eyebrow, Latin and European. Asian, not in the Asian, because it's in the beginning, the density, and the tail. So we can get this with the same color, with the same needle. What we have to change is simply the amount of hair that we are going to create. And we are going to get this with light and shadow effects. Light and shadow effects, the light we get from space between the hair, and the shadow effect we are getting with the space of hair absent, with the union of them all. So here we see on the right-hand side, this small design is a fragment of the eyebrow that this is go from darker to lighter, more volume to less volume. This is what we are going to get in the pattern of this eyebrow. Once we see the difference and we create different styles of hair, thicker, thinner, near the skin, longer, almost transparent, shorter, we are going to know everything about it. That's very important to know all this information. Patience and time that you take, that we dedicate to design eyebrows. So this eyebrow that we have here in this design, we can do it better. Of course we can, and you can finish it this way. Yes, we can. So how long you have to work on it? I would like to work until it gets perfect, flawless, and I see it natural. So I continue working. The problem that most times, especially in the beginning, it seems that we want to start and finish at once. We do not have patience to take time. And it takes us an hour or 2 hours or 2 hours and a half. And that's it. You want to finish it. You have to sit, relax, and listen to direct of James O'Lyon during the pandemic. We were confined anyway, so I studied the tension of your body. The tension is important. We have to be relaxed so you convey to the clients what we are going to feel. So first, you have to be relaxed. You do not have to get hurry. If you have 3 clients waiting outside, it doesn't matter. You are just working on that client and you dedicate your full time to her. And for that, we have to see this. So we are going to clean up this eyebrow as it deserves to be cleaned. Let's see the next one. what kind of layers of skin we are working. You have seen this before, I am sure, but it's never too much to revise these layers. So we are going to work in the dermis, superficial dermis. Just after the superficial part is like the selective layer. Everything that gets into the body affects and prevents it to get out. Why we use and touch up 4, 6 weeks later? Because most of these traces could be in the epidermis. So they are going to fade. So we have to get back and touch up and see her again. The more superficial we work, the work gets more beautiful always. The deeper you get, the darker it gets, grayer, there is more expansion, it gets worse. So the more superficial you work, you have thinner blades, so you have oily skin. Be careful of that, it looks better. The duration that you see is lower, but the higher quality. So the natural look, it depends on the duration of time. It's something that we have to understand, and we have to explain this to the client, that if they want well-done work with quality, and it looks natural, they need to know the duration that is much lower. You can have a 10-year-long eyebrow. Yes, you can. We can do it. Because this eyebrow is like a tattoo, and with time it turns blue or orange or green or stained like it was painted with a labeling machine. So let's see next slide. And here we see more the tension and the stretching points. The tension, as I said before, first your attention, the professional attention, our attention, how we feel, we have to be relaxed. At this point, there's nothing else other than the client, because in the end, the more stressed you are, when you are restless, your hands getting harder, it's worse for the client and for our work as well. And another tension is the tension that generates the human skin. The skin has fibers, collagen fibers. What I mean is elastin. And they are responsible for taking a direction. We see these wrinkles that are loose in the fingers. We need more skin to flex the fingers, to gesture our hands. But in the areas that we do not flex, there are no joints. This movement here, the skin is thicker. So if you see up close, there is direction in those fibers. Like when we cut meat, there is a direction that is better than the other. And how are we going to prevent this extra tension? That the needle does not move so well in a skin compared to the other when we need to stretch it. That's very important. Everything is important, but it's really important stretching that skin. 3 points of stretching with just 2 fingers and this finger as well. Or this, or whatever you use that is better for you. If I'm working like this, I have these 3 points of stretching. And it's important that the area is very small. If I have the points in a bigger area, this is still not so tense, not so stretched. You have more flexity. The lower the area of work is, higher is the tension. So when you are working and everything is going right, the pigment is flowing as we wish, you have to think about our position, the needle that we are using, is it correct? If we are taking the pigment correctly, the needle cannot be dry. If we are stretching well that skin, and it's also important the stretching points that generate to our body. We always have in the high part of the eyebrow, when we have the orbicular bone, this generates the tension from the bone. That is helpful. We always use this working area. We are going to stretch up to the bone, generating tension, and with our fingers will help. The same in this inner part, in this inner corner. And it's harder to work, so we are going to elevate and stretch it up.
So definitely I would like to be there live because that's really very enchanting. But I hope that you understood the way that I am explaining and what I mean. So let's go to the next slide now. Right, so saturation and intensity. So what does this mean? We have to make a difference between some lines and others. So this is a natural eyebrow. One part has one color, another part has another color, and of course it's a little dark as well. So we have to take it into account in the artificial eyebrows as well. So this is an example of wood. If you look at the place that is closer to us, we have the trees that are closer to us that we see more clearly. They're greener, they're darker, and they're closer. And then in the middle, we have the other trees that are a little further away, and it gets a little confused with the background. And then at the back of everything, you can't really see the trees. It's a lighter color that is going to be lost, and it's much further away. So we have to do the same thing with the eyebrows. The main strands are going to be the darker ones, the ones that are in front. They are the main ones. These can be the guide strands in many cases, and they have better definition. Behind them, we have those. They have a better depth, but they are creating and making a real difference. So definitely we have a wood with three trees in front and 5 behind, and that we can see in depth. And with a density in terms of quantity. So let's go to the next slide. So this has been the standard, the basic standards that we have and that we can get for an eyebrow. So we have to get to our customer, and we're going to identify if it is a European eyebrow, or if it's more universal, or if it's an Asian one, that is the last one at the bottom. And you can see that not all eyebrows have the same density and the same points. So this is what we're going to be able to get with a natural eyebrow as well. So with an artificial one, that's what we're going to work with. We're going to work with this density, this difference between some points and others, and we're definitely going to be able to get very good results, very natural ones, basically working with micropigmentation. So I'm now going to teach you a zoom that I did, and then you can see the closer one. It's approximate. I'm going to show you through my phone. Just a second. Look at this. So this is how we see it close up. All right? So definitely you can see the hairs, and this is recently done, and you can see these little dots. And now we're going to show the result of a customer today who came in with her eyebrows, and there was absolutely nothing. I'm going to put it over here. So look at that. So in fact, it's very good. So this woman was blonde. She is blonde. She didn't die or anything. And a very good result. A little bit closer, just so you see it a little closer. This is the eyebrow now. There's no filter, no Photoshop, nothing. So you can see it very well. And she liked it. And the fact is that you don't really have lots of published cases of these eyebrows. And there's very good data. The last result, I'm going to show another zoom of what the hairs look like. The shaded ones. And then this is a healed eyebrow with a macro lens, and you can see that there's only expansion, there's only a change in color. And this is another one that came in, and there was nothing, no hairs at all. So the result is really incredible. And having said that, you can follow me on Instagram. The ones who want to, you're invited to come here to Spain. And I'm going to open up a new studio. And you're all invited if you want to come to do some kind of training, or if you want to visit me. And if you want to, you're invited. And I'm going to leave you. If you want to ask any questions, I'm going to leave some time, and I think that you can ask questions. And that's it. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for inviting me to this event. I'm really very happy. It's just a pity that I'm not with you, but circumstances in this case are what they are, and hopefully very soon I'll be able to be with you. And I would really love to come. Thank you, Renata, for the opportunity. I don't know you personally, but I always say that you are my Latin mother, you're my Brazilian mother, and that's it. If you have any questions, I'll be here. Let's just give you some time, and that's it. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. This is our trophy for you, as if you were here to receive it. Look. Kisses for you, and I'd like to ask you a question. Do you understand me in Portuguese? Yes, go ahead. I'd like you to tell us how Brazilian professionals are seen in Spain. Wow, Brazilian professionals here are seen in a very, I want to speak in Spanish, okay? There's translation. All right. So, what is your message? Message for the women who want to go to Europe and develop their Brazilian art. Never give up. Over here, I've been to many courses with people from Brazil, and it's really very different. But it's much more advanced in Brazil compared to us in Spain. And in terms of techniques and pigments, and professionally, never give up. Now, if you want to get there, you will. But very humbly, being honest, and we always have to learn. I have a lot to learn, and I will always have a lot to learn, and everyone does. So this is the main point. So never give up. Be very humble to practice and practice and practice. That's beautiful. Your work is beautiful. Congratulations, and thank you very much for your availability and your time to teach us. I'd like to invite you to Dubai in 2023. Yes, please. Oh, I love it. I love it. Belén, great kiss. We love you. Kisses. Let's give her a round. Let's show her our love. Belén is from La Casa Digital. Thank you, Belén. Kisses to you. Thank you. Bye, guys. Bye. Alcione, many people approached me. Oh, look at our friends over here. Look. So guys, I would like you to talk a little bit. So people were telling me, and I didn't know what to answer. But we're going to have a draw now, the 10 blocks from the Priscila Lima Atelier and the baskets. But I'd like you to talk about your training. Can you explain to everyone at home how it works? Who is it for? What does it do? You know that today we cannot avoid, just doing things and recording things. We can't get away from it. So as we said, we have to learn techniques that will help us to develop our videos and our communication and our performance in an effective manner. So we created a mentorship for beauty professionals with this kind of focus for you to learn techniques to do your work on stage and the videos and pictures in courses and congresses and even recordings on WhatsApp. So it's a mentorship that we do online but live. It's 2 days next week. We start on the 30th. We're going to have on the 30th and on the 1st of December, and then on the 8th and 9th of December. So we're going to be together for this training, this online live training, and during the weeks after, we're going to spend 4 weeks where I'm going to give you exercises and I'm going to align each student so that you feel very confident, so things flow. And I always tell people that we have to be prepared for when the opportunity is here. Can I give you an example? Yes. So you're getting an opportunity, guys, which is to learn how to position yourself on the stage. So when Alcione came today, it was different. Did anybody feel it? Thank you. So yes, there is a way of positioning yourself on the field. I'm still learning. I'm going to do it someday. But what happens is that the first time that I was a speaker at Aesthetic São Paulo, it was like this. I was going back to my city, and Estética was going to be the next day. And it was going to be on a Monday. I was going back on a Saturday or Sunday or something like that. And Renata called me and said, okay, so I feel bad. You're going to be a speaker about pigmentology. And I said, but it's like a bride. So bride thinks about the wedding. I didn't have time to be able to, post things on Instagram and date. But it was the opportunity of my life. So every micropigmenter dreams of stepping onto the stage, but it was thrown to me, right? And today, I know there are people here, but everybody who's at home, all the friends who are in the virtual area, VIP area, are you ready to receive an opportunity like that? So say yes. Yes, because there is a method, and yes, because I know how to do it, and it's not that, the one that you're yawning, right? Yes, I can do it. I can do it very well. So it's about that. And then we're going to close a partnership with Lu to train these guys here. We're going to have a lot of speakers. Great. Okay, so the training has been very interesting, and the people I have trained, I see a difference, and it's available to you as well. Thank you for the opportunity and learning with Alcione Marocco. Okay, now we would like to thank Priscila Lima, who is the greatest name and the greatest authority in Brazil in making press kits for courses. She does a beautiful job. You received a small sample of what she does, and we're going to draw. I don't even believe that anybody here is going to get anything, because you're not getting anything here, the ones who are here in person. Oh, but you're getting a lot of stuff. I think we cannot say that, because there are things that only people who are here saw. And, okay, I don't know what Renata's going to do. She didn't tell us. You're going to get something. The people who are here, there's a surprise. So the winner got 10 kits and 10 personal blocks with her brand, and it was Sabrina Linhares. She's not here, right? Sabrina, you're at home, right? Congratulations. And it's already on the RB Instagram. You can look at the RBKollors team. They're going to give you your gift. It's good. It's good to get gifts, right? But we have to be happy when somebody else gets it as well. Well, but then, you know, that's another type of story. You know, I was always very envious. You know, those bad guys. I tell everyone I was really envious. I was a bad person. So you go up on stage, and my heart, you know, broke. And why not me? Why don't I ever get the chance? You know, I can speak better than hers. My technique is better than hers. And then I continued like that until I understood that while I did not clap for others, you know, mine would not come. It hurt. It hurt, and I learned, right? Yeah, that's learning. So if we cannot vibrate with other people's success, we're never going to go on stage and be applauded. So we have to clap for other people first. So that's what envious people do, right? But it's true. And it hurt me, and I felt that the world owed me something. And you know that sometimes we say, okay, that person is envious and he's jealous, but we have this inside us. The merit is in recognizing when that happens, when that attacks, and then we say, no, I don't want to feel that. Yeah, because we determine who we are, right? So, and there's something else. Every time you want to change, you're going to have to act the way you would like to be, and many times the way you want to do it. Do you know what I started doing? I started training my brain and my heart. And I said, okay, Alcione is on stage. Wow, congratulations. So, congratulations. You know, nobody knows how she got there. She is incredible. She deserves it. And that cured me. And I really became that person. And today, my thought, my heart, when I see somebody grow, it's incredible. So God bless, you know, nobody knows that person's background, so that's it. I believe that nobody has this here, right? Nobody at home, in the audience, but you have time to correct it, right? But if you do, you can actually are actually blocking some things from happening in your life. Can we go to our last presentation? I didn't want it to end. We're coming to the end of our event. Going around the world, and I know that some people are going to be with us in Dubai, and I know that some people are going to really vibrate and be there with a lot of energy. And one day we go, the other day we don't, and if you don't go, that's fine. However, something I'd like to tell you. We need to understand that if we don't become good administrators, we're not going to have anything. So it is important. It's important for micropigmenters to have this kind of international experience. And if you can program this, it's planning. It's not a question of not being able to do it. Because, you know, if you want to or not, you know, raise your hand if you've already messed things up in Instagram and you felt defeated when you did the course, right? That's it. right? So we spend a lot of money in vain, and that's going to be an investment. So if you can plan things out, we want to receive you and travel as a family. Investment and happiness, right? We're not only going to learn, but we're also going to have fun. Oh, definitely, definitely. You can be sure of that. And I'm going to bring sand from there to show that I was there. I'm going to show everyone. So, are the speakers ready? Can you let us know? Okay, shall we talk about them? Okay, I have a story with this couple, and I wanted to tell you my story first. There is something that I believe in, that principles are not broken. And I have a story with this channel, a private story. And it's very easy for you to applaud and support who already has success. The difficult part is to bet on those who don't have a name. The difficult part is to believe in those that you don't have credit, that don't have credit in the market. The difficulty is to endorse somebody, to support somebody that is not well known. And when I was part of this reality of not being recognized, it stopped hurting because I just, solved my issues. And I met this couple and I invited them and I said, look, I'm going to have an event in my city. And I was always very daring, always very daring. And I abused as well. So I'm not afraid. So I just start with no, and I have the no, so I start doing things. And you're laughing, but I ask for things, I really do. So I went there and I sent a direct message and I said, look, I'd like to know if you could come to my event. But I did the following. I said, I'm going to receive no from everyone, so I'm going to show, I'm going to send it to everyone, to the whole market. And many people said, no, who's that? No, I wish. Many people visualized it, and I'm waiting for the response until today. Many people liked it, and I'm still waiting for their response until today. Many people said they couldn't come, and that's fine. But there was a couple that decided to bet on somebody who is improbable. So maybe you are somebody that's improbable, and you're going to meet many of these people. It's very easy to support those who are successful, but you reveal your character when you support those who don't have a name. And that's the difficult part. It shows who you are. So now, let me talk. Okay, let me just tell my story because, TDH is screaming. So, I invited this couple, and the couple believed in my project. And even after winning the World Championship and coming back from Germany, the first stage they stepped on was mine, the unknown, improbable person. So, but they were brave, right? They were brave. I was brave to invite them, and they were brave to accept. So I would like you to really, when Alcione actually calls this couple, you should really show what you would like to harvest. So I'm putting a seed in your hands, planted in fertile soil, and we have to honor the principles. So with a lot of energy, I'd like you to receive this couple, and you know who it is, but let's follow the protocol, okay? So they're going to talk about the lips technique that was a champion in Germany. The influence they've been bringing is from this place in Europe. And for us, they're also a reference. And most people in the room, most of us are women. So wouldn't you like your husband to be with you as a partner and, just loving them. They love each other so much. We see that. They are beautiful, they are a reference, and they are great partners of RBKollors. So come on down, Mr. and Mrs. Almeida.
Sim, existe chamado.
So yes, there is a call. There is a legacy, and it's big. Maybe it's not between four walls. It could be on wheels or wings, the highest that a human being can achieve in his natural state. And the flights that are given in what is supernatural, when you believe in a dream, and this dream that takes days and nights and tears, humiliation, and oh, that's not going to work out, people laughing at you, injustice. But for us, we got tools, pachymeters and pigments and dermographs, needles. So it seems to be very little, right? And it's only to say that it doesn't matter what you receive as a weapon or a tool. They can look small and insignificant to all of you around. But if they gave it to you, never doubt what is happening in this earth. Do your best. Doesn't matter what you do. Try to reach excellence. Try to get your best. And when you look from the top, with every tool, with every activity, so many no's and everything that happened at the right time, so you got to your identity and to get to the future that is so uncertain. So do your best, regardless of your conditions at that moment. Listen to your heart. Pull your socks up and work really hard. Be honest to your values. Have faith, persevere, believe. Be brave, daring. Do not lose your dream. It's yours. And never forget your calling. It is from God. It is possible to win. Wow. Mr. and Mrs. Almeida.
Gratidão.
I'm very grateful, thank you. Where's my wife? Here I am. Where are you? Guys, thank you very much. So please receive this couple that has this great inspiration, that brings a lot more than techniques. They bring the principles. We were talking about this today. They bring a principle over, and sometimes it's boring, looks boring. But if you have family at home, and if you would like your family to not get away from you. And today you're going to hear about pigmentation, micropigmentation. Mr. and Mrs. Almeida, thank you. What great energy. Incredible. I felt this great energy here. You have no idea. Before I got here, we were out there for about 3 or 4 hours, and we saw good energy, and it's great. It's great. It's a protocol, right, that we broke. So we live in Germany, and can we get a bigger return here? So in Germany, it's okay to do this, and Brazil as well. Germany represents a lot to us, and as Brazilians, for my wife and I, as Brazilians, but when we say that we brought a prize as the best micropigmenter in the world, it was not Joaquinha Nayara. It was Brazil. Brazil today is known around the world as being full of talents, and it's an honor. And it's for all of you as well, not only for us. Definitely, it's to represent a nation and represent each of you. So when I see somebody out there in sports or in any area that represents Brazil in football, or if it's Neymar, for example, we really feel excited. We feel that we are well represented abroad. And that's exactly what we did. That day we received it, and today we're representing Germany. And that's exactly what we did that day. So that was our idea, and we had a mission. So when we receive a mission, it's, the soldier that goes to war, and you cannot come back without a victory, and that's exactly what we did. So we received a mission, and we brought this over, and we said, okay, we're going to take this to Brazil. And this makes not Joaquim and Nayad and Mr. and Mrs. Almeida be successful. It's for all of you to be seen. And when somebody out there says, so who is the world champion? Who is the world champion? It's a Brazilian person.
And it's not our victory, it's yours. 30 participants, 39 participants, and all people, if you do not know, all the competitors that were there needed to win in their own country championship. They were not champion, they had to be leaders and champion in their countries. Joaquim was the leader in Brazil, so it was champions against champions. So Joaquim got it. It's a great pride, and I have the great pleasure. We represent this country here because God has given us a crib. One more time, thank you so much. RB family, Renata. That's great. That slide is amazing. Thank you so much for giving us the privilege of being here, sharing information, learning. We were not in person here yesterday, not even this morning, but I watched this event, all the lectures, all the presentations online on YouTube, and it's so nice. I have learned a lot, truly, and we recycle and update our knowledge, and the objective is to exchange information here and now. So thank you so much, hey, each and every one of you, people at home. What is my camera? People at home, thank you so much. Take a pencil and paper that you are going to learn a lot. So I'm so gratitude, and it's the key to open doors. I thank for my family. That's my motivation, the reason that I act, my children, my wife, my home, my family. We are so grateful. Do that. Exercise the gratitude for your family, your life, for the life that you have. We have two nations, Joacanitas and Benenitas. They are the ambassadors of a kingdom. That's why we are here. So we are going to share with you the point of view that we have on micropigmentation representing Germany, and bring this concept of what is excellent micropigmentation in the culture of that country. We have lighter people, lighter hair, and it's important. The model is exactly in the same situation, very common to see, blonde, light hair, and micropigmentation was based on it. But mid and long term, like her, it's pink, red, So how to avoid that, how to prevent that in our work, that's what we are going to share today. We like to say that everything we do, we mention, is not the only truth, not the absolute truth, but this has brought results and knowledge to us, also information, and we are going to share it with you. Many things that we did wrong, but we learned from it. So get everything put in a mosaic. You are going to use it sometime. If you do not agree with this information, it's okay. Put it in a mosaic, and you are going to use it later. This is our point of view, and it's working for us. That's why we study, we learn, we make mistakes, and then we get things right. But we still make mistakes. Every day we learn from our mistakes. And I'm telling you, smart is the person that learns from their mistakes. Isn't it so? The wise person learns from someone else's mistake. Would you like to be smart or wise? So learn from somebody else's mistake as well. You do not have to do it over again. So you learn. I will show you something that is very interesting. This one is from God. We do not want to sell anything for you, but I would like you to place a challenge and a call for you, for a mission. Who believes that has a mission in life? Show me hands. Have you identified your mission already? The objective for your call, your element, what you are and what you are called for. If you haven't found out that yet, place this before God, because God will clarify that for you. I'm not selling anything for you, I'm just provide you something. First, there is a mission. Would you like to have a mission? Yes or no? Come with me now. Today, you have a mission, opportunity to answer to a call, to become an agent of transformation. Welcome to the Shadow Mission. More than 11 years of experience that made our technique the champion, the world champion on micropigmentation. And now combined in a single course for you, micropigmentation professional, 100% that you see. You have never seen it before. If your expectation, you can raise the bar to a hard level, because you are going to overcome them all. In this mission, you are going to learn everything in a simplified way, detailed way, so you can really reach the next level. Masterclass, complete, elite level. The shadow mission, you are going to learn the codes and the techniques that are more advanced on soft shadow in the world. The golden rule for natural eyebrows, proportion, depth, inclination, pressure, speed, and more. And after this course, you are ready to become an agent of transformation, certified internationally. Now you just have one choice: to accept this mission. Shadow mission. That's wonderful. The t-shirts, I got t-shirts for you. So, how can I get back here? So calm down. Jonathan will be with me. Where are you, Jonathan? He's going to be with us on 23rd, 25th, and 24th, the day after tomorrow. And we are having a training session free of charge. And we are going to talk about techniques now. But with this time that we have there in this training, 3 days, we are having 6 hours, 2 hours every day, with lots of technique and information for you. So you are going to understand more this technique. That is wonderful. Shadow technique that we love, and we love it even more every day. So get into our Telegram group. People at home, you can be part of this group as well. These are the QR code for the Telegram group. Is free of charge. There's no need to subscribe, but we are going to send you the link of the class to the group, right? There's no need to pay anything. That's a mission. And I'd like to draw. How can we do it? Where is the t-shirt? It's here. There are several ones. I do not know how you're going to draw them all later. Show them, please. Here you have. We are agents of transformation. We believe, like secret agents, you know, like police officers in a mission. Show the back of the t-shirt. Here you have it, the front and the back. Transformation agents. Who is a transformation agent here? Who is bold enough and is a transformation agent? Who's bold enough? Who's courageous? Who is? Show me hands. Come here, come here, come to me. There we go. There we go. One more. People at home, we are finding a way to send you here. You are going to get those t-shirts as well. In this mission, you are with us. We have lots of people here in this mission to bring a high level of knowledge, so our profession is going beyond, and you are a transformation agent, and you make things with excellence, your work, your activity, right? So let's see it. We do not have much time. We started. Let's go. Shadow Mission, 100% online. We are going to be there next week. I'd like to talk about it today. It's so meaningful now, more than ever. Dubai. What's her name again, honey? Maris. Am I right? It's very meaningful. Proverbs 22:29 says that, do you know someone who is excellent on what they do? If you do not believe on the Bible or God, do not close your heart, not now. Leave it open, do not block yourself, because that book is not about religion, it's about connection and the way we live. So here we have, do you know someone excellent in what they do? So this will be placed before kings. Doesn't it make sense for you today? And we always say, Joaquim never heard, he was there working, and I was here. I got goosebumps all over my body. She was up here. She was speaking to us. She shared with us. We always bring to you not only the technique, but what we believe as a value. Family, everything, our thoughts, our principles. And I believe that a professional, a champion, I'm talking about championing life, not a championship, a world championship. What I mean, you are a winner, a champion in your life. It's not only about technique, because if you have just technique, you die. Your technique does not go anywhere. You need to be a human being first, a better person, and then we always say that. If you have seen someone, I would like to ask you now, who here would like to serve to kings? No kings or queens down here. In Dubai they do, not here. Are you sure of that? Look around you. You see a queen, don't you? That's how you feel. You should feel this way, and you should treat your client. This person you need and you want inside your clinic, your studio. When we talk about it, I was in the final presentation with a friend of mine. Cristiano Ronaldo is her client. I was wearing a Rolex before the stage, 30,000 reais. He did his eyebrow, and he gifted her with a Rolex watch. Why not? Do you understand that? Why not? And then when Maris is up here and says, you did not listen, but Maris does the eyebrow of the royal family, all the members in Dubai. Proverbs 22:29, you serve two kings. If people do not pay the value for your micropigmentation, something in your communication needs to be changed. Something in your attitude, in what you think about yourself. I am sure she sees as a deserving person. Before that, this has already happened here in her mind. And when she's here talking about it, I'd say, that's crazy. God, you are wonderful. Because that's what I'm talking about. That's what you are becoming kings. People that go to our studio and say, my micropigmentation is 1,500 reais. Is it so? I want to Pix you. I pay you in Pix. Go. Do you understand? That's what I'm talking about. That's why you are here today. You have invested for that. You pay to be in events that are amazing as this one, excellent as Renata provided. That is wonderful. Renata is a big mother. She's a mother. Mother is someone that inspires us, teaches us. A mother and a daughter will see and get inspiration and will motivate, because Renata does it every year, all year round, to motivate your daughter, you, to grow, to become better. Believe that you can go to Dubai. You have dreamed about it. Now you have the chance. And your talent will take you there. God gave you as an instrument, will take you to your dream. And that's it. If you want to serve kings, be one. Look at you as the princess that serve people, kings, queens, the daughters of princes and prince. That's it. In our country, we do have princes and princesses. You are the ones. And there are people out there that can pay for your services in the value that you place. It depends on you.
Caraca, show de bola. Eu, no seu lugar, estava recebendo isso daí, viu, gente? Isso.
I would listen if I were you.
Soft shadow.
Soft shadow.
Partiu para soft shadow?
Let's start it? Not yet. Let me briefly mention who was here last month. Last month, who watched our presentation? 3 people watched us last month. Great. We had a marathon these last 2 months, and I talked about it constantly, something that I see frequently, and I have experienced this, and I can talk about it because I have experienced this, and I have seen people in our industry, big and small. This that you think that only happens to you, it happens to big ones as well. That person that you inspire from these people that say, I would like to be them one day. I'd like to be him, her one day. Let me tell you about this. When I mention Maris, value, what you charge, that's it. This is about our beliefs, identity, capacity, and deserving beliefs. I talked about Maris, and she felt that she deserved serving a princess or a queen, you know? But if you have blocks on your mind and you do not know who you are, wow. If you have blocks on your mind, you do not know who you are, you never serve a queen, a prince, or a king.
É disso que eu tô falando.
That's what I'm talking about, deserving. The pyramid starts from the bottom, here. The pyramid never starts from the top, it starts in the foundation. So my belief of identity, who I am, I was born to be who, to do what. I was talking about mission and objective. Very briefly I bring, if you do not know about the objective or mission in life, that's for you. My objective is the same as yours, all of you here. You know that? Someone here can tell me what is the apple tree produce? What the apple tree produces? Apples, right? Apple tree, do you see pineapples there? I would like to hear from you. No? Grapes, strawberry. You only see apples, right? That's your objective. It's unique, mine and yours. You bring fruits because you have to be connected to a tree that is alive and true. And you need to provide fruits. Renata is doing what here? Providing fruits. Her tree, you see how many fruits are there here? That's why we say that we are going to see the tree and the fruit, you know the tree. Everybody says that is Master, the girls of Renata Barcelli. You know them because there is identity, Renata's identity. So your objective in life is to provide fruits. Fruits. Fruits are what? Life. They are life. Your objective is connected to the person sitting next to you, the person that you do not care about, the person that asks you to teach, but you never cared about this person. It has to do with life and people. We go anywhere alone, nothing. If you tell me that something was given to you in life through people, I'd like to know what. What have you received that is not people? Everything, your objective in life, everything you need is in the hands of someone up ahead in your life. And if you do not look carefully to people and life, you never reach the point. And I'm talking about identity. You know what is the mission of an apple? Can you tell me very briefly? What can I make with an apple? What else? Juice. Pie, sweets, different things. These are our missions on earth. This is your mission. You are not a micropigmentation professional. You are working as one right now. Do you understand that? And sometimes we get attached to our mission. At some point in your life, maybe you were a statistician, but now not anymore. You are a professional of micropigmentation. Do you understand? And we have seasons, and I need to understand the seasons that I have to change, and I am connected to other seasons. So our missions, we can have plenty of them, and we experience them all in our life, but our objective is one. Out of the mission presentations, wherever I go, I take the most of people with me. Do you understand the proposal, the objective? It doesn't matter what you do. If it's micro, if it's lip, if you teach, whatever, you need to provide fruits. And this is connected to my identity. Who am I? The camera on her, please. I will zoom in on her. Zoom in on her face, please. Is it possible? Much closer. That's the position. The image is a little bit different on the screen. Just one side with pencil. I worked on one side. I'm going to show you. Renata is speaking. I do not want to interrupt. That's the only part I never interrupt you again. We always have one side first, and then after the approval, we replicate the other side. And it's important to say that she had already, you can see it, a procedure before, and we are going to talk exactly about it. I don't know who did it, doesn't matter. But when it's too blonde, phototype low, 1 or 2 up to 3, we understand that the hair is light. So what are we going to do? Place light pigments, right? But the mistake is when I have phototype low and place a color that is also hot, and hot is even hotter. And then this happens to her. It's pink, reddish. So you know this already, but I will repeat. In this case, what should we do in the very beginning? Placing brown, light brown, but also dark brown as well. Mid and long term, the color will change. But how can we use the best brand of pigment in Latin America, in the world? You know what the brand is? RBKollors. I think that's not strong enough. What is the best brand of pigments in the world? It's RBKollors. Yes, it is. You see that. So what are we going to do now? We are going to use this opportunity fully. We are going to neutralize and immediately place a new color. Everything in the same procedure. So I will use here. Not now. I'm not going to tell you because you pay attention till the end and then I disclose the colors, right? Let me show you before and after. This is the new design and the previous one before this procedure. The arch is low. That's not the color because this is just my black pencil. Can I resume? Yes. I'm going to talk about who you are, your identity. If I ask you, do you know who you are? What is your mission and your objective? It doesn't matter what you do. The camera has an objective. His life is over there. The cameras are having hundreds of people, 10,000 people, 9,000 people from different places. They are providing excellent service. But my responsibility is to provide services, everything we do with excellence, and we give our best. I am identity. What happens? I see people now, we exchange. Before talking about you, I'm talking about me first. We exchange our identity by our deserving. I have people are skipping all these stages. They want success. They want to be on a stage. They want opportunities. And they want money. They want fame. And then they forget to see who they are, who they truly are, to see inside. You know that moment that is yours with you before a mirror, and then you look at yourself and say, who I am in reality. These are my failures, my strong points. That's it, who I am. And we have changed. We do and do and do things so we can have to showcase everyone. And then I think that I am someone. I'm just am if I am on the stage. I am someone if I have fame. I am someone this and that. So I need to understand that I am, I do. There is a process behind Joaquim to be a world champion. There was a process. I do, I am, and then I have. And this means my identity needs to be well defined. The capacity, my capacity, I qualify on what you are doing right now and know that I deserve everything I can do and do and do. But if I do not know that I deserve that, I get it back to the beginning. You grow, 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 and then you drop. You follow, and then you have to start over again. You do not feel deserving, and then you fall down. That's what about. When you are, when you do, and then you have. Acknowledge or anything. Do not practice until you get it right. Have you heard about it? You practice and you practice until you get it right. We do not have to practice till we get it right. We just have to practice until we have become. This is our identity, our beliefs. You are deserving. Until I became this person, I have become a good professional, a good wife, a good mother, a good daughter, a good executive, excellent executive. So practice until you have become all of these. You skip back.
Não, volta. Volta de novo.
One more.
Não foi.
Vai ser agora.
É pra ir?
É, aí. Gente, vamos ficar de pé?
Let's stand up, please. Stand up, please.
Quem vai ficar?
Vamos ficar de pé.
Standing up. We are about to finish.
Pessoal aí de casa, tem como eu
People
ver
at
aqui, pessoal
home.
de casa,
Can I
rapidinho,
see
não?
people at home as well,
Vou quebrar o
please?
protocolo aqui, a gente tem
I'm
alguns
breaking the
minutos.
protocol. We still
Tem
have
como
a
ver?
few
Eu sei
minutes.
que
I would
eu
like to see
fui
people at
rápido.
home.
Porque o que a Renata está falando
Renata
é para
is
você,
saying
gente
something.
não treinar até
Do not
acertar, mas
practice
sim
until we
até
get
nos
it right,
tornarmos.
but until you have
Porque aquilo
become
precisa ser
someone.
automático dentro de
This has
você.
to be
Aquilo já
automatic
precisa,
inside of
você
you.
não erra mais.
You
Não
do
que
not
você
make that
seja um ser
mistake.
supremo que
You
não
are
erra
not a
mais.
supreme
Mas
person that
aquilo é como
never
você
makes
andar de carro.
mistakes. It's
Você
like driving a
não
car.
pensa para
You
você
do not
passar
think
marcha
about
ou
driving a
algo
car
tipo, já virou
anymore.
automático.
This is
Tantas vezes você já
automatic.
fez,
So many
você já
times
se
you have
tornou
driven.
aquilo.
You
Então,
become
exatamente
that
isso que a gente
driver.
estava falando,
That's what I
que
mean
você deve
here.
treinar, que nós
What you
devemos
should
treinar
practice, we
até
have
nos
to practice
tornarmos.
until we have
Pessoal de
become
casa, tudo bem aí?
something.
Satisfação,
Is it
muito
okay, people at
obrigado.
home? Great to
Obrigado pelo
see you.
carinho de
Thank
você
you
nos
so much for
receber,
your
eu e a minha linda
attendance.
esposa,
Me
aí
and
na
my
casa de
beautiful
vocês. Que
wife
Deus abençoe a
at your
vida de
home. God
vocês
bless your
lá,
life, your
em nome de
home,
Jesus, tá?
in the name
Tome
of
cuidado com o
God.
que entra na sua casa.
So
Por
I'm
qualquer
blessing
meio,
you,
seja
your
ele na
house,
música, na internet,
music, the
qualquer coisa. Eu não sei porque
internet.
eu falei isso, eu
I
sei
do not
porque, mas
know. I know what I'm
recebe
saying.
isso daí,
So
tá?
receive my
Eu queria
blessings
que
for
vocês,
you.
todos
I'd like you
vocês,
all, please,
ficassem
you
de
all,
pé
stand up.
agora.
Stand up
Chamasse
right
a galera que
now.
tá aí
Call
em
people
casa
near
mesmo,
you
todo
at
mundo que
home,
tá aí
everybody
junto.
at
Se
home.
tiver com o marido, chama
If you
marido.
have
Se
your
tiver com
husband,
esposa,
call
chama
him
esposa,
up, call your
filho, todo
wife,
mundo, que nós vamos ativar o
children,
nosso
because
estado
we
de
are going
recursos.
to
Porque
activate
eu
our
quero que a
resources.
energia que vai
The
estar aqui nesse
energy
lugar
here in this
também
room
transborde a casa
will
de
be
vocês
present
aí,
in
e
your
também a
house as
gente
well.
chegue e
So
faça
we are going to have
rebuliço aqui e essa
uh,
energia chegue
an
até aí,
energy party,
beleza?
and you're
Eu
going to
quero todo
receive
mundo de
this
pé.
party.
Fique de pé
Everybody
aí,
standing
por
up,
favor.
standing
Venham,
up, please.
vem logo.
Yeah,
Nós
come
vamos
here.
ativar o
We are
estado de
going to
recursos. Dentro
activate
da
all the
gente, nós temos
resources
uma
inside of
farmácia
us.
interna de
We have an
hormônios
internal
que
pharmacy of
produzem várias
hormones
sensações,
producing
e nós vamos
feelings and
ativar esses
sensations. We are going
hormônios.
to
Entenda,
activate
o
it.
seu estado
Your
fisiológico
physiological
define o seu
status,
estado
define
mental,
your mental
define o seu
status,
raciocínio,
your
define
reasoning,
muito sobre a sua
lots
atitude.
about your
Então nós vamos
attitude.
fazer.
When you look angry, when you look sad, when you look tired, when it influences what you receive or you do not receive. It validates its worth, paying for being here, leaving home, the people you love to be here.
Então, o que nós vamos
So
fazer?
what are we going to
Acho
do
que a maior
now?
parte são
Most
mulheres. Eu
of
tô
you
vendo
are
um homem ali,
women. I
beleza,
see a
mas a maior
guy
parte
over
são
there.
mulheres.
Most of
Tem
you are
gatinha
women.
aqui. Quem é uma gata aqui?
Who is a nice lady,
Ah,
a
que legal,
foxy
temos
lady?
ali.
Oh,
E
we
tem
have
leoa
some
aqui
here.
ou não?
Are there
Eu vou
lionesses
perguntar de
here?
novo.
Let me
Tem
ask
gatinho
again.
aí?
Kittens and
E tem
foxes
leoa?
and lionesses.
Uau, que massa. E tem
That's
leão?
great. And a lion. Is there a lion in the house? Of course there is.
Ativar o nosso estado de recursos.
So let's
Onde?
activate
Nós
our
vamos fazer o seguinte,
resources.
vamos
Let's do the
extravasar toda a
following.
energia que a gente tem
We are
dentro
going
que
to
tá represada,
extrapolate this
mas
energy
agora a
that
gente
is
vai
stuck
conseguir
inside,
levantar
but
isso
we are
daí. Já pode
going to
soltar
get
um
this
som aí.
energy
Solta
out.
não. Gente, vamos fazer uma coisa
So
bem
let's do
rapidinho?
something very fast. Come to the
Ah, é
center
verdade.
of the room so we can feel the energy. The center of the room. Come, so we can have this activity. Come to center, everybody. The model left the bed. There she is.
Terminar isso com
Let's
muita
finish
energia
up
pra
filled
cima,
with
legal?
energy.
Como que vai ser? Nós
So
vamos
how
colocar
about
o
this
pé direito ou o pé
activity?
esquerdo na frente,
Let's
ou seja, tem
place
uma
one
base,
foot ahead,
e nós
so
vamos
you have a
fazer
foundation,
yes.
and then we are
Não pra
going for
cima,
yes, not
e também
upwards,
não
not
diretamente
even
pra frente, mas
front,
tipo,
but something
45
like,
graus,
45
não,
degrees,
70
70
graus,
degrees,
tá bom?
this
Pessoal
way,
de
this
casa,
way. Can
entendeu
you
aí?
see me?
Pode ficar todo mundo de
So
pé aí,
stand
tá?
up and
Então nós vamos fazer
stretch
yes,
your
yes,
arms.
yes,
Yes,
e aí
yes, yes,
depois
we're
vem
going
a
to
leoa
say,
ou
and
os
the
leões
lion, then the
cara de
lionesses
bravo
come,
mesmo, fala,
roaring very
Nossa,
bravely,
toda a força,
roaring
beleza?
very bravely,
Então vamos lá.
right? So let's
Solta o
do
som aí,
it.
DJ.
The
Bem
music
alto,
is
vamos
coming
lá.
up.
Desistir agora que você vai mandar ela
Isso,
embora.
vamos
So
lá,
do
vem
not
comigo.
quit. Let's do it right now.
1, 2, 3,
1, 2, and 3.
Yes, 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 yes.
Todo mundo aqui, ó. Uhul! Galera de casa! Uhul! Pulando, é disso que eu tô falando.
Galera de casa.
Uhul!
Gente,
Podem ir voltando pros seus lugares.
Get back to your
Pode voltar,
seats,
vocês não têm
please.
voz.
I have no voice after this
Gente,
activity.
eu não sei se caiu a transmissão aí,
Is
mas
the
deu certo,
transmission
né?
off? I don't think so.
Uhul! Gente, mudou ou não o estado fisiológico
Your
de
physiological
vocês? Sim ou não?
status, has it changed or not? Is activated right now. Now we can conclude this session. RB World, the way it deserves to be concluded, filled with energy. The topic is Europe,
Agora
Germany.
começa a palestra.
Now let's start the presentation. We're starting up.
É o vídeo agora, da Alemanha.
We have a video.
Galadiner. Uhul! Gente, eu fiquei rouco só de gritar ainda agora.
Eu também fiquei.
Wow.
Meu amor, vai.
Okay, so our topic is about these beautiful women, the German women, and the beauty is completely different, completely differentiated, with these wonderful blonde hair, and in Germany we wanted to get a German model, right? But then we found this blonde, we were prepared for that, and then we had this model coming over. She was a little Japanese, right? What do you need? It's in the bag, yeah. Can somebody get our suitcase out there, please? It's on top. It's on top of the table. And Joaquin did the eyebrows of somebody there, and she was taken as a model, and we did a German one, right? And they are very charming, classical beauty in Europe, and they have a sophisticated visual. So very sophisticated, these women. What is not soft shadow? So we show these images. That's not soft shadow. That's also not soft shadow, because when you talk about soft shadow in your studio, they think, no, that's not what I want. And I don't want that, you know, that horrible highlighted area, and that's not what we sell. And about symmetry as well. You know, there's no design there. And this is not soft shadow either. What we want to show you, what is soft shadow, is this. A natural result, it lasts, and in fact, if you implant it very well, this is going to be fixed. We do not believe, and that's what we said in the beginning, we're not here, and it's not an absolute truth. Everybody has their own truth, however. We do not work with a technique like I showed on Instagram, show one thing on Instagram, and then in real life, my model, my customer wants something different. And we know that this has happened a lot, you know, from a lot of professionals. They do something beautiful on Instagram, they post it, and then they finish the procedure to be able to fix it so that it is exactly what we sell. That's what the customers look for. So it's no use just having a beautiful procedure for Instagram. I need my customer to come back. I need my pigment to be fixed in a correct way. And my customer needs to be satisfied. And it's not only selling Instagram procedures. That does not work for our customers, especially the ones that we see today in São Paulo, in the Northeast, and several places. It's no use just going out and doing stuff that is not going to happen. This is the result. And this is soft shadow immediately after. And this is in the countryside of São Paulo. This is the pixels and the correct way of working with pixels. So we also have videos here that you're going to be able to see, and he's going to show you. He's going to do one of the eyebrows of our model, the directions and everything. So would you like to say anything? Okay, can I keep going? Okay, so we have the training, and this is a result of soft share. This is immediately after. Symmetry is something that is extremely important because people are not able to see if the technique from far away, if it's soft, if it is a strand. They're not going to look at your technique or your shadowing. They're going to look at the design of the eyebrows, and that's what's going to tell you if it's beautiful or not. And over here, you already saw it on the video, our model. So how it was before and the design after, and how symmetrical this is for the eyebrows. So it's always the eyebrow design. And over here in the beginning, God, so we talk a little bit about the proportion. So we're not going to be able to say this, and in training you're going to be able to see this. It talks about the proportion of God, and it's in everything that we do, and everything that is beautiful, and it's in a flower, and everything that you can imagine. And I don't know who has studied this, but it's really very interesting to be able to see this. And it's really very interesting. Every time we study it, we feel like studying it even more. And our logo we thought about that. And then the eyebrows as well. If yours don't have it, they should have this proportion. And we also show that there's proportion in everything. Over here, we have our pyramid of what we think, and we defend that the most important thing is the design of eyebrows, the color, and then the technique. So what it was like, what it's going to become, the projection, and some outcomes. Joaquin is going to start. Light and shade, right? Yes. So can you just go back a bit? So Hashura is a design technique, graphic design technique that talks about increasing volume, so tones or semitones, and maybe you already do that. Maybe you've already done that in your procedures, but you don't even know why, because you've done shadowing or you do it in one direction and then in the other direction. Everybody does that. I don't. Do you know why you do that? You know, but it's for you to understand the basis, why you're working in different directions and understand why you do it in these directions, the intensity and the spacing. So the Hashura study is going to encourage a methodology so that you have the same quantity of pigments in both eyebrows, the same quantity of pigment in the start of the eyebrow. So because one side is a little, heavier than the other one, when you understand about the Hashura technique, you stimulate a methodology. So you're going to do a sequence in one direction and then another sequence in another direction, and that's relatively easy. But this is going to make the methodology to not make mistakes. So you're going to do both eyebrows and they're going to be the same. Does it make sense? Yeah, and it's not, all messy, because that's one of the big mistakes with soft. Yeah, go ahead. So this is the Hashura study for us to understand. And then some exercises that we're going to show you, and what you understand in terms of the effect of light on the human face. You can apply the Hashura technique that we brought, and you can do that in micropigmentation, and that makes us have better results and without any blemishing. So over here, the idea of the points of light and looking at a grayish aspect and the immediate outcomes. And this is to have a soft shadow and excellence. That's exactly what I'm doing here. So keep going. Very important data that maybe you've seen. We saw a lot of techniques, and we use one tip needle for shadowing, for only one, a needle with only one tip. So it could be micro, it could be line. We always use nan. What is the difference of the nano to a normal tip? It's art. So the lance is like this, the nano is more this shape. And sometimes there is a bigger gauge, but the lance is sharper. So this makes the entry of the launch cause less trauma. And this is as an ideal pigment. So we use the tip of a needle. We use the speed of 100 pulses per second. That's the average velocity. And then at the end, we have a great key, because you reduce the speed to 60, 70 pulses a second for the finishing up. And we do the pendular effect, not the smooth effect, and this allows us to have an incredible result, and it doesn't have to be a smooth point. Next, please. This is the example, the technique that I'm going to work with now. the depth
entre 0,6 e
between 0.6 and 0.8 millimeters. And how do I know that? Because you work with the size of the needle, and then you look at, if it's half the needle going in, it's between 0.6 and 0.8 millimeters. Next. We're going to work on speed and position, pressure, angulation, and I'm going to show it to you in practice. And we have 1.5 millimeters of depth or spacing, and then over here is just the little tip. It's important for you to have a well-defined pixel, really well rounded off. When it's really well rounded off, it means that the needle went in and came out in the same place. If not, the pixel has, it looks like a little comet, and the needle went in, and then it dragged inside the tissue. And we know the bigger the trauma, the bigger the inflammatory process and the entrance of the pigment. And the opposite is true as well. The smaller the lesion, the less trauma, the greater the fixation of the pigment. So our function is to reduce the lesion, the trauma, cause less trauma on the skin, and the skin is going to be able to react in the best way possible. Did I go back? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I talked about the depth. But what I want to show you over here, and these are the examples. So, just to start, inside Hashura, we have the movement. So we're going to do 3 movements, actually 4, and this is going to define the effect using a pigment with a single color. And also unidirectional, 30 degrees with regard to the contour of the eyebrow. We're going to work 30 degrees in terms of the outline, always from the bottom up. And then we're going to have the opposite effect, and this is Hashura. I'm going to do the opposite movement. And then I'm going to do a horizontal movement, so parallel to the contour of the eyebrows. So doing this kind of movement, and then this kind of movement, always from the bottom up. And that's going to allow us to have this effect. And this is the effect here. And it's not difficult to have the same result on both sides of the eyebrow, right? Did you have difficulty? It wasn't only me. Who's had this difficulty? When we do this in a methodological manner, the probability of this happening is almost 0. And that's exactly what we're going to show here. Simple, direct, and easy. So the first time you're going to go 30 degrees with regard to the eyebrow, and then you're going to do the opposite. And then in front, it's exactly how it works. So it's not going to be from the bottom up, it's from the top down. So in this way, we're going to be able to make the effect of the start become very smooth, not that highlighted. And then finally, we're going to do the direction of the movement from the bottom up, and still, next, the second movement, and then the third movement. And when we talk about 30 degrees with regard to the base, that's what I'm talking about. Right? You're going back. Go ahead. Yeah. So 30 degrees is that. It's not too far up and it's not too far down. 30 degrees is this angulation. But it doesn't really, you think it doesn't really make sense, but it does. When you do this all over the eyebrow and then the same thing in the opposite direction, you're going to have a methodology. You're literally going to have a step-by-step. And the probability of leaving blemishes is almost 0. The probability of having one eyebrow different from the other in terms of pigment is practically 0. So what we're showing you here is something that you already know, but maybe you haven't used it as a method. You don't practice this. Does it make sense? Okay, and the idea, Nayara said, it's not to take pictures to post on Instagram, that beautiful picture with beautiful pixels, and then nothing is left after the touch-ups. I'm really I'm a little tired of this thing about this concept of eyebrows because our customer doesn't want it that way, right? Yeah, I'm tired of doing eyebrows for micropigmentation. Nayara and I do not want to do eyebrows for micropigmentation. I want to do it for customers. They're going to bring us money, right? Our customers are going to bring us money, not the micropigmenters, right? So raise your hand if you're with me. Yeah, let's stop that. Let's stop taking beautiful pictures and then the effect of the concept and everything's going to come out. So I prefer to have a procedure that is going to remain, she's going to like. And something that is very important, the microblading, is, even with shadowing on the same day it looks beautiful, but then it comes out. So shadowing implanted on that day does not look that nice. It's more intense, it's darker, but this is not what people post on the internet, right? So I don't want that anymore. We want to have our customer coming back. We want to work for kings and queens. We want to work with an excellent job and not only edited that it's going to be placed on Instagram. We want our customers to come back. Okay, I said it. I said it. Yeah, I wanted to say it. I said it. So what color am I using here? Since there is a very light background, a hot background, I only used Jumbo, 5 drops of Jumbo, and she has light brown hair. So I'm using the dark one, which is Jumbo. I'm using 4 drops of Universal. Why? Because Universal is very hot. And we do not use a hot modifier for the eyebrows because, you know, this is a smart pigment. It is intelligent. And what makes it become gray is not the pigment. What makes it become gray is your hand, that it is going down deep. It's the depth at which you're placing it. So you can use pure Jumbo. It's going to look great if you implement it in the right layer. It's not the pigment, because the pigment has already been approved by the best artist in Brazil and around the world. And it doesn't look gray, so why are you going to do it? It's the depth that makes the difference. And then we use dozens of pigments, and definitely this is one of the best formulas of pigments that we have, one of the best in the world, you can be sure of that. And I only use Jumbo and Universal here, so how are we going to not miss this? So always stretch the skin. Can you see it? Is somebody going to film this? So we need to bring the camera down. What is your name? Maiklin. Wow. Are you from Brazil? Yes. Are you German? Really? Really? Wow. That's prophetic. She's German. She was desperate when she asked. So put it on the screen. Put this slide on the screen, please. They've seen it. They've seen the... Yeah, that's it. So it healed after 30 days, and then she came back because she wanted a little bit more intense. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Natural procedures that really remain. And they're not going to, you know, fade after 30 days. Is it hurting? No. No anesthesia. So we're talking about bidirectional movement, and for you to not lose the markings, you're going to do the bidirectional movement from the bottom up. I'm going to show you all the movements. And if you stretch the skin, if you do the correct movement, you know, everybody knows how a pendulum works, right? You can do this kind of movement. Can you see? You just have to adjust the focus. So this is the pendular movement, and over here in the beginning, I'm only going to do it to the outside. And I only do it to the outside. And then a very, very interesting tip for you, if you work with micropigmentation and you work with a shadowing technique, you have to understand that Maybe you won't be able to see it, it's not well defined. But when you are doing things and it's really very sticky, yeah, I'm going to finish in 3 minutes. Yeah, when it becomes very sticky, there are two things. Either you're perforating too much or your area is too small. Because when you go through the content there in the pen, are you there, guys? Yeah? So the pigment does this. So when you leave the needle with about 1 millimeter and you only put half of it, so 0.6 to 0.8, the pixel becomes rounded and it's not messy. You just have the needle going in and coming out. So you can do some clean work and you can see what you're doing. So over here, I did not use anesthesia. And you can say, Joaquin, it looks like everything came out. The markings came out. No. So just in a didactic manner, after I go through this, I do bidirectional movements and horizontal, and so that I can maintain the drawing. Now I have the epinephrine anesthesia, and I'm going to do the same thing on the other side. So if you are not sure whether it's going to come out or not, you can just take a cotton wad and swab and just check if it's very heavy or if it's very light, and check if you can lose this design, right? The height is good. And then me, Joaquin, and Naima, we don't believe in allowing saturation, leaving the pigment for a while so that this pigment will go into the skin. What makes the pigment go into the skin is not to leave it on top, because you can leave it for a whole day. If it is not implemented properly at the right depth, there's less trauma and it's not going to be in the right place. That's our point of view. Everybody thinks in a different way, right? So what's going to make the pigment stay is the implant. So I clean it and then I give the anesthetic. When I go back here, just for you to understand, I go back with a sliding movement. So I have a sliding agent that makes a big difference to the procedure. Go ahead. Yeah, it makes a big difference in the skin, to be able to know what you're actually putting into the body, the resistance to the needle. And you can see in the image, you can't really see it here, but I can actually see this clearly over here. It was very smooth just to leave the design, so she has a background of the previous micropigmentation. So now I'm only going to do the 3 movements. So just so you understand, it is unidirectional movement, 30 degrees with regard to the tip. Look at that. That's exactly what I'm going to do. For you to understand, this is the basis, and we're doing a 30-degree movement. It's interesting, you know, I don't remain just cleaning all the time. No, I do the whole thing and then I clean. Why is that? Because the anesthesia and epinephrine and microischemia, this makes the tissue stiffer, and then there's lubrication and the needle goes in, causing less trauma. So the resistance of the technique is smaller. So you do all of the eyebrow in one direction, and don't worry, because if you don't visualize it immediately, it's going to work out. And then you do this in the opposite direction, okay? That's exactly the other side. That's exactly what I'm doing here. So unidirectional movement, and in this case, I'm bringing, the dermograph is very important, at 90 degrees. And when I do this, I have greater saturation, and in the beginning, less saturation at the end. This is what I do. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, on top it's better. And I do it in the opposite direction, okay? So I do all of it, and then I do this.
Aí, por último, eu
And then finally,
o movimento
I do the movement
intensificando
intensifying the basis
subindo
and going up and increasing the spacing
até sair.
of the hashura until it comes out. So you can notice that it's a little outside the design. 1 millimeter, 1.5 millimeters, because these little points are going to be so smooth, it's going to give you the effect exactly at the end. And to end,
Sobrancelha inteira, uma nota. Aqui
just
no
something
começo,
for you
você
to
não vai fazer
note.
o
In the
movimento
beginning,
bidirecional. Você vai fazer o movimento
it's
só
not going to be a
unidirecional,
bidirectional movement, it's going to be in only one direction, so that this beginning is a little smoother. And this is the incredible tip. Did you know that if you want to implement more pigment into the skin, you already knew that, what you have to do? Reduce the speed of the equipment. So over here, I'm using the speed of 60 pulses per second, and the speed, less speed, makes the eyebrow become more fixed. And then finally, I do the same thing.
bidirecional, agora saindo
That's bidirectional, and then coming out of the lower part,
saindo pouco
as well as on
agora
top.
2
And these are the 2 millimeters on the top now. I don't know if you can see through the camera. Can you see it?
pixels aí, ó.
The pixels?
Saindo pouco do desenho. Quanto?
So I'm coming out of the design. 1.5 millimeters more or less, that's what you do. Okay, but Joaquin, this is not going to remain. No, it's going to stay with this velvety effect. Can you put the slides on the screen so we can finish?
Depois eu vou postar lá no Instagram.
Then I'm going to post the result on Instagram. And for those who are here, we're going to finish it here. So if you want to come and take a look, you can come up on stage. Can we do that? Maybe afterwards. We can go at the back, yes. So you can go there to the back, and I'm going to finish it. And we have this result after how long, Joaquin?
Volta aí.
Go back.
Aqui. Gente, essa sobrancelha depois
So
de 6
this
meses
eyebrow
e meio,
after 6.5 months without any touch-ups,
só uma vez.
only once.
Utilizando essa metodologia.
Using this methodology and using this step by step, and understand that
O simples, bem feito,
if it's simple and well done,
perfeito, é melhor do
and
que
it's
o
perfect, it's better than what is elaborate and badly done. So it's no use just doing something very complex. We just make it simple. That's what Jesus used to do, right? Makes the simple things perfect, make the simple things, and you're going to have excellent results. And that's exactly what took us to Germany. So what are we going to do? We're going to do this technique and this kind of mesh. And the first thing that I told Joaquin was, do whatever you do every day. Do something simple, and that's it. And he did it, and that's exactly the technique that won the World Championship.
Obedeça os processos.
Obey the processes.
Uva,
Grapes,
vira vinho,
when they
é um
become wine, it's a
perdão,
miracle.
água, quando
Water,
vira
when
vinho,
becomes
é um
white,
milagre.
it's a
O que Jesus
miracle.
fez?
Jesus
Água
did that.
transformou água,
Transformed
lá no
water
casamento, transformou
during the
água em
wedding,
vinho.
water
Isso é um
into
milagre.
wine. This
Eu
is a
e a Nayara
miracle.
acreditamos em milagres.
Nayara and I
Nós
believe
somos
in miracles.
Mas, quando
But
a gente tem uva,
when we have
tem uvas aqui ou
grapes,
não?
are there grapes over
várias
here?
uvas
Yeah,
aqui ou
I
não,
see
né?
plenty of
Tem?
them.
Tem uva em casa
Are
aí?
there grapes at home as well?
Quando a gente tem uva,
As we have
E vira
grapes
vinho,
and they become
não é um
wine,
milagre.
that's not a
Sabe o que é?
miracle. You know what that is?
processo.
This is a
Obedeça os
process.
processos.
Follow the
Dia após
processes
dia.
every
Treine,
day,
estude,
practice,
dê o seu
study,
melhor.
give your
Faça com
best,
excelência
make
aquilo que
it
você foi chamado
with
para fazer.
excellence
E
your
com certeza,
calling, and I
no
am
momento
sure
certo,
at
você
the
vai ser
right
um
time
vinho
you are going
dos
to
mais
be
apurados
wine,
que existe, dos mais
excellent
caros que existe
wine,
na
very
terra.
expensive
Vinho
wine,
que você é um
wine,
vinho novo,
and you are
vinho
new
que vai trazer
wine
alegria
that
para
will
essa
bring
geração.
joy to this
Gratidão. Pode
generation.
passar a próxima, pode passar a próxima. Passa a próxima.
Very brief, I have something for you.
Talvez
Maybe
uns dias,
a few days
se você
from
se permitir ver
today,
esse processo,
if you
Levanta,
see
por
this
favor.
process, you know what's going on?
tocar a música vai passar
Tá
ou não?
tocando.
It's the music is
Pra
on.
você viver esse processo,
In order to
viver aquilo que
experience
você
this
sonha lá na
process and
frente,
what you dream
os
ahead,
resultados que tu quer
the
pra
results
tua
that
vida
you want
profissional,
for your
tudo.
life,
Talvez hoje seja o
maybe
momento do teu
today is
processo.
the right time for your
Talvez hoje
process.
você
Maybe
esteja vivendo
today
um tempo de
You live in a desert and difficulties struggle in different areas of your life. That's what a champion experiences. And then, later, you will be up here. And people will look at you and say, wait up, where are you? Where was that talent hidden? What were you doing? And then you answer, I was in the desert. I was getting ready. I was in my room. I was in a clinic. I was in a studio, doing it every day. My clients, giving them the best, my best. Do what you can with what you have now. Do not feel smaller. Do not look at me and Joaquim as superior beings. We are not superior to you. We are people granted by God as you are, but we place at your service. I was told when God has an objective for our life, this is going to be fulfilled as you. God had an objective for you. And I look at her, no. When God has, no, God has an objective for me, for you, for everyone. When I decide to experience this objective. Do you understand? You need to decide it today. When people look on the stage as they look us here, where was this talent hidden? In this desert, struggling and battling that we know that we battled. And today we are here shining, and it's possible. If it's possible for me and Joaquim, we were in a separation, why not for you? If we were in the end of the road, why don't you can't come up? And if these wells are high and deep, come up to the surface. Never give up. Come to the surface. You are not here to quit. If we quit, we would not be winners. So I am so grateful. Always, amen. He is the greatest motivation. There's nothing to do with religion. It has to do with the objective and purpose. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. That's so beautiful, this couple, so inspiring. Let me give this to Joaquim. So nice to see you again. Thank you so much. That's beautiful. I saw on the internet and I say, wow, this trophy looks beautiful. On behalf of this Congress, we thank you so much for your contribution and for waking up so many hearts for this objective that God has for every one of us. Our mission, and we acknowledge the God's mission in your life and your talent that you have for micropigmentation. You inspire us all. That's beautiful. This couple is so nice. They inspire us. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, RB. A round of applause. Let's hear for them. That's beautiful. We love it. And this, we are concluded with the golden key, as we say in Portuguese. You following us up to now, online on YouTube, we'd like to thank you so much for your attendance, your partnership, everybody who bought RBKollors products. And they are out of stock. I'd like to tell you that it's so good to have you here with us. We are concluding, saying goodbye to people online. VIP room, you are beautiful. Thank you so much. Towards 2023, we see in Dubai VIP room. Kisses, people at home. Kisses for you in your heart. I embrace you on behalf of our RB family, and we thank you so much for your attendance. We are going to conclude. We are having a moment for you here in person, but with you we conclude the transmission. We see you in Dubai. We see you in other events. I'm so grateful. Enjoy, because we still have something in stock. We sell a lot, thank God. Kisses. Can we see the camera? Can the camera fly over so we can say goodbye? Bring us energy. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See you next time. Bye-bye. Kisses. Kisses to you all. You are amazing. VIP room. Bye-bye. People at home. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Gente,
agora?
And now what?
agora nós temos...
Now we have
A mãe é generosa, né, gente?
Mother is
A
so
mãe é generosa, não é?
generous.
Sistema.
Sabe o que vai rolar?
You know what's going on now?
4 mega cestas.
4 cestas
For
só pra